Holy crap. I think I got everything right this time. As I adjust my camera ever so slightly. I think I did everything right. Did I do everything right? Does it look right? Do I look okay? I'm not confident in my parents. Help me. Alright. Enough bullshitting aside. Not bad. Not bad. Yeah, I look like a person. Good enough for me. Got the game sound back on. Let's, just for the sake of it, for a while I was running the performance overlay via Radeon software, and then it started doing this thing where it wasn't working. It was showing it on, basically it wasn't show metrics overlay, showing video stream output. Is it showing? But it's not showing on my screen. But that's okay because I can just look at the actual graphs on my screen if I want to. So I guess that's fine. Whatever. It's gonna flicker on and off. If I click away from the screen, it moves the overlay. Let's see if I can go to advanced settings. Oh, that's general settings. No, so I don't care. I'll just watch it on the screen. There's really not that much open on my second screen anyway. Alright, I'm just making sure that if I do open Firefox, that it's going to open on the proper screen. Okay. Cool. So now I just got to hit that enter key a few times to let people know I am ready to blow. Some stuff up. I'm so clever. How do I do it? It's like miracle. I make joke for anything. All right, so as stated, today we're going to talk about, or we're not going to talk about it. Nobody wants to talk about it. What are we talking about? Talking about it. Today, we're going to make some plasma flak cannons from my flagship. And we're also going to make some railguns for my fleet ship. And if that sounds crazy to you, well, good. Because it sounds crazy to me too, and I want to try it. And if my fleet ship sucks with railguns, I'll use them on my ship once in a while. I mean, whatever. I don't give a shit. Alright, so one thing to note, to remember with your fleet ships, there's a few things when you're going to craft weapons, right? The first one of those is, when you're talking about plasma cannons, those cannot be point defense. However, oh no! I thought railguns could be point defense. I swear I had a point defense railgun made last time. Did that just get updated out? I don't care. Doesn't matter. You can make quantum pulse point defense. I don't recommend it. It's easy enough to make some basic point defense for your ships, right? It's not hard. So we put in our 1-point weapon. This little overlay here, this hardpoint interface does not show up with no weapons installed because why would it? I mean, yeah, you could just to see it so you can plan, like if you did what I just did and took all your weapons off and you're going to build new ones. It's nice to be able to see it, but you can't see it in the crafting menu anyway, so let's see. You can always take a screenshot of this, right? Take a screenshot through Steam. Don Chase, thank you for the Prime subscribe. Hell yeah. And welcome, welcome. How you doing today? Badass. Prime subscribe, alright. So one thing that I like to do with this game, and I'm good. I'm doing really good. I switched to days recently from the night shift, so I've been getting a lot more sleep than usual, so I'm just like I got this rest rush. Feel like I'm a little washed out on the light here, but it feels good. And so I'm having a great weekend finally for the first time in months, which has just been so refreshing. So one tip that I have for people, especially when you're outfitting large ships like this, especially when you're crafting and you want to craft specifically for a complicated set of hard points that you might not necessarily remember very well in your head. If you have a dual monitor, or even just your phone or whatever else you have, just hit F12, take a Steam screenshot, open the folder on your second screen, and there it is. And you can do that with crafting recipes. Like if you design this really cool weapon and you need 2 or 3 of them or however many, and you realize, oh man, I miscounted my crafting materials. Now there's nothing in the game that stores the recipe after you leave a system from crafting. If you can go between 2 stations in a system and it'll keep the recipe, but as soon as you warp or save and quit, it's gone. So I use Steam screenshots and I keep not the Steam folder, right? Not the Steam screenshot interface, because we all know that that's basically hot garbage and you won't be able to see it unless you actually post it, and then you got to cycle through your own screen. No, hot garbage for doing what I'm trying to do. There's an option in the Steam screenshot folder to open on disk, which gives you a Windows Explorer window, and you can then kind of like you just open one of them so it comes up in the full screen mode, and you cycle through it with the arrows on the side. It's good for recipes, hard points, pictures of your map. You know, it's handy to have. It's handy to have. So there's the first pro tip of the day. Yeah, mine was 7 p.m. to 4 a.m., so it wasn't even that long of a shift, but trying to go to sleep as the sun's coming up, I I would lay in bed for 4 hours trying to sleep and then maybe get 2 or 3 hours of sleep and then wake up before I wanted to, feeling strung out. And after 2 months, like when you're throwing freight, it's a safety issue. And yeah, I couldn't do it. It wasn't good for me. So I gave it a shot. I mean, props to the people that can pull it off. A lot of them are military. You know, they've gone through discipline that helps them to sleep when they need to, no matter what the situation. And, you know, I say, oh, well, they had military training, but you still have to be a top notch human to be able to do that, especially outside the military. You're not in that environment anymore. The mentality may still be programmed, but even to just be able to make that work for you in the outside world, like, props to those guys, because that's fucking impressive. So for me personally, I did not have that discipline, and I could not manifest it within 2 months. And so it was just like, if I'm gonna start making mistakes and it's becoming a safety issue, then it's not just bad for me; it's bad for my crew. So I switched to days. Tiny pay cut, but you know, I'll work it out. It's not gonna kill me. And I feel great. So if I were to want to do something else to make money, I'd be fine. Yeah, it takes a lot of discipline. It really does. I imagine doing it for 10 years that after the first year it got a little bit easier, but like there's still, for me, it was just this long term compounding exhaustion. And it just got to this critical point where I woke up one day after 2 hours of sleep and I'm like, I don't feel like I should go to work. Like if I have to call in to a shift because I just couldn't sleep and it's an ongoing compounding issue, You know, like that's just it's just this cumulative thing that it's like you just start to see where it's going. It's like this is headed in a bad direction. I'm gonna have a bad time. So definitely, definitely not my cup of tea. But I respect people who can pull it off, and I'm glad I tried. I'm glad I gave it a shot. I have no regrets. All right, so let me go ahead and do the thing. We go to the Steam menu. What you want to do is, if you're going to do the second screen thing, as I suggested, you go to your Steam interface, right? Your basic. You click on View. Get the View drop-down menu. Go down to Screenshots. That'll bring up that little window that I mentioned was hot garbage because even if you resize it, like you can just resize that menu right there. You know, you click on View, click on Screenshots, but like on my screen right now in 1080, let me just, this is what I see. Can you read that? Because I can't. That looks like the ancient writing from Stargate, you know? I don't see anything. Oh yeah, then reverting. Once you do finally get used to it, reverting back to a normal sleep schedule, you're right back in the same boat. Like, do I really want to spend the next year reacclimating to a normal sleep schedule? But, you know, things like family, social life, taking care of business during the week, it can really be a strain. And that was another problem I had with the schedule. If if I could have gotten to sleep at like 5 o'clock in the morning right after I got home because it was 7 p.m. to 4 a.m. So I get off at 3:30, get home around 4, take a shower, maybe have a snack, but probably not, and then try to be asleep by 5, 6 o'clock at the latest, and then wake up at noon. That would have been great because then I would have noon till 5 to take care of business and then get ready for work and go to work at 7. That would have been great, but if I'm laying in bed and I don't get to sleep till noon and I'm only getting 2 hours, so I'm too tired to even want to work, let alone do stuff during the day that I need to, it's just, I'm not saying my life was falling apart, but it's like you get this vision of your future definitely falling apart on you at some point. It's just, I could tell which way the wind was blowing on that, and the wind was not in my favor. But I also managed to wait until my crew was fully staffed so that it wasn't a burden on them to lose a person. Not that I was like a superstar or anything, but, you never want to leave your team hanging. It was kind of a sudden decision, but I think the writing was on the wall, but they were fully staffed and prepared for it. So anyway, from here, since this is hot garbage, you can kind of read it. You can kind of see the picture enough that maybe you can remember the values, like these two are 6, these are 3, these are all 3, and then your spinals are 10 each. But if you just go show on disk, right, and it brings up your little ba-doo, and then you double click on that, and boom, there you have it. You cycle through your screenshots. There's that one. And so this becomes your quote-unquote recipe book for whatever you want. I mean, you can use it for screenshots of whatever. If it's, obviously you can just use it for regular screenshots, but oh man, that's rough. Whew. Um, even when I would take, I tried melatonin and chamomile, and then I tried both, and it's still tough. Like, I feel like the only way I was going to get used to that sleep schedule was taking actual, like, prescription sleep medication. And at that point, it was just like, my job was semi-dangerous, but mostly just really physical. And it didn't seem like the right way to go. But maybe for getting back onto a normal sleep schedule, that might be a consideration. I'm not suggesting pharmaceuticals. I'm not even suggesting melatonin because there are a lot of people who refuse to take any kind of a supplement that produces what your body is supposed to produce naturally. And it was funny because, it's like, well, But what about insomniacs? They don't produce it naturally, so it's not that melatonin's bad. It's just not something you want to depend on long term. But for me, the fact that it would still, like, I would come home tired from work, I would take a shower, I'd be relaxed, I would be exhausted, I would take some melatonin, I would drink some chamomile tea, and it would still take me 4 hours, 5, 6 hours to fall asleep. To me, that was an indication that this was after 2 months. To me, it was just like, you can go to the prescription side, or just accept that maybe you'd just be happier working days. And it turns out I'm really happy working days. So yeah, I've never tried a prescription sleep aid, even when I did have really bad insomnia. I've got some meditation techniques, and there's some YouTube videos. If you go onto YouTube and just type "put me to sleep," there's actually some really good results that come up. I suggest cycling them, but they're like 3-hour videos that you don't have to watch the video. It'll just play in the background. But I literally just go onto YouTube, right, and type in "put me to sleep." And this one right here, I mean, it not bullshit. The first time I listened to that, within 5 minutes I was out. Now the next night it was a little bit longer. I did have to start kind of cycling, so I put together a playlist of different ones so that I could just kind of mix it up a little bit. But if you just need one night's sleep, that might do the trick for you. It helps. I'm not saying it's the cure for insomnia, but you know, I know when you're having a hard time sleeping as a chronic situation, that even just 1 extra hour of sleep can make a huge difference. And whether it's an important day or a not important day, or just celebrating getting 1 extra hour of sleep than you did the day before, is it's a victory. It feels like a real victory sometimes. So I suggest that only as like an option. I'm not saying, oh, it changed my life, or oh, this is the magic cure for everybody. Woo. But like, I know people that they do yoga, they do melatonin, they do chamomile, and they still will occasionally have a bad night where they just can't sleep. And so I'm like, some nights try doing one each night, mix it up so that your body's not over acclimating to the melatonin, your body's not over acclimating to the chamomile, that you're not settling into something to the point that it no longer has the desired effect, because that happens with almost everything. If you remember those commercials for that old workout routine that's probably still around to some degree, P90X, they're like, oh yeah, it's muscle confusion. You switch up your workout constantly so that your muscles get confused. It's like, shut the fuck up. That sounds stupid. But when it comes to the body, a certain amount of confusion, quote unquote, of in the sense of not actually trying to trick yourself, but just switch it up. Just switch, instead of trying to stack everything all at once, try one or two, or just a couple of techniques here, and just switch it up every once in a while. Take one out of the loop for a little while, if you can manage it. If you feel like it's safe for your, maintaining your lifestyle and your work and family and taking care of business during the day, just, have an arsenal, have a list of things, and just mix it up. And that way there's less of a chance that you're going to over acclimate to something to the point that it no longer has any effect. It can be really useful. But I'm not promoting P90X. I thought that shit was hilarious. I had a family member that tried it. They said, yeah, it's actually really good. And I was like, but is it good because the system's better, or is it good because you spent money on it and felt more of an obligation to follow through with committing to working out more often because it's a new trendy thing and you spent money on it? I never actually said that to him, but that's the question that gets raised in the mind. And even if it is psychosomatic, to where they're just tricking themselves into wanting to work out more, I mean, if it worked, who's to say it wasn't worth spending the money on it? So I don't burst people's bubbles when they find things like that, but I do try to kind of analyze it in my mind just to have a more realistic understanding of it. I'm not big on ascribing to fads, especially when it comes to my health. But I'll usually give anything, no matter how absurd something sounds, I'll usually give it a shot. At least in my mind, I'll consider it, kind of mull it over, do a little research, think about what actually might be happening, see if there's any, actual science to back up the claims. I used to not be that way, but I have a friend who is a hardcore analytical mind. He's actually worked as an analyst for large businesses and some incredibly wealthy people and some very big, let's call it social infrastructure. Um, if you ever need to know something, he's going to make you feel bad for not doing your own research because he should. It's healthy to do your own research, but he'll definitely throw some. Uh, if it's something that interests him to the point that he'll look into it with you, he'll definitely throw some insight at you, and you'll be like, "Yeah, I found this research study," and he goes, "Yeah, but look at the way they did this X Y Z." So it's kind of like their data is kind of pointless, and you're like, "Oh fuck, you're right." He is not afraid to burst your bubble if you come up with something like, "Oh hey, check out this thing, check out this new thing that's sweeping the it's all the rage. Everybody's doing it," and he's just like, "Yeah, well, they're wrong. Sorry, it's bunk. They're tricking themselves, and in about a month, it's not going to work for them, and they're going to be really pissed off." And you're just like, "Shit, he's right." Oh, that's what it was. Okay, somehow. Oh, so when I did plasma core earlier, I knew you could do point defense railgun. What happened was I added a plasma core and then took it off and added a railgun core, but I didn't take the heavy mount off that inherently comes with adding a plasma core. The heavy mount status stays, so you can do point defense uh, railguns. The question is, do you want to? You know, just a single railgun core is a 7 second per shot cooldown. Not the best way to shoot down a missile or drone. Now, if it hits, it's going to take it out instantly. But if it doesn't hit, you got to wait 7 seconds to try again. And let's face it, 7 seconds for a missile, then after 7 seconds, it either hit you or you got away. Almost every time, like at least 90% of the time, I would say it's safe to assume 7 seconds is too long. And with a drone, 7 seconds can be a nightmare, an absolute nightmare. Now the uptick is it's got piercing to a point. It'll still go through targets. So if you have like a cluster of missiles or an enemy with a lot of drones, okay, you can take a few of them out. You might be able to get some multi hits. So maybe one of your point defense weapons could be a railgun, just for that occasional effect. But I would not do that with your fleet AI. I would leave that as a, like, you have to. I would keep that on your flagship, and then even only if you just really hate drones and missiles to the point that you feel like you need that. Which, I chuckle, but maybe that's reasonable, and it's just not my experience. But man, pierces up to 4 targets. Don't forget. I don't think you can modify how many targets it hits. I don't think there's any way to change that. No, it's 4. Okay. There we go. Alright, so let's see. And I also have to remember that my escort Zeus is not going to have 51. They're going to have the base 45 weapon capacity. So let's say, for instance, that I do want to make sure that I have 10 points in each of these, so that's 20. And I do want to have 6 points in each of these. That's already 32 out of 45. Hey, Samos, how's it going? I'm having a great day. How you doing? So if we're talking about 10, 26, 32 out of 45, that leaves us 13 to go across. not only these 8 hard points, but our little front tips here as well. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's 15 per side. And we're going to try to put 13 across all of them, or 6.5 per side. So less than half, right? So at that point, you got to think, okay, I'm either going to choose between these, or I'm not going to fill up all of these, or I'm going to make some really small weapons for them. Just to kind of spread out the damage. So you have to kind of do the math there. I'm totally cool with putting 4-point weapons on these. So we're talking, and maybe I only put 8 points in the spinals because the AI is not amazing at spinals anyway. So we do 8, 16, plus another 8 is 24, right? And then if I ignore these two, but I definitely want these, that puts us at 30. So that leaves us 15 for 6 hard points, right? So if I put a 2-point weapon in each of these, that's 12. That leaves us another 3. So instead of ignoring the back 2, I could put 1.5-point weapons in them, or upgrade these to 5. So I could put 20, 30 here, then 32, 34, 36, 38, 40, 42, and that leaves me 1.5 to spread across, or 0.5 in each of these, just for some tiny amount of PD. Maybe the 0.5 in each of these would still be a custom point defense, just so the thing can shoot drones off itself. Nice, welcome back. Welcome back. Yeah, I'm hoping to do a nice long stream today. There was one guy, I don't remember his name. It was kind of a funny name, like I think it was Chat with this name or something. I started watching him Friday, and then I made dinner and watched a little bit more, and then I went to bed and woke up the next day, and he's still going, and I cooked breakfast and finished breakfast, and he was just starting to wind down about a 17-hour stream, and I was just like, bro. My longest stream was, I think, 15 hours, and it wasn't Star Valor. Now, he was doing a lot of mining. I prefer to go into combat, but I also do a lot of chatting, so it's not like the mental exhaustion. So props to that guy for having just insane streamer stamina. Really impressive. And considering it was an overnight, he didn't start early in the morning. Now, maybe he's a vampire. Maybe he is somebody who's more of a night owl overnight person too, but he started like in the middle of the day and then went to the middle of the next day. You know, like this was not a morning to night stream, right? He didn't just stay up late to keep going. It seemed like he skipped a night of sleep to continue a marathon stream, and I was just like, wow, dude, like Star Valor really takes it out of me. It really takes a lot of my stamina. Just going for 6 hours at the end of a day after a shift at work is a lot sometimes, depending on how much I actually had to do at work. But yeah, very impressed with that guy's ability to sustain a stream for that long. So let's see, I'm going to do a couple of 8-point railguns. So let's do that. I don't normally use heavy mount with spinals. If you want really, really, really extreme range, it's not a bad idea. Especially if you use the optics skill. If you use that, you can zoom out and really make the most of a weapon. Like, the base on my weapons is 160, and they then become 240, so they get a 50% boost, right, to weapon range. So we're talking like, that's 240 off of a base of 160. So Railgun has a base range, I mean, we're talking absolute base range, right? 220. So when you slap that in a spinal mount, it's 330. And then if you make that a heavy mount, it's 300, which becomes 450. 450 range. Now, it's a projectile weapon. Are you going to hit something at that range? Maybe a dreadnought, a station, probably a cruiser, or if you're just blind firing into a cluster of enemies because it has piercing, you'll hit 4 targets. Oh, and by the way, it pierces 4 targets. I believe that means it will hit a 5th target at the end of it, if there's one to hit. But you can really get out of control with the range on these, and oh yeah, don't forget, 360, half of that's 180, so 540 range. 540 range on a spinal railgun. If you don't have optics, kind of pointless. Because again, we're talking about more than twice this, more than double that. And again, not saying that that makes the range useless. If you've got good scanner range, you can kind of make it work, but then again, we're talking about railguns with a 7-second base cooldown. Forget if you use a spinal mount that makes it charging. It adds to that even more. So while it might be nice to be able to blind fire something based on just your radar, you know, use the force, Luke. You don't need your targeting computer. Well, this time, shut off the force and just use your targeting computer because it might help. If it's a big enough target, yeah, you might be able to hit it, and you'll be way far away. You know, if that's what it takes to stay out of the enemy range, do it. Why not? Try that 540 range. Maybe we'll play with that later and see what it's like. Personally, not. And again, we're talking about doing this on my Escort Zeus. I don't think they need 540 range. Maybe the AI could actually use it, but they're not that great at short range anyway, so... I also want to check and see if Lily Black is a gunner. I want to make sure that I have a gunner slash pilot, if not just a gunner. I would love it if they were a pilot and would do a better job flying and not getting in my way, but that's more of an inconvenience. I would rather they be functional in combat than out of combat. Personal preference. Alright, so we're going to definitely do overload, armor piercing. I don't want to give them explode because they tend to make a mess. They end up hitting the wrong people. Now we're talking about, again, we're talking about an escort, so heat will become a concern. Let's see, what's this crew like? Rebecca's on that one. Alright, let's drop this in. So yeah, it does mitigate their heat. I don't know if that transfers to the real world, but it seems like the gunner trait for heat does have an effect here. The spinal definitely does, so we can maybe think about letting the weapon get hot, but for the most part we're talking about 100 that I had them stacked up with before. We could adjust that as we go. Pirate heat sinks, regular heat sinks, we'll see what happens. I'm going to need a lot from my plasma flak too. But 200 is too much. It's going to be half this when they put it in a spinal. Okay. 150 is too much, so we'll probably Nadalo that down to 174. That's manageable. Let's see. Definitely going to use a damage booster. That's going to bring it back up. I do want to give it some range boost. No, I don't. We'll just do critical. We'll just make it count. And then we'll heat sink it again, because I have a feeling that my other railguns aren't going to get that hot, and we may be able to actually shed some of those heat sinks to give her more of a boost to shielding or power or something. Now, railguns don't take a lot of power. You can see this thing, it's a 7-second burst, or a 7-second firing rate. Only 25 energy, 3.6 per shot. It doesn't take a lot of power to drive a railgun, compared to a sustained massive beam that can shoot through space and vaporize a spaceship. So, I'm assuming that means that railgun cores have the built-in capacitor that they need to charge up, and that's why it takes 7 seconds to fire another shot. Then again, it's going to be a spinal mount. I guess if it's single shot, the heat doesn't really matter, does it? No, not really. I forgot about that. and we can do 5 critical boosters. That raises the power per shot a little bit, but even the computer AI is smart enough not to fire both spinals at the same time necessarily. And she's got plenty of power to manage it. And if she doesn't, again, we'll probably get rid of some heat sinks. The only time that you really... You can't use burst or rapid fire on these, so that's not really a concern either. Yeah, that almost doubles the crit chance, so we'll do that. Yeah, I think that's going to be... neat. So I think that's going to be our weapon. And I'm going to try it out on my own ship first to make sure I didn't do a terrible job. So we'll save. I'll buy up the copper that I need. We'll make one. We'll buy some railgun slugs. Oh, did not mean to fill cargo. That's okay. We'll load. Yeah, 50's fine. It's only going to use 4 per shot. Let's take that one. And then we're back to our 20-something second cooldown. Oh yeah, it's a 20-second cooldown, but it adds the 7 to this. It adds the 7 to it for the railgun. So 27-second cooldown. So you can see that's not overheating mine at all, because I have crew that mitigates heat as well. These two, they're mitigating a lot of heat, but it wouldn't matter if they weren't. Those are there for the laser beams. We need some more aluminum. Alright, so we will go ahead and build the second one of those. I will take it off my ship. Then we click back to this. We can take that off now. We don't need a stand-in weapon because we have these. How we doing on... Oh, we're not. We're not doing on those. Let's go ahead and we're going to need at least 10 of each, which means a lot of microchips. I picked this station on purpose. I went and farmed out some resources and picked the station that had pretty much everything I needed for crafting railguns. I don't remember if I checked for plasma, which probably means that I didn't. But we'll get to that. If I have to change locations, do the plasma. Alright, later on. See you later. Thanks again for the subscribe. Much appreciated. Have a great day. And get some sleep. No joke. I wish you good sleep. Alright, so we have 2 8 points there. And then, let's see, that leaves us... what did I say? I would do 4 points here. 4 on each of these. So that's 8, 8, and 8, so 24. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So another 24 would be 48, so that's a little bit low. If I do all of these in 2 point, right? I should probably do all these in 2 point. So let's see, let's get a good 2 point railgun set up here. I'll take a picture of that just to have it. Alright, so railgun core, add, that's already a 2 point, boosted, overload, armor piercing. Again, not going to have explosive because that tends to piss off the wrong people. Again, it's a 7-second cooldown. We don't have to worry about heat. So we can just go straight to a damage booster and a crit. Or even a range. Range booster might not be a bad idea, but again, remember that fleet ships aren't super accurate. You might want them to wait till something gets close enough to be an easier target. The farther away it gets, the harder they're going to hit it. The harder a time they're going to have hitting it, especially with a projectile weapon. So keep it in close and just focus on damage. And we're going to do what? Let's just make 6 of those. Escort. Escort. Yes, it is an escort for your sheep. I don't need an escort for sheep, man. I'm not a sheep herder. Escort, Zeus, side guns. Yeah, those are some really sexy names, aren't they? And I need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Always check. Always double check your space and your free boosters before you craft. I forgot to do that, but lucked out anyway. Alright, so, whoops. Now remember, it's going to autofill some of these slots, so you might want to do one at a time if you like to have it organized. So I like to do one over there and one over here. So I like to do mirroring one layer at a time. And it can get a little awkward trying to set that up if you don't do it ahead of time. Alright, so now we've got another 17 left, right? So if I put 2 5 points here, that leaves us 7 to where we could put 2, 2, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5. No. 2 and 2 is 4, and then 1.5, 1.5 for point defense. Just so I can shoot drones off. They're not going to be railguns. They're not going to be railguns. Okay, so 7. So we'll make these 2 5-point railguns, which probably just gonna do that, and then add. Oh. Oh. Oh no, these are 2 points each, that's right. So we have to start there, and then add that. Overload, armor piercing, boosted. So we just have an empty slot. I guess we'll just do projectile speed to raise their accuracy. Not a bad idea, right? In fact, there. Projectile speed 200 versus the others that are 160. So they'll shoot a little faster. Hopefully that'll help them get better hits. Make it count rather than, you know, the DPS is lower, but that's mitigated by the fact that they'll have a better chance to hit. Alright, so 5 points. Need more nickel. Ooh, I did not name those. That way if well, the reason I'm noting that they're escort Zeus, right, is because if I were to make a full railgun setup for my flagship, I would have an extra 6 weapon capacity to play with, and so it would probably look a little bit different. Although, since I am not going to be maximizing, the sacrifice is going to be on the point defense, so I could make up for it on those 2 nose and tail hard points and use the same guns. But maybe I don't want to. Maybe I want to do a different railgun setup for my flagship at some point, and I just like to be able to distinguish between the two. So of course these settle in nicely here because they won't fit in any others, so you don't have to worry about that. Okay, and that leaves us 7 space, so 2, 4, and then 1.5, 1.5. You can't, remember I'm talking about beams, right? So we need a couple of 2-point defense. These we do have to make thermally sound, but that won't be hard. Okay, so hey look, a 2-point defense weapon. Or make it continuous, and there's your 2 points. Definitely going to be overload because even the base heat on this thing is, what, 55? Well, that's fine. Those would be worth putting crew on to reduce that, to mitigate it. Especially since that's going to raise it to 60. Maybe I'll leave one on there just so the point defense doesn't fail. Alright, so I need 2 of these. 2 points, no free boosters remaining. Boosted, overload, continuous, point defense. Boom. And those two, of course, default here because they wouldn't default here. The difference here we're going to do is just taking a core out and then making 2 more. And I forgot to rename those. There we go. It's becoming a description more than a name, but a good name is a good description in my opinion, so there. So equip the front ones first, so they go default to the right slot and the rear, and look at that, 45 out of 45. And then don't forget to fill their cargo with rails. I've got lots of cash. They are completely out of rails. Can we make some? Do I have the blueprint for rails? Wouldn't really be surprised if I didn't. Doesn't look like I do. Where do you get that? How do you craft railgun slugs, right? How do you craft any ammo? I don't seem to have any ammo for crafting. That's odd. Huh. Well, we'll pick up some more, but for the time being, she's got a lot. Okay, so she's done. The only thing I could do differently there... Oh, yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. I don't even have that many relics, by the way, so we're not going to be able to get her weaponry. Up to purple yet, but we'll get there. I have burned a lot of relics lately. But, you know, when you've got 2 dreadnoughts in your fleet, you use relics. You upgrade stuff. It happens. Alright. I could go ahead and put at least your spinals with relics, but actually those are the least important, in my opinion. All right. Yep, and then we save. And then we go back to crafting. Custom weapon, reset. Plasma, I need a 10-point plasma. Rapid fire. I don't have enough red crystal. Did I sell it all? I don't know. I guess I sold all my red crystal. Well, that was stupid. I wonder where I sold it. Looks like I might be sticking with the beams for just a wee bit longer. That's okay. Let's get more. I have a feeling I sold a lot of them at this particular station up here. But I've got 200 grand. I can go buy them back real quick. Welcome, welcome everybody. How we doing today? No, did not sell them here. Well, how many did I need? 12 just for that. So I would need probably 60 to 80 red crystals. That's no big deal. That's pretty easy to get, actually. Well, so much for not mining, but that's okay. At least it's not going to be a lot of mining. That's the important part. Or is it? Although I did just pick up an iridium, that's not so bad. This is what it takes when you want to do some crafting. This is all the work that it takes to make some stuff. But it's always worth it, and I can't say I regret it. Oh yeah. Okay, I was like, are the refineries running or not? I couldn't tell. Yeah, intercept those rocks. Good job, Lily. Kinda. Sorta. Yes. Watch this. No, you can stop. You can stop. It's mostly a joke, kinda. Mostly. I don't think I need titanium for plasma weapons, but we'll see. Alright. We've got quite a few red crystal already, so this will not take long. It will not take very long, I suppose, I hope. Managed to not miss a lot. Not enough energy. Get those damn refineries back on, would you? Gallium. 27. I'll just buy the copper, that way I don't have to make 2 trips. And you know, if I get the iridium while I'm out here, that'll just go towards our 3rd Zeus. I'm really not going to spend a lot of time mining today. There was a reason that I did it ahead of time, and it's because I don't like to spend a lot of time mining on stream. I'm not saying that streamers shouldn't mine live. Obviously, I just gave props to the other guy that Marathon streamed yesterday, and he was mostly mining, and there's nothing wrong with that. I'm just saying, for my personal preference, I prefer to get to the action. And plus, he was moving around mining from one system to the next, doing it as a progression for the game. I'm just sitting here collecting resources, so it's like, I don't really feel like that's as fun for anyone to watch, let alone for me to do. So I'm going to try to get through this as quickly as possible. Only got about 30 crystals so far. I wish I could remember where I sold some of it. Probably should have noted it on the map. Although I don't know if they even keep it. Oh, you're set to 20? How about not set to 20? How about you let the rocks push you back a little bit and don't fight it? This is why we're here, Meg. This is why we're here. This is why we're here. Destroy that junk. But while she is here and way too close, I can go ahead and take advantage of the situation. Use her as kind of the other side of a funnel with my ship. Although that's not really working now. I definitely don't need blue crystal. Green I need for plasma, but not blue. Never not more of these. Yes, indeed. Should we just go see if that's enough? Kind of okay with that. But there's iridium on the ground. Even though there's no ground anywhere. We're in space. The bigger your ship, the harder it is to just pick up the one thing you want. Wow, 12 iridium on this trip. Not bad. Not really seeing any other crystals. Not sure where that gyroscope came from. Did you kill something, Lily? What did you do? What have you done? Yeah, I think that's gonna do it. And I like to go here because it's a very small, which just gives you better odds of getting to a station faster. No such luck. Don't worry about it, Lily. Let him go. Oh, they died anyway. So you hit them. Lily hit them enough that when somebody else killed them, got credit for it. Good job, Lily. So you did tag him on the way out. That's brilliant. Wonder how many rails she has left. Let's look. Just from that small amount of firing, I feel like she's probably burned through quite a few. She had about 2,400. I said dock. You got specific orders to dock. That means not doing other things. Oh, that's not bad. I mean, it's a lot, but considering the 2 forward guns here use 2 per shot, and these are using 4, that's not that bad. Sweepy, sweepy. Alright. Are we ready for my infamous plasma flat cannons that I'll be making on the Zeus for my first time? My first time. Eight. What are my keybinds again? Quick, somebody tell me. Alright, not charging, not well, we do want to explode though. But these won't be timed fuse. In fact, these aren't going to explode. Our spinal mounts will not be explosive. They are going to be rapid fire. They are going to be overload. Not charging. Heavy mounts inherent. 500 per second. Yeah. So it is going to go on a spinal mount, right? That's going to cut it in half. And then further than that, we've got about a 23% reduction. So almost a third. I mean, almost a quarter. So 275 times 0.75. 206. Yeah, that's a bit much. Ah, now it's closer to 100. Whoops. We went over 10. And I am going to start grabbing relics. Well, this one looks like it's going to grab me, but just to be sure. Wow, it is really right on that line. All right. There we go. Yeah, 12 green, 12 red crystal. That's going to eat through most of it, but the other weapons obviously won't use that much, so I'm not too concerned. I think we should have, yeah, we should have enough. No, we do. We have enough. How about our scrap metal? 400. Yep, that's going to be good. Microchips. I'll buy some more microchips, but the rest of it I'm just going to wait and see as we go. So it's already heavy mount, rapid fire, overload, no explosive for the spinal mount, because that's way too much collateral damage. I'm not trying to take out entire systems, but we will be able to punch through stations pretty easily. I don't want it to be charging. I want the spinal mount charge to be all there is to it. And then I guess we'll do boosted. Okay. Let's keep our calculator open. So we're at 380 divided by 2 times 0.75 for our gunner. 142. Okay, that I can handle. And I don't need it. I don't need to have 142 on there. It's gonna fire for some time. Uh, 3 seconds at 142. Which it's only going to be half that, so about 70 for 3 seconds. That might still overheat a little bit. If it does, we'll look into adding pirate cooling, because I have pirate cooling in the bank. And I'm not going into combat with 13 mobile refineries, I'll put it that way. But yeah, we'll leave it. Do we really need the Nadalo mod? What's better, Nadalo mod? That's a perfect fit. It does raise it though. Okay. So I'm gonna save it, and I'm gonna make one, and I'm gonna fire it. And we've overheated. Pretty fast, actually. We'll go ahead and make the second one. Just to test them in an alternating sequence. Beautiful. So we only need one. Just enough. Just enough with one. Alright, so I don't have to reload the game to rebuild that. It's perfect. I wonder how far off screen that's going. Pretty good ways, I'd imagine. Alright, so let's go ahead and save, because I like those. Now, we have our placeholder weapons to keep the grid accessible. Okay. Now, I'm probably going to keep those front point defense weapons, because I don't want to make plasma flak point defense. But we do need our 3-point and our 6-point. So let's go ahead and make our 6-point. Damn it. Whatever. They are going to be pretty different. I don't really think I need that. Let's see. Yeah, let's go ahead and do an Adalo booster and get rid of these, because we can pick it back up again. And may still want more cooling than that. So this will push us to put more cooling on, if we're not careful. 7.5? What happened? Oh, we went way over our budget on boosters. No problem. Perfect. Ready to fire. We need 2 of those, bismuth and nickel. Six points, no free boosters. Yeah. Not overheating. Phoenix Rising. Well, if they're going to be 3-point, we have to be really careful here. It doesn't need a heat sink, does it? It doesn't even need a Adalo mod, really. Maybe a heat sink then. Alright, so we're going to double check that these don't overheat. Do not. Gonna save. Now these are 3, right? We've got almost 20 space left. We've got 19. 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so they really need to be 2-point. Damn it. I wonder if that's going to overheat. But again, I'll put a second heatsink in if I have to. I really, really have to. Because I want these weapons to work. If I had all specialized weapon heat generated crew, that would be different. But they're going to get a lot of other boosts. Oh man, that whiskey last night was great. I was watching that guy stream and I was drinking whiskey and stout. I should say bourbon and stout. Not Irish whiskey. Okay. No free boosters, 2 space. And we're out of nickel again. It gets expensive, man. Crafting gets expensive. I'm on top of materials. I'm paying 2,700 for these. I don't even look for the other weapons because, golly. And that leaves us 7 to split up between these, which again we can do 2, 2, 1.5, 1.5 for a point defense. Or just put them on the front again like before and leave the rest of the weapons, leave these basically open, or regular point defense. Beams. Oh. They would have to be point defense lasers. Man, we're getting a lot of relics out here. It's not even a nebula. I should have gone around the other side of the station. No, it looks like we'll get there. I must be wearing lighter armor than I remember. Yeah, it's not that orange Zentronium. How's everybody doing today? What's new? Nice. There we go. What? Hang on, hang on. All right. Let's do ourselves a favor. Okay. Can anyone say, hell yeah? Because that's a big hell yeah from me. Let's just... Okay. All right, there we go. Are you ready? Because I'm not ready. You know why I'm not ready? Because I still need more of these. Oh, base components. We ran out. How we doing on scrap? Plenty. We're out of iron. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There we go. So 10 of those. 10 of those. go. Somebody asked for the recipe on those side guns, so dropped recipe and crafting channel on the official Star Valor Discord in case anybody wants to go check it out. Now for the spinal mounts, and I didn't name anything on this because it's not for a escort, so it'll just be implied that it's for a flagship, right? If I enjoy them enough, I'll give them a name, like something to do with their Phoenix attributes. That leaves me 4 relics. Yeah, I'll go ahead and upgrade the primary 4. The 2 in the back can just be on standby for relics. Time piece needs to continue to. Welcome everybody. Alright, so this kind of thing is a lot more fun when you have a viable target. So let's do that. Let's go get outfitted real quick to make sure that we can really do this. Yeah, because we need more power. But at least the thermals seem sound. It's just really not something you want to use a lot around. Oh, welcome! First time chatter, Danny227. It is beautiful. I usually refer to these as something to do with Phoenix, because they always make me think of that. Alright, so let's get rid of all these. I'm gonna put all those back on to make sure they can still fire. No, I don't think I need that. I think 1,000 power might be enough. We'll see. I mean, who knows? I could be wrong. You just have to try it and find out. Now, I could do that, but I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to take it down to 4. Go. We're gonna get in a fight in just a second. I want to make sure she's got enough slugs. I'm just about out of scrap. Okay. End editing. So we're back to mine. Completely out of relics, but we can get stuff up to blue. But it's already at blue. I guess I should have just crafted them outright. That would have been better. Find components. Well, I'm out of scrap, so I can't do that. Well, I've only got 2 space left. What about a Vangi charger? Still find components. How many? 4? And then we needed thermal regulators. Damn it. Okay, one more Vangi charger. Oh, the robotics. Ah, they don't have it. But I only need... Okay, everything else is here. We're getting there. I am the bullet hell boss. That is my goal in this game. Once I realized that that's the direction of this game, where you basically start out like the small ship in any scrolling shooter, you against the universe. No, they don't have them either. Damn it. Let me craft robotics, damn it. Yeah, do I have enough power here? Move, civilians. This is a weapon testing site. Oh, it overheated. Look at that. Alright, well we can install more cooling if we have to. And it looks like we have to. So, rather than making that last thing, which I have the robotics for now. There we go. Alright, I believe that I've removed all the unnecessary equipment. Yes. I have a barrier. Mouse button 2, which is the scroll wheel click. Alright, so I'll take it into combat like this for now. But eventually I'm gonna see what the what the AI can do with those side guns. Now bear in mind that adding explosion radius and flak trait to weapons does take away from their raw damage. The explosion radius helps push the small ships off of you. So when you're dealing with regular enemies, yeah, it's great. It'll decimate them still. But when you're talking about Gold Star Elite Hunters, you might wish that you had the raw damage, but at least the small ones you can still push off, and we've still got this going. Important thing to remember. Ooh, Pirate Capital Impulse. I think I'm using that already. No, I switched to those because they're orange. Okay, that's fine. Alright, let's take it for a test drive. So there's a cruiser. And that's actually not doing a terrible job. I just have to get that reputation up. Yes. Buzz off. Yeah, you got warning shots and everything. Now, the hunter fleets aren't that big. The Vangi Dreadnought? What's wrong with the Vangi Dreadnought? Oh. Well, I've also got nano components, which gives me an extra 6. The base on this is 45. What's the base on the Vangi? I haven't even unlocked it yet, let alone I don't have the recipe. 30. But aren't most of its weapon mounts like bonused out the wazoo? I need to get one and try it out. I haven't done that yet. But I haven't heard anyone complain about it being underwhelming yet, so there may be other traits. Okay, well, when I get a chance, I'll take a look at its stat sheet. Like, I know people have posted its specs online, but I haven't even really looked. I kind of wanted to be surprised, but that was back when I intended to unlock both of them, like, immediately. I just haven't gone back to do it because I've been focusing on the one. I may end up liking it better, I don't know. But from what I understand, it's still pretty potent. Though the fact that I don't know what its stats are probably means nobody's been talking about them, so maybe it's not amazing after all. Alright, I'm going to do one more wave, and then I'm going to turn the... Yeah, this is what I want. See, it pushes a lot of them back so they can't shoot at you. But then the ones that do manage to push past it, it pulls them in really close. So now they can't get away. So it gives you a couple at a time that'll take a lot of damage, while pushing off the ones that would otherwise... pushing off the ones that would be hitting you while you're not really doing much to them. Because you really want direct contact with the enemy. You don't want to rely on the explosion radius. The explosion radius is to push off the ones that you're not directly targeting yet, to kind of space out how many of the enemy can shoot at you at one time. So it's actually flak overload, or sorry, flak plasma cannons of any kind, whether they're Gatling, rapid fire, overload or not. It's really got kind of a defensive trait to it. It's not the highest highest damage that you're going to get, which is why these, if you'll notice, are not flak. I did not make my spinals flak. I want those to do direct raw damage. There's no explosion radius on these. If it hits, it hits. If it doesn't hit, it doesn't hit. It'll go through to the next target. Okay, so now everything is automatic except for the spinal mounts that I can cycle alternate. And then I've got those charged up. Okay. And I can't permacloak at 200, but I can drop it pretty readily. Now my repair system's not on. So I could use more power. Just saying. But I also don't have any Vangi heavy reactors. That will make the difference. The Vangi are a lot more common than the Children of Terra. The downside is that makes it hard to use stations to force Children of Terra rep. Because you want to save those controls, you want to save those systems. It's hard to get a hunter fleet from Children of Terra because they control so few systems. So you can only destroy the ones not in controlled territory. I personally try to start fighting the Vangi as soon as I feel like I can keep up with their reputation hike. Now again, I'm also using my NPC here for the reputation adjustment. So you can see this is not the most effective weapon for killing things, but it is making it difficult for them to kill me, and then I can in turn blast through my own created chaos. Wow, they just all... That's not even hitting them. I can't tell if they're spinning or if it's just missing. Like, you think they're not spinning. That's not hitting at all. Yeah. That's part of a bug that he's already aware of. Yes, you can use tractor beams on them, but I'm not gonna... I personally don't want to put the equipment space into it. That's just me, though. But that's not bad. Now the real test is to bring in my Zeus that has 9,000 rails in cargo, and we'll probably eat through them pretty quick, but like those small fleets probably won't use much more than 100 or 200. But she could definitely eat through some rails. The fun thing is switching out. Dock this ship and switch to that one and use the railguns. Why are you shooting a yacht with spinals? Get in here. Oh! Fair enough. So this is for all the people that say escorts are useless and against hunter fleets. Granted, these are small ships, but... And it's a small fleet by comparison. These hunter fleets will scale infinitely with your reputation. And the beams on her ship are point defense. No, all of you go after her. All of you. It's kind of the point. She's not having an easy time. That's obvious. But they're not either. To put it bluntly, they are suffering as well. Not quite a stalemate, but definitely a drawn-out struggle. Maybe she will run out of rails. I overestimated her accuracy. Now, another thing you can do is stack up your fleet ship with a crap ton of shielding and just enough power for that shielding and only like a little bit of point defense weaponry, and then use them as a decoy. So like her shielding's holding, right? You're not hitting anything. That is an orange bangy charger. And a heavy laser beam. Actually, let's leave that up. You missed all of them. Alright, now they're going to stack up a little more. All those other ships are going to come in and repair the ones that are about to attack her now. Let's see if that's a V5, a battle cruiser. It is. I don't know if she can handle a battle cruiser. This ought to be kind of interesting. No, she cannot. The good news is, I can. Let's see if my spinal mounts hit that. Something hit it. Yeah, if it's gonna go through a Corvette, it's definitely not hitting. Corvettes can't dodge rolls, so there you have it. If there was any doubt that they might have been spinning, and it was just too hard to tell. There's your answer. Thing I was doing with the other weapon sets was these two. Alright, let's go save real quick, because I got an orange Vangy charger, and I don't want to be a cavalier and lose that. Yeah, that's probably an easy bug to fix. He's been tweaking with the targeting AI, so I'm sure it's not a big deal. No big deal. There we go. Ah, refreshing. Let's get you docked as well. I want to see your stuff here. How you doing on rails? Wow, almost 2,000 rails during that encounter. Wow. That's quite a few. That's going to get very expensive very quickly. None of them are really using anything that I would need a shield absorber for. There's not really a lot of explosives flying around me. We'll slap that on. I am using Vangy heavy armor. I don't have orange. But it is significantly lighter. So now I at least control the front ones. So I can do a little bit more damage to the repair ships during combat, which is important, as you might imagine, to be able to shoot those down in the heat of combat. Alright. We're gonna get right back to it. Because the only way to get really, really, really low reputation with these guys is to kill them. Oh my god. This system is really good for relics. For some reason. I don't know why, but they really spawn fast here. I don't know if there's some, like, value in the background that's not tied to anything specifically that just randomly generates when a system is created. But this one's like, I've been finding lots of them here. She got a kill. It was a pirate, but a kill. Way to go, Lily. Your autonomy makes me proud. I like how I get a targeting icon for her. Just in case. In case she ever turns on me one day. Look at you farming good resources for me. He's like, maybe I'll just go this way. DPS be damned, this is fun. That's why I do it, because it's pretty and it's fun. Oh, ion reactor. All I saw was the word reactor through all the explosion. I got kind of excited. No matter. I'm gonna set her threshold a little higher just to be safe. In case I pick up some really good loot and then I warp her in to repair. I don't want her to be like completely empty. Stop using spinal on yachts. Just don't do it. It's not worth it. There's only one or two little enemies. Let me take them. That's all we really need. Save the ammo for when we're like overwhelmed. I don't need any of that. Kaboom. Oh yeah, bomb mining. Flak mining. Not the best way to mine stuff, but that doesn't make it not fun. Let's see. Can I hit these guys with my spinal? It goes through everything. Even if I hit F, it goes through them. That's unfortunate. I went and built these really cool spinal weapons and they don't work. That's alright, he's gonna fix that bug. He always fixes the bugs, it's amazing. The one question I do have. One little question. God, wouldn't you hate to be at that convergence point where those two meet? Congratulations, my defensive weapons just killed you. That worked. I think it has to do with whatchamacallit, aggro and stuff. There's something in the triggers and switches for what enemies are friendly and not friendly. Although that might not be it, because if it was just that, then pressing F should change the behavior. Theoretically. I mean, that could be wrong too. You know what we could do though? We could go test it on Ravagers. If we find any. You're dumb. Bye. At least your death was beautiful. Like all the anime characters that are obsessed with beauty. I'll make sure your death is beautiful. And it's like, yeah, but that's not the most effective way to kill something. They're like, I don't care. That's not why we're here. Aesthetics are everything. Can't make it look good, then what's the point? best way to mine stuff. And that, it even goes through rocks. Wow. Yikes. But at least it hits the stations. You just have to find the station and swat it. About that stuff. I want the stations. See, I don't want to destroy the stations over here because it's near all my stuff. Wait, what? Yeah, I don't care about that. Don't interrupt me. Alright, Lily, you ready for a real field test? This one's all you, bud. No, I'm just watching. This one's all you. Top, uh-oh. Damn. She said, fuck that Guardian. Do it again. Wow. Yeah. Escorts are so useless. I mean, sure, I could have done that myself, but I didn't have to. See, that one's a large system, so it's... I like to take out... Oh. We got some marauders, huh? I like to take out the Vengi stations in small systems because they're easier to find, and leave the ones in large systems for attracting hunter fleets, because then you have more room to move around without accidentally destroying the stations. So you can use the same systems to farm their hunter fleets without accidentally messing it up. heavy blaster. Look at that. Whew. No control. Medium will leave. No, we'll just leave the large one. The medium might have two, which would be great. They will soon. Eventually, they will rebuild. If a faction has like 2 or 3 stations in one sector, in one system, and you destroy one, there's a good chance they'll rebuild it eventually. And if you completely wipe them out, somebody else might move in and try to take over, but they may rebuild this. They may still rebuild the original from the original faction. That's planned. That's going to be part of the faction war system, where fleets attack other stations in different systems, and they get the big fleet warping in, where you see the explosions on the map. That's planned. Absolutely planned. Got to get a lot of the bugs worked out first, but he definitely wants to do that, so. That is part of the original plan of the game. You're too close to my ship. But yes, eventually the galaxy will be fully alive. Populations will change. Systems will change hands. You can actually help the children of Terra become a power so that their stations won't be insanely rare. Yeah. Is it too loud? Is the sound balance too bad? It's hard to tell in the headphones sometimes. Let's go find their other stations. Is she fighting? Oh, she's turning. She's fighting. Good for her. Well, we'll see if we get any pop-ups. She may have run out of ammo. Her railguns are ammo hogs like crazy. Yeah, it'd be nice if the individual weapons had volume control on them. Otherwise, I have to do this. I just have to get him on the screen enough that I can get a few of the bursts behind him to push him into me. But he won't let that. Nah, he's not gonna let that happen. Technomancers, where? You've got a guinea pig, where? Oh, there they are. I was gonna say they're probably in one of the corners, but this could be better. Hey, no reputation boost? What? Why is that? Did he change that? Or is there just a limit? Nice. That added 8. I did save it, right? Alright, not bad, not bad. Welcome everybody, how we doing today? Completely missed with one of them, still took it out. It's a beautiful thing. I told you not to shoot spinals at small ships, you jerk. Why do you do that? Yeah, it just seems like it's never gonna hit him. Whoa! Forgot to turn my flux capacitor back on again. Seems like we did enough damage to that guy, though. Even the frigate couldn't withstand that force. That was some potency. Potent. Custom repair beams. Good night. Yeah, so right now, everything on my ships is custom, weapon-wise. So that's the point we're at now. The next point is to just start getting orange gear, which is why I'm looking for stations. And hoping to get attacked while hunting their stations. Immortal 1980, welcome, welcome. How many times did you add explosive to your weapon? No, they are explosive radius 16. You can definitely go further than that. I don't remember exactly how much, but I wanted to be able to not hit myself with them on occasion. I will say if you add max explosion radius, add range. Add the range boosters. How many? I don't know the formula there, but more than one, I would say. Now, the spinal mounts are not explosive at all, so they're not flak either. I wanted those to be able to do direct damage. Unfortunately, there is a bug that is preventing them from... Ooh, light armor. There's a bug that's preventing them from hitting most things right now, including the fleets that I designed them for, but I feel like that's going to get solved, and I hope I don't have to rebuild them. But if I do, I mean, it's 10 minutes in an asteroid rush. I'll be fine. I'll get over it. But the side weapons and these weapons are all 16 explosion radius. Now, if you're wondering, you saw how fast the spinal mount destroyed a station. These aren't exactly slow. They're not fast, but they're not slow. But the spinal mounts also avoid damaging civilians nearby, so I use them a lot. Alright, Bengi Heavy Blaster. Make those in blue now. And we have no control. Okay. So I'm leaving this one because it's large, which means that it would take a long time to find the stations. And it's also safe to not accidentally destroy the stations, to use it as a system to lure out the hunter fleets. And I stick to the small systems for destroying stations because it's easier to find, and I don't like not having space. And it's also good to fight the hunter fleets in large systems because if you go off the edge of the map into the dead zone, then they will start spawning. Whoa. Wow, that station died fast, like too fast. I don't get that. It seemed way too quick to me. I don't know why that happened, but... You know you're invested in a games community when, a bug that's in your favor still kind of concerns you. Alright, there we go. Yeah, well, I may end up putting Ziggy on one of the spinal mounts, but most likely it'll be on one of these. If I could clone Ziggy to have him on both or even all Ziggy all the time. Where is my Ziggy? What did I do with that guy? Wow. Oh, you don't want to bark up that tree, bro. Walk on home, boy. Oh my god, look at the damage numbers. Wow. Oh my god. See, eventually I won't have to give the order to fire on that guy. They will kill him. Okay, there we go. So I took out 1, 2, 3, 4 systems that had Vangy in them. Now they're coming for revenge. Oh no, the pirates. Okay, well, that is what that is. Do I want to take this one out? Yeah, I probably won't use it. This system's in range of that one, which is one of my favorite little places to go. There we go. And that one, which is the relic farm. Excuse me. So yeah, we can go ahead and find and kill Vangy here. But yeah, zigifying these plasma flak cannons absolutely increases the threat to yourself. Because flak cannon means it does this. Really fast. One must be cautious. I always laugh when people get mad that they don't find out about how to get the Hephaestus until after they're over level 25. I'm like, look, I get it. You wanted it, you can't have it. That's annoying. I get it. But like, there's lots of games that have secrets that if you pass it, you can't go back. Lots of games do that. Especially RPGs. It's just that's normal, and really on top of that, I love the Hephaestus, but it's not the best cruiser in the game. In fact, if you have access to a Vangy or a Children of Terra, or even a pirate one, those are technically a lot better. Even in the hands of AI, they are better cruisers. The Hephaestus does have some significantly unique attributes, and the broadsides are a lot of fun, but it's not the only thing that has broadside weaponry. It's a good introduction to broadside weaponry. That's for damn sure. It's a fun way to get into it, and it's a very versatile ship, but it's not a specialist. So I do feel a lot of sympathy for people when they're like, oh, I found out about the Hephaestus, I was level 26. I'm like, that hurts. I get it, it does hurt. You know, but like, it's okay. Get it next time. If you're not going to play through the game at least one more time, getting the Hephaestus is not going to make or break your experience. I assure you, if you don't like the game enough to want to play it multiple times, you're not missing much. Now, if the Hephaestus is the only reason you're playing the game, okay, yeah, I get it. That's rough. But I doubt that's very many people. And if that ship is the only reason you're playing, learn how to get it before you start playing, maybe, would be a good idea. And if you don't want spoilers, then it's probably because, I don't know, people who don't want spoilers are typically the more hardcore gamers that understand secrets that can get blocked from you. I don't know. I try to be sympathetic always, but that one's tough for me. That one is difficult for me to be sympathetic about. Full stop. Just, I don't know what to say. I'm not the type to tell people, hey, just get over it, but you will survive. You will be okay. You will build an awesome fleet and have a good time. It is very, very possible. Let's see. And that's a relic. Alright, 730 recharge. Zeus Spinal Bug, fixed for next patch. Ta-da! Just popped up in the bug report thread on Discord. So there you go. It's a fun ship, and it has a lot of defining traits that make it worth getting. But you can do better. I would take, if someone said, hey, you're gonna solo a whole game, or even with a fleet, somebody said, you know, okay, let me put it this way. I've started a game with a Hephaestus once, and then got a second Hephaestus, and then docked them all for Achilles. In fact, I think that playthrough, I actually docked them all for Hades, which don't even have spinal weapons. It's a carrier. I don't think the Achilles was out yet. I think I chose Hades. I preferred the Hades because it has a hangar bay and a few other nice features. And the Hades is a good ship. I'm not saying, oh, I picked a piece of crap over the Phaestus. Hades is a great ship. I had so much fun with those when they first came out. I used the crap out of that ship. A lot. A lot. It was very nice. Where did that... Oh, that came from that. Okay. Well, she's not out, but... Oh well. Alright, and as usual, I know my warp drive will recharge in time to warp to this system, but if there's nothing there and I decide I want to leave immediately, then it'll only take me an extra 10 seconds to, rather than waiting for a full warp drive recharge. Well, plus the save. Okay, maybe more than 10 seconds. Hey, but I do want to stay. Derelict crew. Oh, Lily. You want this one? I got the last one. This one's all yours. She's almost level 50. I can decide if I'm... Oh. I keep forgetting I can't permacloak yet without... And then all of a sudden... Oh, all her weapons are blue, by the way. I don't have enough relics to purple them all yet. And she still hesitates on the spinals. Her spinals are 8 point. Oh, damn. 43 damage reduction. I won't get a lot out of my repair system, but I have my repair ships. That puts my damage resistance at 78 instead of 63. That's gnarly as fudge. And yeah, Vangie missile launchers are a great way to go. Zoe Brown, what do you got? Nope, 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 nope. Neat, but no. Okay, what is it? Since we're here. Alright. Well. Ogre. I don't need your layers. Aha. I found you. 80,000. We're about to cross the 100,000 mark. That's when things really start to get spicy, where even a well-built dreadnought can get smooshed in a heartbeat. You let your guard down, and you end up with two Vangi battle cruisers. They're gonna kill you. And I don't mean it a close call. I mean they'll just swat your ass. Ah, screw it. He went too far. Well, then I'll just stay right here. Maybe slide over a little bit. Marauders. Go on a hunting trip, Lily. Nope, it's following the line. That's odd. A lot of them seem to be going in a very perpendicular grid line. They're following the grid lines really well. It's odd. I don't know how I feel about that, but I guess it's okay. See, it's not on it, but it's like it's following it still. Alright, moving forward. Heyo. What's that like to be a rebel and to see the legendary Zeus parked, and then another one parking right behind it? They don't have any of these. They don't build them. Yeah, I also don't know why I thought they would have anything that I want. I don't know why I thought they would. Although their crew tends to do close, but no. Nope. Damn. There we go. Okay. Beautiful. Wonderful. You want to try again? One more, come on. Okay. Robotics, jeez. $92, $127. More mining. She will spinal. Maybe. You missed? Oh, Lily. That was a lot of expensive ass missing. Man, that escape pod is that close to the station and nobody else will go rescue him? What crime did you commit? I feel like they knew you were there and just didn't care. I mean, that's not bad for like earlier in the game. Okay, that one's got some angle on it. Oh crap, way too far away. Hey, get back here. How dare you? I kept overestimating my beams. Poor little loot beams. Alright. Let's just warp this one because I don't want to fly that far. Ah, c'est la vie. Salabies. Okay. Balance specialized. Damn. It's just no good. Okay. Wow, that's a lot of Vulcan that's not hurting me. Not the nicest way to phrase that, but I don't really care. That was weak. Alright, we seem to have a lot of Proxima out here. Maybe we need to head a different direction. Okay, that definitely looks more blue than the Syndicate does. A while back, I was having a hard time telling them apart. I think that might have been because other colors were crowding it too much. Or maybe it's just because there's pirates right here and it's adding enough red to it. Okay, so there's an easy solution here. All I gotta do is kick off my warp mod and put on a huge battery and I can warp a lot farther. Save us a good bit of time. I think he plans to do that. It's just not high priority, and he wanted to see, like, he threw that in because it was easy to do, and wanted to see how they looked first before he put any more time into it. But yeah, it would, hell yeah, it would be really nice. There we go. Now what would have taken about 6 or 7 jumps will take about 2. Although I probably should have kept everything I took off in my backpack. Cargo bay? Anyone? A nebula? Oh, that guy's still sitting there. He must have been asleep, because that's the only way you wouldn't notice the station disintegrating right next to you, I think. You know, these low-level systems do serve a purpose, though. Should probably avoid destroying them for now. Pirates, huh? Empty. A saw. No. Not going to happen. Don't want. Do not want. Goodbye. Thank you. Goodbye. Okay then. Nope, not chasing it. Alright, I have an idea. Damn, orange gyroscope Mark II. Mark II? What? That's ridiculous. Wow. Thank you. Critical damage bonus plus 50%. Woohoo! What a nightmare. As soon as I get to a friendly system, like an actual station, I'm gonna put together a little shuttle to go warp around and find the Vangi. No, you know what? I'm not. I'm gonna do it in system, like I normally do. Wow, that was unexpected. Where is that one? Which means the other one I want is here. And this one will be close enough for science. We're just gonna start fighting the fleets again. What? What, did they already take it out? I guess so. Weird. Awkwardness. Awkward. I still can't craft railgun slugs. What's the scoop on that? I don't remember what I need to do to be able to craft those. I feel like if you can build a railgun, you should be able to craft slugs, right? But I don't see any of the ammo. Is ammo crafting gone? Can you get rid of that? That'd be unfortunate. But like, nobody will tell me how to do it though. Like, I can't just learn it from getting ingredients or whatever. Like, that's crazy. That seems weird. Maybe because it's normally made at a factory and I don't have a factory, so it's just like, it's not that you're learning how to make them, it's that you're learning how to make them on a boat at a regular crafting station rather than an industrial piece of equipment. But I feel like I should be able to make those myself. Or maybe I just really, really want to. Let's see. Small patch 2.0.1 was live. Is there a beta patch note work in progress? No. Okay, so he's not using beta patch notes anymore. Okay. So I'll just ask, because I ask questions that some people might be uncomfortable asking. Something, something, quiet part out loud. You know how I am. Nah, that's not enough. Oh wow, it's actually useful. The Mark II orange is useful because it's better than 4 purple Mark IVs. Yeah. Yeah, it is. Okay. I'll take it. Alright. Oh, wow. How is there a faction war there? Let's go see what faction those guys are. Then we'll chase down that relic. Those should be Children of Terra because this used to be a Vangi sector. Yep. Rebels. 5 short Grables. He's back offline already, damn. He's really busy. Yes. Ooh. Wow. I had to hit escape before the key would activate my flux generator. When your missile defense system can swat down frigates in a heartbeat. Not bad. Alright. I need to turn up the AC, run to the bathroom, and grab a snack real quick. It should take literally 2 minutes, although most of the time I say that it takes 3, but here's hoping. Be right back. Yep, 3 minutes exactly. How about that? Alright, so while I'm snacking, I'm going to leave the camera off so people don't have to look at me eat food. Alright, let's just do a quick systems check here. I could put half point defense on the back there, and I'm not going to. I am still missing a lot of unique crew on this run. That's unfortunate. I have been picking up a lot of escape pods, but I just have not been finding the unique ones. So what we're going to do is camp out in this Vangi system and hopefully attract some fleets. Until I get more of the Vangi large reactors, I'm not going to worry about keeping my repair system on all the time. That won't be necessary until I have more enemies coming after me. And hopefully by then I will have those reactors. In the meantime, I think I'll be able to get by with short cloaks, short-term cloaking, and the barrier. Oh, that also means that I should go ahead and turn control of those over. Oh wow, is that because of my guns? Sorry, Lily, kinda. I went ahead and did that thing I was talking about in the chat with the streamer chat with this name, who was playing Star Valor for 17 hours. I made a frozen pizza, but I added a bunch of onion and bacon and provolone to it. A combination of bacon, onion, and provolone. Oh man. Makes so many things. 10 times better. So many different reasons that was never going to be an issue having him shoot that at me. Three primarily. First off, Capital Pulse Laser, at this stage of the game, is a garbage spinal weapon. It's not good. I have way too much damage resistance and shield recharge. 730 shield recharge. I'm looking at a 5-second shield recharge from 0. Like from when it actually starts charging. Okay, closer to 6, but regardless. And I've got repair ships and support teams. Like, there's nothing. Whoa! Look at those guys, Doc. There we go. Now we can fight. And Lily's coming into cover. Look at that. All right. Okay. Oh, that explains a lot. Oh, Lily, you're blocking me from getting a relic, bud. That's not cool. Not okay. No cruisers. Man, gunner AI is so useless in this game. They can't use flak. Oh, wait. Seems to be they're doing quite well, in fact. Well, they're gone. Alright. Almost done eating. Oh, I guess we'll go ahead and do that too. And just in case... So the reason I have both of those set to repair and not to do any kind of fighting or anything like that is so that Lily doesn't have to carry repair drones. Just makes life easier. A lot easier. But we do have to dock. And here comes the storm. Now that looks like a cruiser. Let's see if it's the right size. Neat. Oh, we destroyed some rocks, huh? Alright then. Don't need the ammo or the energy cells. Get rid of both of these. Ooh, purple pulson is perfect. And get light armor. Okay. Destroy the iron, get rid of the drone. We call Lily. Okay. Okay, there we go. Nice. Come on now. Where's all the enemies at? Bring it on! Come on, man. Alright, who's your favorite regular show character? And you can't say Skips. Well, you tried, Lily. You failed pretty bad, but you tried. See, so far we've only had one battle cruiser per wave. And they're not level 60 yet, so... your butts, Lily. Alright, break off pursuit. Or don't pursue. There we go. That's just a beautiful sight. And if I get enough good loot out of these hunter fleets pretty soon, there's a good chance I'll be building a third Zeus today. Though I still haven't found the crew to get up to 80 fleet commander yet. And I guess technically I need 90. Yeah, I need 90. But if I get a third Zeus, I'll probably park these two and put repair beams on each Zeus. And we'll just repair each other. Hey everybody, Dak says he's got this. I think that's a cruiser. Yep, we'll see if it's a battle cruiser. It's not. I'm not going to say I'm disappointed, because you already know. However, we are building our reputation slowly but surely. The important thing is that every wave gets a little bit bigger and a little bit bigger and increases our reputation a little bit more. We've got the Sleepy 40 bonus. And we've got the Social 45 bonus. Although, hopefully that's not the max. Like, all the way across the board. That would be unfortunate. Okay, that warrants a save. Because those can be really hard to find. Plus, now that I brought up the third Zeus, I kind of want to see... Oh, yes. There we are. Now that I've brought up the third Zeus, I kind of want to see if I'm even close to that. I know I've been picking up a lot of Ardonian components and Iridium lately. Oh, yeah. Oh, I bet I could make it if I went and got more scrap. Well, I have my 200 base components, but I need scrap for the superior and fine. 16 scrap is not enough. And I need a lot. Not much of those, but a lot of those. Hey, Lily, you can go ahead. See, that was worth them. That was worth it. Come on. Admit it. You enjoyed that. let's have a look. See here. I just bet that I can do better with Lily. Like a lot better. Like that. See, she's only got 3 shields because she's got a lot more space occupied by power that's not as good. That's pretty low. Yikes. So 16, I got space for 16 chargers. That would take all my fine components. I would use less making those, but I would get more out of these, just slightly. Plus, they're more efficient. There they are. Okay. So that's 5 more. Whoa. Oh, I got something in my eye. Weird, hold on. Ugh. I will not give in to this. I will continue. Oh. What the hell? Okay. I can see now. Kinda. Oof. There it is. There's a scrap cap, and okay. Nice. So she got boosted over an extra 100 shield recharge. That's what that did. In fact, she doesn't even need 3,000. Let's keep it there, but we'll put 6 of those other chargers back on. or that. Improve her damage. How are we doing on relics? 9? Okay. Still need one more relic, and we're not getting the relic drop rate in this system that I was getting before. That's okay. $78. I guess she doesn't really need more than 78 cooling. Should probably boost her power a little bit. Whoops. Oh god. I didn't see that until just now. Wow, she was carrying a not purple nuclear reactor. Whoops. Perfect. That's a good upgrade. That's some pretty good upgrading. She might need more power for that weaponry, though. Let's see. Can her turning even be improved? That would give her better chances to hit. Nope. But that's an improvement. Perfect. All right. I think you're good to go. You just got massive buffs. Massively buffed. Got the damage increase here, damage increase here. A big boost to shielding. Although it's a smaller shield, it's going to recharge a lot faster. Turning was improved. Speed boost was improved. Yeah. Yep. Alright, back to it. Let's do what we do best. Kill people. But not you. Oh, damn it. You were in a station. Why are you not repaired? Okay, there we go. Bacon! I can't resist. So good. Damn, she is handling it. Took a little bit of hull damage. Starting to mount up a little bit, but they're not getting through her shield. So if we can repair that hull damage. So she takes out all that Vulcan. That's a lot of Vulcan. I mean, a lot. There it goes. No, she's knocking him down. She almost sustained. She could have just got a couple more kills. Heavy plasma cannon, Ardonian component. If she could learn to use an automated repair system, or improved, of course, and flux. Ooh, Yang large reactor. Hot damn. 3 of the small ones in purple are 150. This one is 127 in blue. I don't have any relics left. The second I do. Finally dropped one. Of course, the smart thing would be to immediately scrap it, since I don't actually need the power at the moment until I get more, wow. Maybe using it would be better, I don't know. Damn. Oh, I already know how to make those? Why am I not making those? God, son of a... Wow. Why aren't we funding this? I'm not exactly light on power, since I can't use my spinals. Okay. That's not very good loot, so we'll move back down this way. That's not very good loot either. Go ahead and get Lily's repairs done. We can always dock and repair afterward. She. They're all women again. That was with repair system and boosters going. Yeah, we're doing pretty good. Oh, by the way, the spacebar works on the map. See, I just stopped. So if you're ever watching a relic like this, boom, relic. Done. Boom, first Vang-E large reactor. And I'm arrogantly not running away to save immediately. How you liking that extra recharge, Lily? But it helps, right? These guys are getting a lot tougher. Not to mention I keep hitting her with my weapons. Ha! Hilarious.
You like her. Yes.
Plenty of components left over to do other things. Let's do this. Alright, we got a battle cruiser. Battle cruiser operational. Oh no, it's gonna die before it really gets to do anything. Nope, he got his hits in. Good for him. Maybe we'll find all the components we need out here. I just destroyed something I didn't want to, but I can't. I don't remember now. Oh well. Okay. See, it's not about worrying about her dying. It's about making sure that she'll get repaired before the next fleet comes in. So the sooner she warps out, the less time it takes. Because sometimes they come in quick. Sometimes they come in, when they start getting really big, they start coming in before you even really have a chance to take out the last fleet. The last wave. Weird. Take them out. Sorry, had a little background thing I needed to worry about there. 900 shield recharge is pretty handy. In case anybody was wondering. It's nice. Well, that wasn't too bad. Alright, this time I'm not going to smash Lily's shields off. They're doing it for her. She's holding on though. Her shields aren't as tough as mine. Even with that recharge. through this. Not that it really matters. The repair guys aren't really the problem. I just like to kill them because it's extra loot. You never know, they could be the ones dropping large reactors. No way to tell. Still don't have full tech level, even with all the doom cannons and peacemakers and everything else I've been scrapping. A lot of the stuff I'm scrapping isn't giving me anything because it's too low level. Then there was calm for a moment. Cool. Nice. It's pretty powerful. It's not like, oh my god, amazing. But it's pretty powerful, pretty good stuff. Ah, he got away. Now that's a spotlight. Alright, let's give it a save because we've made some progress. There we go. Cool. Nobody sees it. No one's gonna see this until I point it out to them. I don't know, they might. Look at how much I... Oh. That number 7. It looked like it was the Valor. Okay, I have to go back and look at that in a minute because that was weird. Oh, screw that. It looked like the 7 was a Valor. I can't tell if it was like in the way or what the deal was there. Weird. Oh, that's why I don't make any of those. What was I thinking? I did it wrong. Sorry, I know mining is boring. What are you gonna do? I need my refineries if I'm gonna. Wow. That's obscene. Absurd. Ridiculous. Crazy in the coconut. Inexcusably vulgar. That's what that is. Mr. Dirty Mouth Lawyer Pants. Oh, poor civilian. Wham, wham. Go. Do I wait until it's done, or do I just go back out to the field half full? Tough call. I think I'll just go out to the field with it. Stay back, Lily. I don't know what about that makes you think you need to get closer to it, but you're wrong. I assure you, you're wrong. And of course I zeroed my power system, so the refinery shut off. I'm gonna keep most of the crystals, the green and the red, just not the blue ones. Still, we have way too much ore. right through it. It's so pretty. It's crazy, like me. What is this genocidal madness mining in bulk? Yes. Welcome, Stoic. Normally I would be out here with beams. This is faster, technically in a way, but at least with beams it's all like organized in front of you. But the way this V's in, actually, would be better if I did this, so that the rocks wouldn't get destroyed. See, the way they push, it draws them towards me. So if I lower the damage, it kind of creates this funnel effect. Some of them will get through it, so you have to kind of play with the damage meter a little bit, the energy control. At full power, it destroys them at distance, but at low power, it kind of funnels them in a little bit. And so it's technically faster than a beam. It's just a little messier, but when you've got, you know, a pair of PMC collectors, most of it's falling onto your hitbox, or at least close enough to it that the collectors can gather it quickly. And then you have 14 Ardonian refineries, although one's not going to make iridium, but they as will. Then you just destroy what you don't want. You go through every once in a while, clean it out a little bit. Oh, and you got to make sure that stays on. My refineries keep shutting off, so I need more power. Because my weapons are overdrawing. Although they don't seem to be overdrawing at 150, so I could probably leave it there safely. The nice thing about doing it this way is even if you're not refining, you can just destroy the ore. You can still collect a lot of iridium for crafting, but honestly, scrap's just as important. Okay. Sometimes copper is below scrap metal, sometimes it's above it. Definitely always want to get the iridium, because you never know. You might accidentally save after losing one of these guys, so it doesn't hurt to have enough resources to make a new one. Well, I'm destroying a lot of the stuff I don't want, so that's kind of why I'm going overkill. Mostly it's just refilling after the refineries empty out, so as the refineries process, I'm getting more and more scrap metal. What tier crafting? I mean, I can pretty much do whatever I want. There's not a lot of stuff that you need more than tech level 40 for. But The ship itself, you get the blueprint from Quest, if that's what you mean. You get the blueprint for the ship from a quest. And if you like, I can show you the recipe for it, but it might make you cry a little if you haven't seen it. Like, all this on this trip, I've cycled through enough to get 130 scrap, and I've only picked up 3 iridium. Yeah, those are both platinum. And it takes 3 iridium to make 1 Ardonian component. Oh, I don't even know if I've done that stuff yet. I always forget to do that kind of thing. This is really silly. When you put 1,800 hours into a game, you should probably not be short-sighted about really important stuff, but I will say that ship enhancements are fairly new. I might have done them, though. I can't remember. Yeah, I did. So 10 damage reduction, 20 weapon heat generation reduction. You definitely, on a Dreadnought, you definitely want to lean toward the percentage-based stuff. Last I heard, ship enhancements don't work for your fleet ship. Like, they stay there, but they don't actually affect them. I'm sure that's going to change. I have faith that that will change. But yeah, so far I've got 2 Zeus. I have one as an escort. And then I will be making a 3rd one at some point. I don't know if I'll make it today. I don't exactly have all the best gear. Oh wow, they pushed you out, Lily? No, tell me this guy didn't. Come on. So let's see. Yeah, it takes a little bit of doing. 75 iridium to turn into 25 Ardonian components. It ain't easy. That's nothing. I've probably sold over 100 platinum and 1,000 gold, or silver at least. But I can almost make another Zeus, but I would need a crap ton more scrap. I honestly forgot. Oh, I remember. I was like, I forgot why I was even out there doing that. I know I needed scrap for something, but it was for these. And I'm out of scrap. And for aluminum and lithium I can get here. I have a decent stash, but they also sell it. The other part is thermal regulators, which I need scrap to turn into base components. And I have lots of refined metal, but it doesn't hurt to have extra. I almost forgot to re-empty my... Oops. I wanted those. I don't have enough. Okay, that's fine. We'll get back to her. But yeah, these railguns are gnarly. I love it. I love that my fleet ship is using a Railgun Zeus while I'm using these plasma cannons that are just ridiculous. Yeah, because those side turrets basically create a cone, it kind of helps bring it in a little bit. It pushes stuff toward the middle. Cargo bay is almost full. So then you just decide, do I want to warp back now and drop off everything, since some of this stuff is useful for crafting? Or you can also just destroy what you don't need and stay out there and have a more efficient time getting things like scrap, refined metal, and iridium. The rarer stuff. It's asteroid rush mining is ridiculously useful, but I'm not going to pretend like it's as fun as killing stuff. It's just, for me, it's more fun than flying around mining regular asteroid fields. It's a lot faster. Some people don't like it. To me, it feels like a mini game, so I kind of dig it. I don't know where all the... Oh, I keep getting cash from hunter fleets. Once you start fighting hunter fleets on purpose, like towards the 100,000 negative rep range, you pretty much stop thinking about money. It's kind of irrelevant at that point. By the time you get to 200,000, you should never ever think about money ever again. You should be at that point. Like, unless you just want every ship in the game to be able to outfit ahead of time for reasons. Like, I'm gonna go buy a Dominance to make a mining ship out of to mine for me. Okay, maybe you're the kind of person that money matters to. If you're gonna have a Dominance that's just sitting in a hangar for part-time occasional use, that's different. But if you're pretty much running the same ship and fleet the entire time, money kind of becomes stupid after this point in the game. Not stupid, but just pointless. You don't have to ever worry about it. There's an Ardonian component flat out from the Marauder. And these are custom plasma rapid fire flak cannons. And yes, you can make the explosion radius much bigger, but then you're just shooting yourself constantly. It's already kind of a problem just with 16 explosion radius. I think you can double that. I think it goes up to 32 for this particular layout. Now, you have to be careful when you destroy stuff live. There's a bug right now that's been around for a while because it's hard to track down, where every time you pick something up off the field, whether it's a collector beam or just flying over it, it shifts the position of the cursor. So I might accidentally destroy my scrap pile if I'm not careful, which I've done before. Or worse yet, refined metal Ardonian components. So pick one at a time, click it, destroy, click, destroy. Don't get in the habit of destroying a lot of things at once, or you'll destroy the wrong thing. Ore for one rock. Right here, 9 green ore. If you ever need scrap metal, this is the way to get it. If you ever need refined metal or anything else that's otherwise kind of tedious to get, you can mine asteroid rushes pretty effectively in a cruiser. It's okay in a frigate. I don't know if I've even ever tried it in a Corvette, but it's probably not great. I'd have to admit, it could be bad. Obviously, anything smaller than that would be worse. But by the time you have a dreadnought, it's a good idea to at least have some kind of a weapon you can use with it that you can do this with. This gives you the freedom to, you know, build the dreadnoughts like the Zeus and the V6 that require crafting. It funds you to pretty much try out every ship in the game at whim, assuming you intend to do it on one profile and you're not trying to... I mean, you'll need other profiles if you're locked out by a faction, of course, but money will never be a problem. And all I ever bring back, for the most part, is most trips I will only bring back blue grade stuff. I get rid of all the green except for silver, and then all the white stuff except for scrap. Oh, yeah, all the green is gone. Scrap is the only white thing to keep. I don't keep blue crystals because I don't make anything that uses them. Plasma cannons require green and red. So it frees up a lot of space, but you can see I'm going to bring back 8 gold, 14 silver, 5 platinum. If you ever have too much iridium somehow, which, nah, don't ever sell iridium. Don't. It's valuable, but it's more valuable as a crafting material. There's more than just the Zeus and V6 that take iridium. And two of the collector beams are more than enough to keep my refineries full. My cargo bay just stays full. The hard part is when you pile it up so thick and then you want like a specific thing like this iridium. It's really hard to just pick up that iridium. First, you want to get where there's the fewest things touching your ship as possible. That's probably pretty good. There we go, we picked up the iridium. And there's really not a lot of we're out of order process. That was it. That was the last one. Everything is a finished product. So that's like almost 30,000 in gold. 16 in silver. That's 10 grand worth of platinum minimum. Money's just not a critical factor anymore. But I mean, when I say that, I'm talking about like I've got materials everywhere, you know, 13 platinum, 20 gold. If you zoom out just enough, it gets rid of all the noise, and you can just see all your little loot chests everywhere. There's some platinum. There's some. It's just all over the place. I've got little stashes of high value materials. Oh, there's Ziggy. And 30 platinum. Which one was that? You? Alright. Hey, you guys want to die? You're annoying me, so that must mean you want to die. Otherwise, you wouldn't do something so stupid. All right. So, if I have like 100 platinum scattered around, that's basically $200,000 just hanging around. And every once in a while, when I'm in this sector, relics just do not stop. This particular system is really relic heavy. There's 60,000. Jeez. How the hell did that happen? I don't remember changing that at all. Okay. It's practically coming right at me again. Don't forget, spacebar break, you can push that in space. Or on the map, I mean. Words, man. They're like important or something. Alright, let's get back to the crafting. Now, I don't have enough Vengi large reactors. I think you need 3 of those. I think you have to scrap 3 of those to make more of them, but then I would only be able to make the white one, then make it, scrap it, make it. So I would need a lot more scrap than that. So for now, I'm going to hold off on that, but I am going to go ahead and make those shields that I wanted. There it is. Okay. At which point it's time to take these back off again. Oh no, that's the right one. Okay. 758 recharge under 4700 shielding with 62 absorption. It's not bad. Seems like it was higher earlier. Oh, this is hers. Hers is... I was like, why did it feel like it just went down for some reason? Alright, so she's got 2 Vengi shield generators. Gonna put on 2 more. Her shield absorption is almost as good as mine. And then we'll float the chargers back in. There's only gonna be 2 space for that. Yeah, if you don't need the battery, Shield Charger Mark IIIs are actually better than Vangie chargers. They require less power for more output. The Vangie chargers just give you a little bit of battery, which I don't need, but that's because I don't have their cool reactors that give you no battery. There we go. Cool. So she's up to 566. 566 over 3,000. Mine's 758 over 4,700. She has a lot of power. I just increased her power output, which means I could probably just do that. Swap that reactor out for more 584. Not much else to do on that one. Not much else I can do on mine. If I get a third one of these, I would still have to go out and do... Alright, so let's get back to the Hunter fleets. It's time. Because I have a feeling that... most of the people are not here to watch me blow rocks up with these things. Am I right? Wasn't even doing damage. Oh, and both of my bad boys are set up for repair. Of course, if I stick with this profile long enough, all these chargers are going to end up being orange. So will these, so will these, so will these. That. Yeah. Those maybe, if I'm lucky. And if anybody's wondering or missed it earlier, yes, the targeting systems are going to be fixed for AI gunners. Don't worry. In fact, that is one of the most anticipated things, according to the Steam forum. Gunner accuracy and functionality improvements are basically what everyone's waiting for. Look, that one V5 could not damage me. Could not get through my armor, even with all or my shield, even with all those others firing. Sucks to be here. Hell yeah. Woo. Ugh. Oh man. Your funeral, buddy. Look. She's not going to attack you. She's not going to fight back. You're a fly buzzing around. You're an itch on the spot on her back that she can reach. I just haven't told her to. Oh my god. So these are not level 60 hunters yet, but they are gold star hunter fleets. If you haven't started getting those, well then you're not pissing anyone off enough. That's the reason why. Not that you should necessarily, but that's why. I've got minus 97,000 Vangi reputation. The size of the Hunter fleet scales with those, as does the level past 50. You won't see them at level 60 until they get really mad. And yeah, they just start sending massive fleets after you over and over again. This bacon pizza's taunting me. I'm gonna turn off the camera while I eat, but we're still gonna fight these fleets. I'm just waiting for them to warp in, which sometimes it takes a while. I don't blame them for not wanting to fight me. I've just done some massive upgrades. A lot of which were thanks to them dying at my hands. So, you know, it's like fighting a Saiyan. They just make me stronger every time they fail. There we go. We're getting through it again, but not as easily. She's getting kills though. So this is basically one thing you can do. Once you have decent gunners and really high-powered weapons, you can still AFK these fleets. Now, you might want to lay something on the spacebar so your ship holds still. But just be aware that if you do AFK these fleets, they'll eventually send enough battle cruisers to kill you. So, you don't actually AFK, just take the opportunity to eat a snack or something. Definitely want to keep paying attention. And of course, much like the mining, I just scrap all this stuff in case it gives me experience. I don't actually have to think about whether or not it's going to give me experience. I just destroy it. I mean, scrap it. And then, if it gives me any, it does. If not, then I just destroy all the iron at once at the end. No big deal. He's not very bright, is he? He tried. That was a spinal weapon. Got me pretty low. I'm gonna go ahead and pop because there's two of them rushing me at once. Two more, I should say. Now the spinal mounts on the Zeus are glitched, so I can't use them. That's okay. missile boat. Like, just die. Ah. You ran out of missiles? Finally. Holy crap. I thought it was never gonna happen. Woo-wee. Woo-wee. But again, there's really no reason for me to get my tech level up. It's just, you might as well. I think you get a tiny burst of experience for it too, but I think everyone on my crew is 50, so it's not doing anything. I need to go crew hunting later. He wanted me to tell you that he's sorry that you didn't have any bad memories together. Come on, Hunter Fleets. Where are you hiding? Where are they? Well, maybe it's time to find a different system to hunt in. I hunt the hunters, you know? Maybe I've over-hunted this territory. I don't know if that's a thing. Pretty sure it's not. I don't remember if destroying the Marauder hideouts actually affects the Hunter fleets. That's a big pocket of Proxima. And yet more. It's like a line going all the way down to the whole universe. Okay, no. Oh wow, Railgun slugs, huh? Yawn. I'm kidding, that's still fun. That doesn't get old. Alright, we'll swoop around the nebula real quick because there's a good chance for special crew and nebulas. Ooh! I need to save. Got some decent weaponry here, but it's all early game stuff I don't need. It's funny in the forums, and I'm not making fun of anyone because I get it. They find out the level cap's 50, so they refer to anything after like level 35 or 40 as late game. And I'm like, nah bro, level 50 is early game. Like right when you get it, that's still early game. This is when you start getting into late game. Staring one of those down and not giving a shit, that's when you can start calling it late game. I'm talking about those that don't have a star. 124.89. That one. Hey, it's Vangy territory. Alright. I'm gonna go refill my coffee while we wait for a hunter fleet. Hopefully I don't die, but I did just save, so I'll be right back. We'll see just how AFK-ish this is. And just to cheat a little bit. I hope they don't die. Yeah. Oh. By the way, my cell phone is heavy enough to hold my space bar down. I just forgot to put it there. The reason I keep her at 120 distance is so my weapons don't do the job for them. I have a tendency to accidentally knock her shields down. Adding flak to any cannon will absolutely do self-damage and friendly fire damage. Whether you have friendly fire on or not. So there's that, you know. Ooh. Coming right at me. Thank you. One of the benefits to counter hunting the enemies that send fleets after you. Doing it in a nebula, you get a lot of relics. Nebulas tend to have more relics. You just have to have enough. The spawn rate's higher. You just have to have the loot radius, like I do, the outer circle that can identify them. All right. How is it without the camera? You guys miss my fugly mug yet? I'm enjoying my bacon pizza, so I'm only kind of sorry because, you know, bacon pizza, especially because it's bacon that I cooked, onion that I cooked, provolone added to it. I didn't make the whole pizza, but I definitely modified it. Okay, one of the downsides to the nebula is enemies on the radar. Alright, Alright, so if I turn my back to my fleet ship, we do a full back-to-back mode, I'll do a lot less damage to her ship. She's getting hit by Vulcan. And she survived. She survived a full wave. With me firing plasma cannons over her. Pick up that thermal regulator. Thermal regulators are part of the crafting recipe for a lot of things. Namely, yeah, the Zeus and V6. It's been proposed by me that I might do better actually streaming on just YouTube, because I'm an affiliate on Twitch, so I can't stream to YouTube and Twitch at the same time. But my YouTube videos, like one of my recent videos got 1,000 views, and it has not been up for very long. I don't know, maybe tomorrow I'll just stream to YouTube and see how that goes, just as a test. I have to do some preparatory stuff. I was gonna try it today, but I don't have my YouTube set up for streaming yet properly. I've done it before, but not properly. And B, I wanted to talk about it a little bit, see what people thought, but I don't know, we don't have a lot of the regulars here, but we do have enough people here. I'm curious what you guys think about a dedicated YouTube stream, if some people prefer that. I don't know. I'll bring it up in Discord later too. Another relic. See, that's what I'm thinking, is I never got a lot of chatting on YouTube. But I kind of want to try it again just to see how it goes. It's been a while since I broadcast to YouTube. I definitely did not have any establishment as a from video uploads. We're going now. This is smackening. Oh wait, that does mean I do have to, I forgot, if I start making reactors I have to go mine again. U-boob? No, people call it the U-boob all the time, because it replaced the boob tube, which is what people call the TV. That's a totally valid abbreviation, either way. I don't know, it was a thought that I had to try to, just to test it out, see how it went. At least give it a 4 to 6 hour stream tomorrow, see what happens. Let's see. Oh, I'm still in range. Nice. I honestly didn't expect to still be in range. It's nice. I've got enough in the minor reactors and Vang E chargers to get max warp on a with a warp mod by almost tenfold. So even when I get rid of the minor reactors, I've still got a ton, and then I'll just leave enough Vang E chargers in over Mark IIIs, or maybe we'll do it. It doesn't matter. If I do it in chargers, then I'll have more of the more powerful reactors, so I'll have more room for other chargers. We'll see what happens. Yeah, so it takes 3. And now I can make them. Oh my god. Superior components. Holy crap. How many of those do I have? 1. No, that's in my 11. Okay, so I've got 12. So I could make 1 reactor in green. But that almost gets me to blue. The nice thing about doing all this scrapping here is that it stores it in the station, so I don't have to destroy the iron. So I can save a lot of that iron for when I come back with scrap. So should I guess I should do some more mining so I can make more. How much scrap metal do I need? Let's look at this. I've got 18. Got an 18. So 36. 42. Right? 42 divided by 9. Well, that's what I just did, is I just learned how to make these by scrapping some of them. So I had 2 purple and a blue Vang E large reactor, and that got me up to green tier, up to making the green tier one. So I just need to make and scrap more of them to get them up to purple. So I'm not burning more relics. But it's pretty much what I'm going to end up doing. But it's 1 for 1. Like, you're not going to learn more about large reactors from the small ones, right? Alright, so let's see. That's 9 superior components. That's 6. So it's going to take like 15. Let's just say 15 for the 5 of these reactors that I need. Or we're going to call it 7 reactors. I'm just going to say 70 superior components to be safe. But we'll do it a little bit at a time so we don't go overkill. But 70 superior components. So I need over 2. Okay, well, let's go on 1 scrap run. And then we'll see what we come back with. Silicon, I've got a ton of. Probably don't have a lot of cobalt, but they sell it, right? Yeah. Okay, so let's go. I shouldn't have to do too much. go. And this is how we get it. Right. Oh, Lily, I should have docked you. That's alright, I'll just force you to warp out real quick. Alright, sorry, see you later. I would have her help mine, but she's using railguns. So not only is it a waste of slugs that I can't craft. If it was just a matter of buying the slugs, I wouldn't care, but the stations are out of them around here, so I don't want her to totally waste it. And I'm gonna give her my beam weapons when she runs out of slugs. She'll do a lot better with that anyway. So once I've got all Charger Mark IIIs, I'll still be able to warp around with that warp mod. Easily. But then I'm going to replace those minor reactors that are giving me that with Bang Even. So we'll have to get a little bit of battery somewhere. I don't know if it'll be better to do it via a single Bang E charger or an actual small battery or a small minor reactor, but we'll get there. Hostile warping. How dumb are they? Yeah, they just de-aggroed. They're like, fighting people in an asteroid rush is bad enough, but that guy, no thanks. Nobody wants to fight me. They probably got offered like $1 million and then got so excited that if they forgot to check to see if it was actually possible to do what they were being paid for. It's not. Even if they survive to get close enough to me, I'll just do that and they'll be dead. I can't wait till cursor jump is fixed. The cursor jump glitch is nuts. I'm sure it's not easy to fix, so I'm totally chill waiting for it, but man, what a weird thing. Hell, I don't even need the silver. Look at this guy. He went full stupid. Oh yeah. I'll just hide behind the rocks. No, dude. That's not gonna work. Alright, we got 100 scrap. What did I say? 210 would be the high side. Not looking for money, so I can get rid of all the precious metals. Let's keep those refineries full. I don't need samarium. fact, I'm not even worried about crystals right now. I feel like I brought a lot of crystals back lately. And I could probably skip them on this trip to make sure we get more scrap. Beautiful. I'm sure I don't need lithium and silicon, but that will get used in a lot of crafting later, so I'll keep it just to be on that safe side. Also, this is a lot more effective than beams for being able to fly forward in an asteroid rush into the asteroids. It sucks up a lot of their momentum, slows them down, pushes them out of your way. It's just like a nice little barrier against it. Almost there. Wow, 2 bits of iridium up here. Didn't even notice. Whatever direction you want to fly, you can make a cleaner line to it by pushing off the asteroids. There we go, and we're almost at 200 scrap. How about them apples? Not to mention more refined metal that we don't need. But I'm not one to get rid of refined metals, so we'll keep it. More iridium. $200 scrap, look at that. Alright, we'll wait for the next run of ore. And then the next run of ore. Alright, let's go see where that leaves us, because for a second there I forgot again why I'm doing this. It happens a lot when you get too into the asteroid mining. You'll be like, wait, I don't even remember what I was going to craft with all this. It's really easy to lose track of it. so we go to our... Right. Eventually I'm going to have to start getting some of this stuff out there too. Some of the other materials. Okay. Whoops. Damn it. I made 2 more than I needed to. Wasteful. That's okay. I have 2 relics, so I'll just waste them, since that's what I seem to want to do. Wait, so we've got 872 power. $1,028 power. Plus enough room for 2 more of these. So 1,200, right? 1,200. So why do I have the other 2 large reactors? Hello, because I got a friend. Wait, cancel docking. Repair her. Save money, not because I'm broke, but on principle. Stop her from docking. Don't let her dock. It's not about the money. Actually, that saved a lot. It was still 3 grand, but that was probably half of what it would have been. Okay. Wow. So yeah, I don't need those. We can take all these back off. Can we make another one of those? Just for shits and giggles? Yeah. Why not have a 5th one when you got it? Who cares? I'm gonna have this for a while, by the way, which is probably enough. Actually, wait. Yeah, that's the only battery I have equipped right now. So it's almost enough to get me all the way out there. And I'm gonna put 1 more of those on. Or, not 1 more, I'm gonna put more of those on. Where? Okay. Yeah, pickup filter would be cool. Just like a checklist. But it would be a really long list. Not exactly sure the best way to go about that, but there's probably not very many wrong ways to do it. Is 396 enough? No. That's okay. It's still going to be a pretty huge upgrade from large fusion reactors. And this thing. Oh, I didn't even look. What was she at? 1 more of those. 426. Welcome, welcome. Akira Dracona Cat, meow yourself. Meow. So that wasn't a massive uptick because we already had these and these. But we did lose some large fusion reactors. We need to get some more purple chargers or relics for them. Ah, yes. Well, there's many redonkulous things. Did you see? Were you watching me mine just a second ago? It's getting carried away is par for the course, I'd say. But I love to hear what other people's crazy inventions are. Do tell, no secrets now. Almost 600 charging. Ooh, that's so nice. Wow, did you see that? That relic spawned like right over here and just took off the other direction. That's crazy. That's crazy, man. I love watching Asmongold. That's crazy. That's crazy. Hell yeah. Achilles the Beast. I was thinking about that earlier. I could put an Achilles in my fleet right now. But I don't have one. Wait, yeah I do. Spinal mounts are good for crazy. Absolutely agree. What was it? You're killing me with the suspense here. You're doing it on purpose, aren't you? Yeah. No, that's single shot plasma cannons, or they don't even have to be single, but yeah, charging. Did you make it a charging effect with slow fire? 4 seconds at 3.4 seconds per shot. It'll only fire once. But then you make it a 12 point. Or the Achilles is a 10 point spinal? I can't remember. Something like that. So that it doesn't matter if it overheats because it's only going to fire one shot. And then... Yes, yes, that is so much fun. It's like Kamehameha from hell. You don't get the fun little trail. I guess it's more like Hadouken, but it's just, it just blasts. Yeah, that's at white grade, so you upgrade it to purple and it just does insane damage. And if you're really, really, really masochistic, you just put it up to 32 explosion radius, which you lose a lot of damage, but you hit like 20 ships if you get just the right shot. If you could drop it right in the middle of a fleet. I was talking to NovaCat, one of the other regulars on the Star Valor Discord, and we were like, what if you could have weapons where the projectile warps so that you could like drop something with an explosive radius into the middle of a fleet to pretty much guarantee that it's not going to hit too early and only hit the front edge of the fleet, but actually detonate in the middle and hit everything. We got a little carried away, and I'm not actually going to mind. I don't know why I did that. But it was fun. Yeah, those are that's some of the funnest weapons. Kind of like a mortar, like it goes, you know, in a way very much like a mortar, or some kind of a dropped bomb, or holy hand grenade of Antioch is probably what I'd end up calling it. Oh man. Oh, jeez. Here they come. Lily's like, can I play? Can I play too? Is that okay? Am I allowed to have some fun? Or Lily. Take over, Lily. It's all you, bud. Well, I guess not. You're getting smashed up now. And she's out. So let's dock our repair ships. And let's make sure we take this guy out before he... Oh, I ran out of power. Oh, from boosting. Yeah, I need to get an orange Vangy reactor soon. I keep shutting off my systems from power draw. It's just hard to argue with 760 shield repair. Ah, excellent. Yeah. I tried to make a pilot that everyone would want to use, but one that would be dangerous to use. And it is really dangerous to use my character as a pilot. That 40% reputation change, what do you know about hunter fleets already? Because I've got minus 100,000 reputation with the Vangy, and my goal most of the time is to max that as much as I can. To get that reputation as low as possible, to continue to increase the size of their fleets. The problem is it's very dangerous to have that acceleration, especially if you've already got max in social. I don't want to spoil too much about hunter fleets if you don't want to know, but I mean, you're kind of going to see it anyway here. The long and the short of it is their size scales with your negative reputation with that faction. And you get more negative reputation when you kill the hunter fleets. So it basically scales infinitely to a point where it's like, if you don't have a barrier and the ability to permanently cloak, and while cloaked, be able to warp out, as in it's not like you don't have to worry about it draining your battery. You have a full enough battery to get out, you know. Um, the gains are increased. Yeah, you can offset it. You get positive rep as well. 40% boost and 45 from social. But my point is that fighting the hunter fleets, the gear that they drop, the equipment they drop is critical towards being able to continue to fight those fleets. I've tried to explain this many times and I do a terrible job of it. Um, the faster your reputation goes down from outside modifiers like social and Sleepy Dragon, which I think are the only two reputation modifiers in the game for now, but the faster that reputation drops, the less loot you're getting as that fleet size increases. So it's actually harder to continue fighting them effectively to get more loot. And if you're not using like every trick in the book to get at least, you basically corner yourself to where you're lucky to get one kill before they drive you out of the system, before you just can't do anything else. It's much, much safer to not use social and me at this point in the game. Now, I like to have a fleet, so I'm kind of screwed as far as social goes. I have to have some, but they're not sending dreadnoughts after me yet. And I say yet because it's going to happen soon. I have had one fleet where there was 3 of these guys, and it only takes 2 of them. See, watch. It only takes 2 of them to do a critical amount of damage to get your shield down, where the rest of the fleet can actually hurt you. But I also have 760 with 77 absorption. So 3 or 4 is what it's going to take to get me dead. But it won't be long before that's how much they're sending. And if I don't have, you know, at least a couple of orange reactors, a couple of orange shield generators, a couple of orange chargers, it's going to be really hard to stay alive at all. At all. It gets to a critical point where you'll be lucky to get 1 kill off those fleets. And so what ends up happening is you'll be like, oh shit, well I can't fight the Vang E fleets anymore, so I have to go fight like the Red Skull. And you're not going to get Vang E shields and Vang E generators from them. You might get like orange ion reactors, which are still pretty good, and orange heavy shield generator Mark IIs, which are pretty good, and shield generator Mark IIIs in orange, which is the best. But without that avenue as an out to still upgrade your ship, you can really paint yourself into a corner, as they say. So my recommendation, if you are using Sleepy Dragon or social or both to get that reputation bonus, and you're specifically fighting hunter fleets, have a second faction to fight. Most people fight pirates anyway, just on principle, because it's nice to have another enemy. But it's almost necessary, just as like a backup plan, which also means not fighting the pirates as much as you fight the Vengi. Now, you want them to keep pace with where you're at, right? So in theory, I should be, now that I'm 100,000 with them, I should go and fight some pirates to get it up to 50 to 70,000, just so those fleets are an adequate challenge versus reward ratio if I do end up getting into too much trouble with the Vangi to function. Then I can just stop and go fight pirates. If I do that, if I wait until I absolutely have to do it, then I'm going to be bored sitting around. At least if I do it now, it's just kind of slower, but... you know, honestly, it's really situational and comes down to preference. It also depends on if you use boosters, what kind of armor you use, and some other stuff. No, that's really about it, actually. I guess... Oh, and if you took anything in exploration to boost your speed. But After that, it really comes down to preference on whether you want acceleration or top speed. Because, I mean, yeah, the Pirate Impulse uses less power, but it's like 60 versus 40 on the top end, you know? It's not a big difference when you're at this point in the game. It's not really that big of a difference. Especially when, if you have to, you can just drop your power and be like, now I can perma-cloak. Now I'm permanently cloaked. As long as I don't use my booster too much. Oh, and I can turn off my repair system. Still move at full speed. Okay, now I can boost. Which lets me go. Wow, she's holding out. Look at that. Railguns are not the best weapon for AI. I kind of did it sort of as a joke. Just to kind of see what would happen. Her ship is tough as nails. She's got... Let's see. Mine is like 760. Her shield recharge is like 500. But she's only got about half... Oh. My weapons just drove her out of the system. You have to be careful with flak plasma cannons. Well, you know, at this point in the game, enemy drones and missiles don't really do anything. They're not good, so I don't usually use a lot of point defense. I do have point defense beams on the front of this thing, but those are leftovers from my last build, which was all beam. Like, I don't really need them. I could replace them with plasma cannons, and I would be just fine. I mean, sure, if your shields get dropped by a hard barrage, if, like, every enemy had missiles, it would suck, but not much more than if they had any other weapon. So, I'm not saying point defense is completely irrelevant, obviously, because I have it, but I've been tempted to replace it, and I really don't care if my fleet ships have it that much. Again, I think she does on the front mount, but it's very minimal. It's like just enough to say that you have it to knock an enemy drone off, but enemies don't use attack drones much at this level. They don't really use repair drones that much either. So it's, I don't know. Again, I'm not saying it's completely irrelevant, but you could, you do a lot more damage if you don't use point defense. Your general damage gets better. This is the joy of flak explosives, is that it pushes enemies away from you, so they have a hard time doing damage in the first place. Especially small enemies. Big enemies, it's not that bad. But when stuff detonates on them, if they're near small, if they have their friends nearby, it hits them too, so... While standard plasma cannons without the flak attribute, without explosive attribute, would be doing a lot more damage in general, despite not having the AoE. I kind of like the AoE, especially when they start sending like 50 to 100 yachts after you, rather than just 10 or 20. Of course, I can just turn off my booster. I still go 60 without it. 3 boosters to go an extra 6 is almost pointless, and yet almost required. That's my joke about the Zeus, is that having boosters on it is both pointless and required. And also, having gunners and fleet ships target enemy repair ships will be a feature soon. That will be in an update soon. Yeah. Just have them all delay so it's like a non-stop barrage. Alright, I'm gonna keep fighting, but I got some pizza I want to eat still. I like to snack throughout the stream, you know? But again, she's going to run out of rails eventually, and I'll give her all my old beam weapons. See, it's already happening. We can't take out one fleet before the next warps in. Even if they're all repair ships, they're still going to be repairing the new fleet. So I have to try to isolate myself from my other ship because my weapons will damage her. And I do like that she gets kills. People complain about fleet ships a lot, and I get that it's not easy. It's not. It's not easy at all. I've put a lot of time into harvesting resources just for the second Zeus. There's a reason it can handle this, and it's not because fleets are OP or anything like that, you know? But that's what it takes. You know, fleets are not an automatic buff. It's not an automatic improvement, you know? Just like buying a bigger ship is not automatically going to be an improvement over your old one. A lot of people have a hard time with that. They think, oh, I have a Corvette, I'll just buy a frigate and life will be better. It definitely does not work like that. That's a massive French fry when you should have pizzaed. Kind of a moment. She's definitely not hitting very hard. I don't regret the railguns because they'll be fun to use later, but that fine line between slightly disappointed and actual regret. But she also won't commit to using her spinal mounts, and the Zeus's spinal mounts are glitched anyway right now, but that's being fixed soon. It's kind of a big nerf when they won't use their spinal mounts. But she's damn near invincible right now. That won't last forever, but that ship is tough. It's only 3,000 shielding. It's half what I have in shield capacity, but it's 2/3 of my recharge level, so it's no wimp. It gets the job done for sure. There's another fleet. No battle cruisers. Look at that. She's like finally a big target I can shoot these freaking railguns at. Finally. Get there, you guys. Get there. Get there. Emergency. No! You hesitated. You jerks. You jerks hesitated. How dare you? Lily was counting on you to keep her in combat. Oh, God, man. Come on, guys. Get it together. Large lateral thrusters. My favorite thing to get in orange. Yeah, now we're talking. That's the second one of those. And those are all repair ships. Oh my god. So yeah. There we go. Now I could go the opposite direction and go start smashing stations to get my rep up faster without getting loot. And it makes that situation I was talking about even worse. I do suggest if you're going to use my NPC and get that rep bonus that you not use stations to boost your rep. And if so, very sparingly. Because it has that same effect of stations don't drop good loot. Like, ever. And even when they do, it's like, but you can't count on it. $20. Woo! Damn. Yeah, you know, I kind of feel like it's time to do that. Oh, I docked you on the station, so you just repaired without docking anyway. I forgot about that. Alright, let's give this a shot. We're probably going to have to reformat a lot. Just leave those off entirely. No point defense. There's no point defense. No point at all. Pretty sure these were all purple. That's weird. Well, I guess not. Because if they were, they'd all be purple. Those spinal mounts are going to require battery power. Not to mention she can't handle the heat, but whatever. She's not going to use them right anyway. Let's see. She's just not capable of it. That's the point. Better, better. Okay. Let's try that out. It won't be as cool, won't be as sexy, but maybe the amount of explosions will be. Could compensate, right? Oh, ah. Rock and roll. Whoa. Ardonian component and a hostile warpin. How about them apples? Yeah, get it. Uh-oh. Well, that was short-lived. Oh, your dude flew in front of you and fucked it all up? Aww. Too bad my spinal mounts go right through you, huh? Otherwise, we'd really have a party. What? Unicorn Station. Boom, baby. That's the best thing ever. It doesn't get better than that. Holy shit, Snacks, that's wild. I never see that when I want to. It's never there when you need it. A friendly station. In a nebula, no less. Where the relics flow like candy water. Having a safe place to dock in a place like this, in a hostile system where you're fighting large fleets, it is a beautiful, beautiful thing. Until you piss them off and they hate you forever. coffee. Now they're not going to send any more hunter fleets because I found that unicorn station. So I keep these guys around so that Lily doesn't have to carry any repair system. I have one for myself. I could probably just get rid of it, but it's pretty potent. But Fleet AI do not yet use the automated repair system. They will eventually. They will also shoot at pretty much any hostile ship ever. And they'll stop screwing up a bunch. We'll get our Zeus back. Wow, you screwed up. You came in way too early. Then the other one came in. There's 3 of you. If those 3 had shot at the same time, it might have been a threat. Except I still have my barrier, but coming in one at a time is better for the barrier. Get one of them to trick me into using it while the other 2 get ready to fire, but it's going to take more than 2 for that to work on me. That's the problem they're going to have. Where is she? Did she go off the map or something? What is this? I know she's set to 120, but I didn't expect her to chase somebody that far away. Okay, well I don't have radar in this nebula, so I can't just chase her when I can't see her, so screw that. She got him! Alright, let's see what direction she comes from, and then I'll go pick up the loot. Set her to 20 so she'll fly to me. Come fly to me, come fly to me. I actually don't remember how that song goes. It's a good thing I'm tone deaf, or I'd know how far off key that was. Ah, ha, 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 ha. Come fly with me, come fly away. I don't remember. Where the hell is she? Alright. Che ridicolo. There she is. I was gonna command her to dock at the station. Like, did she really go that far away, or was she just being slow as dirt? Slow as dirt. I like that. Nah, it still sounds bad though. I'm trying not to say derp anymore or derpy because it's not. It's really fucking rude. It's just in my vernacular, unfortunately. Wow. I fucking love that background. Now, there's one thing you can do in Star Valor. And you see how at the top it says screenshot saved? That's not Steam. That's Star Valor. So, Star Valor has its own screenshot folder. Mine happens to be bound to Steam, but if you hold Shift and hit the Star Valor screenshot button, it saves it without the interface, without the user interface. It takes the screenshot without your cache, your gear, your fleet list, your radar, your heat setup, your energy control, all this stuff down at the bottom, the cursor. There's no floating numbers. There's no health bars. It's a straight up clean visual. I don't know if a lot of people know about that. That stuff's important too. It's not on here. It should be. Now remember, if you're in the dead zone, when a hunter fleet arrives, a lot of them will leave. So if you're ever overwhelmed by a hunter fleet and you'd really want to get some kills, or thin them out so you can go back and get loot without, like, getting devastated completely, you can do that. You just fly outside the map, and hopefully the ones that are the biggest threat will be the ones that leave, but I mean, you're not always going to get that lucky, you know. But at least your survivability might go up a little bit. And yes, I start turning around early after chasing a relic because it takes so long to turn around. You can just let your momentum carry you to the relic while you finish doing your 180. You know it's sad but true. See, I had to order them to do that. And he's almost mostly repaired anyway. Golly. Holy bejeezles. Yeah, they know I won't fight him here now, right? Sure won't. Oh, yeah. Wow. I don't know what triggers the crew to cycle, or if it's just time, or if you have to leave the station for it to roll over. But the crew will eventually cycle, so we'll keep looking for good crew there. See, point defense is pointless. Like, if there was one or two drones or a few missiles in there, it really wouldn't make much of a difference. Their Vulcan is making an impact, that's for sure. But the missiles, they don't do anything. Component. Garbage, garbage, garbage. Joseph's legendary gunner. Cool, Joseph. Real cool. I'll be sure to try to remember to give a crap sometime. Whoops. Oh no. Do I need a relic for anything? I don't. I don't. Are you a repair ship? You are. Hilarious. Can I even keep up with that? Electronic computer. So disruptive, I love it. Plasma flak is just so freaking disruptive. It just can't stand it. And this is me without spinals because the Zeus's spinals are glitched. And none of my weapons are taking up... Oh, those two are 6 point, but these are all 2 point. And they're still demolishing. I could do a non-spinal weapon loadout for this thing. It would be even more brutal. Like 50% stronger. And I would do it without... any kind of explosive radius or flak. It would just be straight up plasma cannons. So there would be no area effect, but no friendly fire. Oh my god. It's a beautiful thing. I mean, that's neat. I could have used that a long time ago, but not now. Something just won't stop shooting missiles at me. Two of them. Wow. Custom point defense is ridiculous. Like, You really have to get slammed by some missiles and drones to actually need that shit. I have no idea where that relic went. There was a relic, I swear. Alright, we're back to 5 relics. Let's have a look-see. So that's 154. So they're only going to get 16 every time I upgrade a reactor, but it's still an upgrade. $560 to my 770. They're getting there. Okay, let's see. So, besides this battery, what's hogging up their space? From chargers. Well, it's because I have harder components. But that extra 17 is going towards things like my cooling, my repair system, my flux and collectors, Ardonian. I do need to give them that one computer. Yeah. That'll increase their damage a lot. Oh. Well, that explains why they suck. They're having a hard time because of that. No point having all that power if they keep overheating. Let's do that. And then we'll add more chargers. Oh man, what a combo. So if the only weapon that you have that's overheating is like a spinal mount and all your other weapons are totally cool, no pun intended, but they're all like not overheating, instead of equipping a bunch of heat sinks just for your spinal mount, just equip a hypercooling instead of the heat sinks and bind it to the same button as your spinal mount. And if you're worried about it activating in time, remember that your spinal mount has to charge up, and this thing lasts for 23 seconds, so it'll activate. Your spinal mount will charge, even if you have a charging weapon in the spinal mount that takes like 5-10 seconds. It only fires for 3. You have 23 seconds And even the weaker ones, you still have plenty of time. So just putting that out there. Hypercooling can be bound to the same key as your weapon. If it's just the one weapon overheating, it's really, really worth it. Like, crazy worth it. Not like this ship where pretty much everything's going to overheat, and they need a lot to fire all their weapons consistently. It might even benefit if I just do that. We can drop one of these off. 112. We'll just take one of them off. There. That'll help a little bit. It's like 20 power per weapon on the sides. That's your upgrade for today. That's your upgrade for today. See, and I'm getting base components. I'm getting some decent loot from all this. Not a lot, but some. Wait, what was that? We need a full-blown attack so I can see what her power draw is. That way I can decide if I want that ion reactor or another heat sink and crank them up to 200. Alright, so we saved. I'm going to drift away from the station for a moment. Oh my god, why don't people search past the first page in a Steam forum before they post something that's been answered multiple times already? Infuriating. There's more than one page. It's not acceptable. It's really annoying. Like, they sound so indignant and entitled to a response, and it's just like, bro, that's been answered before multiple times. In depth by moderators and developers and beta testers. Like, you're so indignant. Like, why not look before embarrassing yourself like that when you have that kind of emotional reaction that you can't even bother looking to see if it's been answered already? It's like, Jesus Christ. Why do you think you're the first person that ever noticed this? If you were putting in the bug forum and thinking like, am I the only one having this problem? Okay. But when you post it on the front page as like this thing that you think is wrong with the game, look first, because otherwise you're assuming that you're the only person who's thought of that. And it sounds absolutely absurd and makes people not take you seriously moving forward. It's that simple. No amount of backpedaling makes it sound less ridiculous. No amount of trying to justify why you didn't bother to see if the question had already been answered before you had an emotional reaction to it makes it sound like a reasonable thing to do. Guarantee it. I don't understand it. I just don't get it. Look at that. Look at that. That's beautiful. But I need to see it on both sides. I need to see her get completely surrounded and fire all weapons at once. I killed too many. And if you're not going to check, make it a question instead of a criticism, because then you sound like a child, right? If you're going to criticize a game without looking to see if anybody else has had a similar experience or a similar observation, you literally sound like a child. And people will assume that you are and treat you as such. And, you know, when you need help, when you actually do need help, they're not going to want to help you because you've been kind of an ass. Just my 2 cents. I'm just suggesting that so people can have better interactions. That's why courtesies exist. Because we're not all the same. We don't all think the same. We don't all speak the same. We don't all expect the same things. So when you come in acting like your expectations are unique, yet also more important than the general forum at large, it's really douchey. It really is. Bottom line, that's all. That's really all there is to it. Here she comes to save the day. Save me, Lily. I forgot how weapons work. Believe me, I get having an emotional reaction and reacting in the moment without thinking, but like, you know, you have to be able to stop yourself from posting before you've calmed down from that and have a reasonable reaction. That's just the way it is. There's not like options, right? There's not alternatives to that. People will not take you seriously, nor should they, when that's how you behave. Because then you think that it's all about you, that you're more important than the group, and that you don't even consider the existence of other people outside of fulfilling your need for a response. It's not community minded at all. Soapbox. That's my soapbox moment. I'll try to get over it now, so we can move on. But for the love of God, people, please, just if you're feeling emotional about something in a video game, you need to stop yourself before you try to communicate with other people, no matter what. And that goes for almost anything that's not a life-threatening situation. Like, it's tantamount to people who throw fits at a grocery store over little insignificant things. It's the same thing. If you're having an emotional reaction, you need to stop and ask, is this a life-threatening situation, or am I just upset? And if you're just upset and it's not a life-threatening situation, then dumping your emotional reaction on other people with entitlement is absolutely the wrong thing to do. Until somebody else is shitty to you, there's no excuse to be shitty to them. And even then, if being shitty back to somebody who is shitty to you, that's still not functional. That's just still self-gratification. Just food for thought. Food for thought. I'll move on. that was just self-gratification for me to vent. If anybody was thinking, well, what are you doing right now? Well, it's my platform. But yeah, that was self-gratification for me. So hopefully it helps somebody, though. Hopefully it helps people have better interactions, because I like to see people have better interactions than what they might have had if they did something that the masses would generally consider inappropriate. Living without regrets starts with forethought. Wow, look at all these repair ships. There's so many of them. I wish my spinals worked. I would just... Yeah. There's so much power behind those blasts. 15,000 DPS while they're firing. 3 seconds. That's 24 projectiles, 800 damage each. There's so many repair ships now that if they actually warped in large vessels, it would be just an absolute nightmare. A capital. I have so many of those in orange, it's funny. I still have my calculator up, okay? So while that's going, it's 827 times 24. Yeah, there's 19,000 damage every time every full blast of my spinal cannon. Each one. It's that much damage. But until they get fixed, it's not doing me any good. Shields up. Yeah, she's got like a 4 or 5 second shield recharge. I normally go for about 10, but I'm way over 10 right now, and so is she. Her spinal mount works, that's not fair. It's just projectiles. I think it's just projectiles. Here comes another wave. Alright, let's get way away from the station before we turn our weaponry back on. In fact, she's in combat. I want to go see this. I'm going to lead these guys over to her, to where I can see her. And then cloak so that they're all on her. It looks like she's firing a good bit of her weaponry and her batteries aren't going dead. So I may take out that ion reactor, replace it with a, yeah, I'm gonna do that right now. Well, after this. I'm gonna do that next time I'm at the station. How about that? How about that? And yes, I have a strong tendency to save oranges, even ones I'll never use. Alright! And I also scrap things that are pointless to scrap because it's just it's a good habit to be in, so that you don't have to check every little thing. Wow. That'll be good for some low power unit, like one of my guys over here. But I might just give them upgraded optronics. Howdy, howdy. Oh shit, did I get raided? What the hell? 243 Banlish, thank you. Holy crap, I look away for a little too long there. Wanted to bring some folks over and say hi. Mind telling them all about you and what you're doing? Maybe what you intend to do long term with the game? That's a few explosions. Yes, these are plasma flak cannons. I made some custom toys. They're quite nasty. Unfortunately, the Zeus is bugged for projectile weapons right now on the spinal mounts, so these just go right through them. But they do work on stations. Well, this save is quite old. Basically what I'm doing is fighting Vangi Hunter fleets and trying to get them as strong as possible. So minus 100,000. In early access, my record was like minus 450,000 with the Vangi, and it was not the lowest that anybody had ever done. The lowest I saw was 600,000. There was this raid at the gate, and I apparently just slept through it. I mean, Sleepy Dragon. Welcome, everybody. I just got faced by this guy who is a level 57 Gold Star P5 battleship, and he did not break my shielding. There's another one coming in for it, and you can see he didn't even get halfway, and that's with his friends helping. I've got 5,800 shielding with 770 recharge. We've got a little bit of a boat that we've built up here. It's gotten pretty out of hand. But I'm using my NPC Sleepy Dragon, and I have maxed out reputation boost from social. So I'm getting almost double the reputation from each of these guys, which means that I could paint myself into a nasty corner for getting enough gear to be able to handle the fact that these fleets scale in size based on the negative reputation you get with that faction. So the more that I kill, the more that show up, then I kill them, that makes more show up, then I kill them, the fleets get bigger and bigger, and the most I've ever fought was back before the Vangi had their own dreadnought. They would send like fleets of 10 dreadnoughts and 20 battle cruisers after me. That got pretty raunchy, to the point where you're basically, I'm glad this barrier exists, because when I had negative 450,000, the barriers didn't exist. It was you and a cloaking device, and spinal mounts didn't exist. So you had to really work to get any kills at this point in the game. The tools are there that you can survive it a lot easier, but it doesn't make it safe. It just makes it survivable. it adds tactics to continue the fun rather than solving it as a solution. So the challenge exists. The challenge evolves pretty nasty over time. It just keeps getting worse and worse. So like you'll hit a good streak of good loot and you'll be like, yeah, now I can get a couple of kills. And so you'll get all excited and run out and try to trigger one of these fleets. These are all repair ships. Soon your gunners will target repair ships. In the meantime, the next fleet that warps in will just have more repair ships repairing them. So it gets pretty wild. I'm guessing that's a repair ship because he wasn't attacking me. But I got really lucky with the hunter fleets. It's a unicorn. It's controlled by my enemy, but I have a friendly station here. So if I want to save and dump my loot, I don't have to leave, which is just, if you don't immediately understand, that's almost OP as fuck. It's pretty nice. It's pretty nice. And the reason I scrap everything, most of this stuff I already know the recipes for. It's just being in the habit of automatically scrapping anything you don't need. Just to have... I'm not even getting experience, I'm getting iron. But I'm also storing that iron to make components with. Base components, superior, fine. So this is going to become my new base of operation now. Because again, this is an extreme unicorn scenario. To have a friendly station in a hostile controlled area. At this high of a level. And these are 2 cruiser repair ships. Oh my god. 3. Now I'm using flak plasma, so there's a chance I will piss this station off. But if I don't destroy it, and it gets mad at me but I don't destroy it, I can just leave and come back. And it will have chilled out. But in the meantime, this is where we're at. One thing I was doing earlier that people seem to enjoy, not to an extreme extent. It's not fun to watch forever, but it's an entertaining notion. Let me see if I can find one. But it's basically, so plasma flak is one of my favorite weapon setups. For a lot of reasons. So you do lose a little bit of damage on the AoE from the weapons by making them have an explosion radius, but that allows you to have the time fuse trait, which is what makes it a flak weapon. I did not custom name these. So flak is the time fuse trait, overload is overload, Gatling is rapid fire. They shoot 8 projectiles per second, then times 3 because they're all on triple barrels around this. Well, most of them are triple barrels around the fuse. And let me just do. So what you can do is actually place these behind the enemy or in front of them. The time fuse is you deciding based on the distance of your cursor from your ship at what point they are going to detonate. And what that allows you to do is when you have those massive fleets like that, you can kind of, the explosion radius pushes around the small ships, which is very disruptive to their ability to target you, so it mitigates a lot of damage by preventing about half the ships most of the time from being able to actually effectively point their weapons at you and fire. And then if you can actually make the flak detonate behind them, it'll push them closer, so then they'll start taking a lot of heavy shots, and if they don't explode, it'll shove them away. They might get repaired, but there's a good chance they'll just explode from being too close to you. Of course, you do have to also be careful of flak because not only does it damage you, regardless of friendly fire, right? But it also can damage your fleet ships. But that's the trade-off that you get for something that has such a unique kind of effect to it. Here we go. If you're ever hurting for materials, get about 10 to 15, depending on whether you use a battle cruiser or what kind of ship you use. Get about 5, 10, 15 refineries, and then just come out here. You really don't need, I only use 2 collector beams. and then you just come out here and just blast rocks. And with those refineries, you'll get a ton of scrap, so you can make upgrade kits, other weapons, other gear. It's a lot of fun. Of course, I don't really need to do that right now. Mining station, there we go. I thought I marked this one. Don't forget to use your notes. Oh. Silver Dragon, welcome, fellow dragon. 1,800 hours in game, and I am far from the most technical player, but we share a lot of information on Discord. I highly recommend going to the Star Valor Discord. Awesome community over there. A lot of great people, a lot of seasoned players. I know the game launched like a week and a half ago, but the early access was several years, so a lot of us have been playing this before there were battleships with spinal mounts, before there were fleets, before there were a lot of the features that we have today. Before there was crew. So a lot of us have logged a lot of hours, and so not only does that mean that just based on time alone that we have experience and ideas that we've come up with, but as the game evolves, we got to experience a lot of the new facets one at a time to kind of see how each one interacts with the rest of the systems, and then the next one gets layered on the next one. So we got this really nice, slow, layered perspective on the game. Now, don't get me wrong. If you've got feedback and you picked the game up yesterday, that's just as important, because I can't, and me and the seasoned players that were beta testers, we cannot, we can sympathize with that perspective, but we can't empathize. In other words, I can't put myself in the shoes of what this game experience is like for people who have all the features that are in it today, the first time they play. I can't imagine or convey what that experience is like. So don't say, oh, this guy's got 1,800 hours, they've got it handled, I don't need to give any feedback. That is not the case. Please don't let that dissuade you from giving feedback. The dev, he's a solo indie dev, he loves feedback, he loves suggestions, he loves people even just speculating, going off on tangents, having ideas, and just playing stuff out. It's a lot of fun. We got a lot of crazy people and interesting people over in the Discord, and we have fun just imagining what the future of the game will be. He does have a lot on his plate right now post-launch, getting caught up with some of the bugs that got introduced, but there's a lot of content to come. If you've watched Banlish intro to the game, he made a really, really amazing video. It's a long video, but it's organized, it's incredibly competent. He has a lot of excellent insight in the game. And it is one of the most important things in this game is that you can pretty much do whatever you want and be able to succeed, but it does kind of hurt the gameplay aspect when it takes you 30 hours to realize, oh, I never actually pushed F1. I didn't know that you could shift left click, right click, middle click to quick buy. I didn't know you could hold shift when you take a screenshot because the game stores its own screenshots. I didn't know that you could do that, and if you hold shift when you press an in-game screenshot, it actually saves it without any of the user interface, including the control panel, the fleet, the radar, health bars, floating numbers. That all disappears. It's literally just game assets, the field assets. So if you think that a background looks cool, if you think that a ship battle looks cool, firing a weapon off looks cool, and you don't want all the noise of all the numbers and interface on it, shift screenshot, boom, you got a beautiful screenshot without all that static on it. Steam doesn't even let you do that. Well, the length is that it's comprehensive, which is why it was amazing that you went through and organized it the way you did. I mean, yeah, I've seen videos that use chapters, and it's a comprehensive video and it's organized, but I mean, that's a long video. That's a big undertaking. And I mean, there's so many things in this game, like understanding how this stuff works, understanding all of these attributes and everything that can affect them. Like, people sit here and they're like, okay, so this is my power. What does that mean? And it's like, well, this is your available generated power that you can sustain off of. This is your available battery. But this green number is actually the amount of power that you're getting out of your generators After all your skill buffs, crew buffs, whatever buffs, that green number is your power. The red is what's being consumed permanently by systems like shield chargers, shielding, gyros, engines, stuff like that. And then this is what you have available for firing weapons, running boosters, stuff like that. Any auxiliary systems that appear up here, that's what this number is for. And if you don't understand that and you don't quite get it out of the tutorial the first time, it's really hard to go back through that tutorial and find the thing that you're looking for, which makes videos like what Vanlish made absolutely critical. And, you know, the community has tried to make videos that kind of touch on some of these subjects before, but nobody's really attempted something that's so widespread and comprehensive. And one of the things that I found that was really beautiful about it was that it's comprehensive on the subjects that it touches on, but it's not exhaustive in a way that you feel like it's spoiling anything, right? Like like I said, it's like he points to the road sign, but leaves walking the path up to the player, you know? Like, you don't have to, he's not going to teach you every little facet and the right way to do things. And one of the beautiful things about Star Valor is there's no right way, right? Like, it's really hard to play this game wrong. You can miss a lot of the aspects of it and still have a pretty fun time just kind of screwing around, playing the game. And then, like, you know, a long time later, you're just like, oh, that's what staff does. Oh, okay, I get it now. That makes sense. Or that's how first officers work. You don't get their efficiency bonus, but you get their little buffs, their tier buffs. Stuff like that. So, like, the video that he made is exactly what a lot of us have been wanting to do for a long time and just haven't had the chance or the time or the commitment to make it. And just to have something like that as a community resource was just such an amazing thing. It really is a huge benefit to the community. Look, I got four of the battle cruisers alone. There were a few of them were the carrier types. Those could have ended up being battle cruisers. Woo! Okay, too hot in the hot tub. But as I said, the spinal mounts on this ship are a little bit bugged at the moment when using projectiles, so I can't really hit them with that. But that doesn't mean I can't fight back. Unfortunately, my people seem unwilling to fire. Oh, I have it set to manual. I knew that. I knew that. Just kidding. I need to buy myself a little bit of time here. Oh, they're coming at me. I need to buy myself enough time to cloak. I can't perma-cloak with everything at full here, but I can get pretty close. Okay, now I can perma-cloak. There. So when you cloak, as long as this number goes back up into the white, then you can stay cloaked indefinitely. Of course, you got to be mindful that if you have boosters equipped, they could still drain your battery. See, it's going down, now it's going up. Boosters. So that gives me the chance to go back into the menu, away from my demonstration, to set all those to auto. Except, of course, I don't want my plasma cannons on auto. I need those to be manual. And if I really drop my shields, I can even run... Oh, and my... Oh. Drop my shields and my engine power. It actually gives me enough power to run my repair system. And if they don't attack my little repair guys here, we might actually be able to survive this encounter. Fleet ships will get the option or the ability to use things like the improved repair system at some point, but so far they cannot. Alright, she got topped off, so she was able to warp out again. So one of the strongest angles on this ship is about 45 degrees off the front, because it allows you to have both of these front turrets firing at something, while pretty much all the side guns. So basically from here out into this one. So anywhere around this area, I don't use these, so it's these three turrets and both of these two facing at the enemy. And now they're warping in more ships before I have a chance to recover, let alone defeat their entire fleet. So it gets pretty out of hand. Now, technically, I could kill them faster if I wasn't using flak on my plasma cannons, if they were just regular plasma. But again, the flak aspect, if you watch the way it's bouncing these small ships around, not only is that impeding their attack yachts and attack shuttles, but it also screws up their ability to heal effectively. So it kind of makes up for the lack of damage when used properly to disrupt their ability to heal. The surplus generation is only about my ability to fire all weapons at once, including spinals, but also to be able to permacloak. Like you can see, I'm able to cloak for about 2 seconds, but if I drop just a little bit of my engine and shielding, because my shields at 770 use so much power, 800 power across all systems, it frees up a lot for me to be able to permanently cloak my ship. Let's see, let me try to keep up here. Oh my gosh, you did that in one take? Oh wow. Yeah, that's so that had to be exhausting. But I mean, for real, Boundless, thank you. Thank you for doing that. I mean, wow. It's just, it's so helpful. It's so helpful because it's hard for a lot of us who've been playing this game, like I said, before a lot of these features got in. It's hard for us to go back and like imagine what exactly do people need to know? What are the things they might miss? What are the things that are critical that we take for granted? Because 1,800 hours in was pretty much all in early access. So it's like, you know, it's easy for us to take a lot for granted and not really have a full grasp of what exactly people do need to know. So it's up, a lot of it is up to new players to point out like, hey old man, you've been around here for a long time, you forgot about this thing, you're ignoring this thing, you're neglecting part of your community and you don't realize it, wake up, pay attention, hey old man, drink some coffee, you know, like, we need that kind of wake up call. So a natural evolution of tiny game I used to play called Destination Soul. So yeah, there's a lot of top-down 2D games like this over the years. Not just the scrolling ones, but the open ones, all the way back to the early Elite games. I used to play a game that was top-down. It wasn't space, but it was like futuristic. What do you call it? Shitty society. Dystopian future. It was called Traffic Cop 2000 something, and it was like just this raunchy ass game of top down running around shooting stuff, like kind of an arcade game but in a setting that was like kind of story based, and there was a lot of dialogue, and it was a really hilarious 90 game. Yeah, just a lot of old games like this. You can there. Okay, when I say there's no wrong way to play it, you can definitely make lots of mistakes. But when I say there's no wrong way to play it, I mean like it's almost impossible to completely bork a save to be unplayable. You can easily make a save to where it's not one that you want to play, and you can definitely paint yourself into a corner where it's really hard to play the game, or at least to do the things that you want to do, to where it's like excessively difficult or impossible. But it's almost impossible to completely lock yourself out. Even if you get Marauder perk, that wears off over time. So even if you piss off every faction in the game, the civilians will eventually forgive you. It might take some time, but you'll still find a port that you can dock in someday. High-tech low-life, yeah, dystopian, I like that, high-tech low-life. That's a great, a fun synonym for dystopian. Yeah, someday. I mean, you can stack up several hours on the Marauder perk. I don't know if there's actually a cap for it. It could be infinite, but it's like half an hour per 10 ships, and you can kill a lot more than 10 ships in half an hour, so that could get wildly out of hand. Well, I mean, it's not all going to be perfect, and honestly, I noticed a couple of mistakes in the video, but at the same time, it wasn't like, they're not the kind of mistakes that are going to fuck people over. They're the kind of mistakes that people are going to go, oh, it's almost like he didn't want to over explain it, so it got oversimplified, and it's not that it's, a lot of it's not like directly incorrect, it's just incomplete. which is perfect though, because you just want to give people enough information to be aware of the facets. Like I said, you want to point to the road sign, right? But you don't want to tell them how to walk down it. You want them to have the experience. It's a primer. It's an introduction. It's not a walkthrough. And I think games like this, I prefer not to have full walkthroughs. And honestly, like I said before, it's almost impossible to actually make a step-by-step guide on how you're supposed to play this game, because if you're a miner, there's a ton of different ways to go about mining. There's a ton of different ways to be a battle axe. Even if you're just going to straight greed brute the game, where you don't ever try to get your tech level up, you don't ever try, like, you're literally just killing things, right? You're leveling up these two only, one or the other or both. You don't care about geology, you don't care about exploration bonuses, you don't care about tech level. You're exhausting this tree first, and then maybe you want to go faster. Maybe you want more power output to kill stuff faster, and you want the two bonuses to your equipment. Like, if you drive towards nothing but full barbar mode, there's still not one way to go about doing it. You can still choose different kinds of weapons. You can choose hit and run. You can choose sustained fight. You can make builds that do both by using your energy controls and having a finely balanced equipment level. You can try to be friends with everybody and only kill marauders. You can try to fight everyone and endure the challenge of not only being chased by every faction, but again, having very few friendly stations to dock at. I mean, there's just like what you did, the way you went about it, the intention of just introducing people to the game, but making sure that they're aware of every facet. That is exactly the kind of guide that I've been wanting. And like, that's exactly what the game needs. I feel like that's as much as needs to be done. If you do want to make smaller videos so that people can kind of pick and choose what they want without having to go through chapters, but you made chapters, like, people can find what they want. I feel like that's exactly the way it should have been done. Mistakes, fine. They'll be like, hey, you said this, but it's this. And you'll be like, okay, yeah, well, it's a 2-hour video. Nobody's perfect. And then you correct it. And then if you want, you have your, as the person who published it, you can pin a comment to the top of the comments, and you just make a list of corrections and direct people to check that out. People can check it out for corrections. Like, that's how things like that get done all the time. It's completely acceptable to not be perfect on that kind of video. Don't feel like you have to remake it. It's not. Again, it's exactly what it needed to be. It happens. People would be like, "Oh, it's the other way around," and you can upgrade a gray item to a white one if you have an improved kit. You can use a relic. There was a time when there was no upgrade kit, and anytime you wanted to improve an item, you had to use a relic. Relics were a little more hard to come by back then too, honestly. They've gotten a little easier to spot, but there's a lot of us who are relic farmers. Relic farming for life. Let me just show you something real quick. So you can upgrade. I'll talk about the thing I was talking about, but what I want to show you is something else. But yeah, if you have a gray item, you can upgrade that to white with even just a basic upgrade kit. Yeah, well, I mean, if you feel like redoing it to make it more polished or whatever you want to do, that'd be fine. But honestly, like I said, I think it's exactly what people need to get off the ground. I don't think it necessarily needs to be perfect. So as far as redoing it, I mean, whatever you feel is necessary to meet your standards, hell yeah, go for it. If you feel the urge, do it. You might feel good about doing it. That'd be awesome. But one way or the other, if it gets people in the mood to play the game because now they understand something they didn't understand before, that's really what we needed. That's really what the community absolutely needed. It's been really hard for anyone to take the time and again to have that understanding. Yeah, you could even just do a video after the fact that is a list of here's my list of corrections. But again, you could just put it in the pin comment, and but that's, you know, that would be if I was doing it, that would be satisfactory to me. But you know, do exactly what you want to do, because at this point, I trust your judgment in that regard completely, because you did such a good job, not just in presenting the information, gathering the information, but in understanding the level of information. That was the crucial thing to me, was that you seem to have a grasp of the information that people would need to know getting off the ground without telling them how to play the game. You pointed out the things they needed to be aware of. So, okay, like you mixed up gray and white, but they'll figure that out at some point. They might waste an upgrade kit figuring it out, but they'll figure that out. What you did was make them aware of it, and that to me, that's the crucial part, was just people being aware of all the different facets of the game that are easy to glance over if you're not paying attention, or even if you are paying attention. Frankly, there's a lot of this game that I still kind of I neglect upgrading my crew properly. I'll dock at 10 stations thinking, oh, I need to find a crew person that has XYZ trait, and then on my hunt for that, I'll get sidetracked fighting, and I'll dock at 10 stations in a row without ever even opening the the crew screen, and I'll just be like, damn it, that was the whole point of taking this trip, was to do that, and I just completely brain farted on it. And there are times where I'll forget, like, I'll make a weapon wrong because I wasn't paying attention to the size of it when I was adding boosters, or I'll forget to completely fill out all the boosters for it, and it'll be like, oh, I made the weapon and saved, so now I'm out of materials, I have to go back and mine some more and come back again. Like, it seems simple on the surface at first, like it's like, oh, it's this neat little arcadey game, it's fun, it's cute, it's simple, but if you play it to the max, it can be really, really, really intricate, really complicated. But again, you don't have to pay attention. You can take the token crew, the bare minimum to get a ship flying, and never worry about that again. The game will be more difficult, and maybe you'll enjoy the challenge. And it's, you know, you get punished for it in difficulty, but it's not going to ever gatekeep you from having fun or being functional. You might have to be more cautious in how much you piss off different factions to keep them from sending huge fleets if you do neglect certain tactics and facets of the game. But if you're cautious as far as your relationships with the factions, you can absolutely neglect crew and not really ever give a crap about it. And you don't have to have a fleet. You don't have to have much of anything. You can, you know, neglect really upgrading your equipment and just wait for the upgraded versions to come your way through other means. There's so many different facets and things that you can ignore or might accidentally ignore, and it's nice that people can have the option of being aware of those different facets of the game and then choose to ignore them, rather than playing for 20 hours and then being like, ah, I missed that part of the in-game tutorial, because the in-game tutorial is still a work in progress, and it's not, if you get tired of the pop-up windows and tell it to go away, you might miss some really important information. So it's just like, just having the table of contents of your video can be a huge benefit to people. Like, oh, that's a thing? I didn't know that was a thing. And then rather than having to dig back through a new save file to like try to figure out where the tutorial for that thing is, they can just watch that segment of your video and be like, cool, I'm caught up, that's perfect. So, man, I mean, when I saw that video and I started watching it, like even before I even got into it, and you were just describing kind of your intent, your purpose, you know, your introduction, to kind of preface the whole thing, I was just like, it was like this, you know, that weight lifted off your shoulders that you weren't even really, you didn't even know it was there until it was gone. It was just like, oh, it was so nice. It really is. It really is. Oh, no control. So when a system says there's no control, you'll never get a full hunter fleet from a faction that has a station there. So I like to leave a lot of the stations, a lot of the systems that have control, like it says control of Vang Yi, I like to leave a lot of those alone so that wherever I am, I can stop by, pop a hunter fleet, like tease them to attack me with a hunter fleet, and then, oh, they destroyed it when I wasn't even on the screen. That didn't take long. But if there's no control, there's not going to really be a hunter fleet. So if you're looking to boost your reputation, or tank your reputation, those stations are very useful for it. Those stations are very useful for it. And then Ancient Relic, there it is. So when I see that, I look over on the radar at the relic, I'll immediately pop into the tab map to see what direction it's going. And then I will send my fleet guy to go fight the Ravager while I go chase the relic. Just like having just like you can have a fleet ship mine while you, some people hate mining, but they recognize that it's the best way to get crafting materials most of the time. So what I'll do a lot of times if I don't want to stop to mine is I'll just build a ship to do it for me. They'll sit here and mine the asteroid field while I go fight the Ravager or the pirates or scan the debris field or just run around and explore and look for the next station or look for the next asteroid field for them to mine. And then, you know, loot that drops from asteroids will disappear after about 5 minutes. So you just have to watch a timer, watch a clock, and every 4 minutes you swing by, check on them, pick up the loot. She just decimated that Ravager. She has no problem soloing Ravagers without my help. It's a beautiful thing because you get that relic for it. And I was off chasing a relic while she did it, so that's 2 relics in the time that it took to get one. And so you can totally reap the benefits of mining without having to stop and mine. Or there was the guy that just wrapped up a 17-hour stream this morning, or I guess it was around this afternoon. I think it was Chat with This Name. They played for like 17 hours straight, which is longer than I've ever played Star Valor, let alone in one sitting, let alone stream it. I think my record was like 14 hours. I played another game longer than that, but it's not as non-stop intensive. He was mining. He was doing the mining while his fleet was combat and repair role covering him while he mined. He was just chill, just playing chill game, having a good time, just playing relaxed style, and enjoying the scenery, mining up resources, making money. Last I saw, he had bought a Fortuna, the cruiser, carrier cruiser, independent carrier cruiser. It's got a decent hangar for a cruiser, but not as much as some of the faction ones. But he's just running around mining. He did some other stuff. He explored the crafting the crafting system and some other things like that. But for the most part, he just enjoyed being chill. Like, he got immersed into the game enough that he could just kind of hang out and have a good time doing that. Now, I wasn't there the whole time, so I don't know exactly what else he might have done, but that's the long and the short of it, was that some people don't like to mine, so they have a fleet do it for them. Some people just want to do the mining themselves and have the fleet cover for them, which is great. You can do either one and still reap the benefits of both the combat side, the exploring side, and the mining side. So when I say there's not a wrong way to play the game, that's what I'm referring to. And fleets aren't even mandatory in this game. We've got seasoned players that go well past level 50 into the hundreds of thousands of negative reputation in nothing but going from a shuttle to a yacht and never buying anything bigger than a yacht and never putting a ship in their fleet. Like, maybe they'll have a part-time miner that they'll go pick up once in a while, but usually not even that. They'll get minus 100,000 reputation with a faction, and their fleet commander will be like 2 because it's incidental to a perk they picked up or something, or they hired a mercenary just to get those 2, just so they have it later in case they decided to have a fleet. knowing full well that they'll never decide to have a fleet. It's just not going to happen. But just in case they might pick some up, but they'll get to the point that I'm at now, $2.5 million. Now, bear in mind, I've got about 100 platinum, 100 gold, and 100 silver stored. You can see all the different boxes everywhere. I've got resources and other ships, and this is one of my primaries, which is why it's a red flag. This is the unicorn system with the save system in the Vangy. But this one has 2 Lao shoes, a bunch of crew that I like that I'm going to put on my 3rd Zeus, a whole bunch of crafting materials, like, you know, but they'll get to this point in the game that I'm at, and they'll still just be using a yacht. And the reason they do that is because they're used to playing games that are like, you know, side-scrolling games and top-down games where you never actually get a fleet and you never actually could get a capital-sized ship. So it's pretty much all you ever had a choice to do. So they focus on speed, they focus on maneuverability, defensive, but then they'll make really overpowered weapons and do hit-and-run tactics. And so they'll jump in, do a shit ton of damage, jump out to survive, repair up if they need to, let their shield recharge, let the enemy spread out a little bit, jump back in and just demolish stuff. Novacat, who if you've seen the character in-game, the NPC Novacat fragment, that's their NPC. Novacat is one of the most notorious of that crowd, to the point that Novacat barely even comments. When the conversation turns to dreadnoughts, they're pretty much just like, oh yeah, based on what I've seen other people do, because they literally just don't care for the play style of it. It's not that they don't want to know, and it's not that they don't have valid input on the systems. It's just they choose to not play that way, so they're just like, I don't really care about that. But I'll talk to you about it and give you my 2 cents, but just know that, you know, for every 100 hours Novacat's played, probably about 5 minutes would have been spent in the capital ship. Like, they've done it, but it's not like, it's not their thing. And when I say capital, I'm talking cruiser or dreadnought. Yeah, see, I haven't played Star Sector, I haven't played Star Citizen, I really haven't played, no, I haven't played the X games, none of that stuff. But I would love to see, from the little bit of Let's Plays that I've seen online, I would love to see Star Valor expand. Maybe not to as big of a scale as, say, Star Sector, but towards that direction. There is the future that holds player faction, the ability for the player to build stations, the ability for other factions that, you know how there's the faction wars where fleets will attack other systems? Eventually, those factions will build their own stations again. They'll rebuild. Either the old faction will reclaim it or the new faction will dominate it and put up stations. So new stations will start to pop up. The galaxy will become fully living. And at that point, I mean, it's going to get to a point where the only decision is whether or not to go full-blown MMO with it. He's like, no, I don't even want to think about that. It's too far away. Like, if you start speculating on that, it has too much of an effect on what's in front of you, and it's... Is that a Brussels sprout? I found a Brussels sprout. That is one big fucking Brussels sprout. There's more of them. You gotta love the backgrounds, the nebulous clouds and everything in the backgrounds of this game. The layering of it, I love it. A lot of this is relatively new, like within the last year or so, a lot of it was added. Well, and the economy will become living too. There will be an actual market, and there will be, you know, if you sell too much of one thing at one station, they'll stop giving you a good price. Eventually, over time, that price will go back up. Like, they'll consume enough of what you sold them, that demand will start to rise again. At the moment, it's pretty much a dead end after if you sell them too much, then they stop giving you a good price. That's kind of the extent of it at the moment. But, and this is not a maybe, that will improve and change. Like, barring catastrophe, right? That's on the roadmap. It's not on the maybe pile. That's happening. So MMO is not. That is on the maybe pile and at the very bottom. Not because he doesn't want to do it, but because it's just too far ahead. But I mean, it's getting to the point where you have to kind of admit it would really kick ass. Um, he does want to do a local co-op thing where if you have a controller, you can go couch game style like the old days, where your friend can pilot your fleet ship for you. Like any ship in your fleet, they can pilot it for you, and maybe even swap between fleet ships on the fly. I'm not sure if actual planet interactions will ever be a thing. It's been discussed, but that's also one of those would be nice things that's kind of too far off outside the current scope of the game. We all know what happened with Elite Dangerous, right? Elite Dangerous turned into an FPS. I played the hell out of Elite Dangerous, and I did not learn anything about that game before I started playing. I rushed through the bare minimum of the tutorial introduction just to make it clear and try not to learn anything. I'm one of those people that I'll get really drunk to play a tutorial just so I'll forget everything I learned, and then I'll wait like a day and come back and play the game. Because if it forces you to do a tutorial, I'm just like, I don't want that. But I would love it if this game simply had an arena mode so that I can pull a ship out of one of my saves and load it into arena mode versus and fight against somebody else somewhere else with one of their ships. You know, I think something like that would be really freaking cool because there's already an arena mode, but it's like it's you versus the AI kind of thing, and I would love to see that expanded. But in the future, co-op play would be really cool. When the factions happen, where the player can have their own factions and stations, you could do. Could be the possibility of versus mode, where basically I load this galaxy, or a designated multiplayer that becomes live on a server, and somebody else can load in and start their own faction and either work with me or against me or with me and then betray me, and it could turn into like basically StarCraft on crack. Which I think would be pretty fucking cool. I think that would be a lot of fun. It's definitely a very open system at this point where it feels like just about anything could happen, and it's really exciting. But there's definitely more story planned. There's definitely more interactive. I don't even know what to call them. Areas, places, things in space to interact with. He wants to do things like space anomalies, megastructures that you can explore. He wants to do a lot of things. There's a roadmap on Steam, but right now he is working through a lot of the bugs. He is a solo dev, so the more people that can chime in on bug reports and feedback and suggestions and balancing stuff, any suggestions on the Discord or on Steam, the more the better. Like, we got a lot of people, but there's no such thing as too many. Everything helps. Yes. Let's see, I'm not fighting the big fleets, so I can get away with manual mode, which is a lot more fun. So you've seen what Lily can do versus a Ravager. This is what I can do. Just absolutely disintegrate the poor bastards. So yeah, enough talk. Let's get back to the action, right? Enough chitter chat. There we go. Boom, boom, boom. Okay, now I can make those in purple. Anything else? What's that? Okay, I don't need those, but completionist me says scrap them till I can make them in purple. Blueprint learned. Because, like, you can learn to make stuff in blue, but the more you scrap, the better tier you can make it. And you can cycle through because the cost changes. So if you're like, man, I got this stack of upgrade kits, but I don't have a lot of superior components, and I don't have the scrap to make it, and I don't want to mine, but I do have the components to make it in a lower tier, and I already have the upgrade kits made to upgrade it, you can do that. Boom, done. Multiple avenues for all kinds of things, and I mean, we're talking basically any kind of loot. You can't make oranges yet. There's still no way for the player to make anything orange or gold or legendary or whatever you want to call it. I call it orange because on my screen that's what color it is. That to me that's gold. That's a light gold color. I guess that's kind of a dark gold color, but it's too orangey. I know a lot of gold in real life has copper mixed into it, so it has that dark tint. And some people play with the different screen brightness, so even looking at my game here, they see something different than what I see. But to me, that is absolutely 100% orange. I don't care what you call it, legendary, orange, gold, that's up to you. That's between you and your god. I don't care. Not yet. So far, orange is the top tier, and the only way to get something orange is to find it or get it through a quest. You're really not going to find anything for sale that's orange. Some people say they have. I'm not saying I don't believe them. I'm just saying I've literally fucking never seen it, and I'm pretty sure I've heard the devs say it's not possible. So they're either experiencing, what do you call it, a minor delusion. They're mixing up memories, or it was a bug, or fuck, maybe the dev did make it to where there's occasionally an orange to buy and he forgot. Who knows? It's hard to say, but I can honestly say that I don't remember ever having seen an orange item for sale. Even purple is really rare unless you find a tin head workshop. Look, they warp in and half of them de-aggro because they're like, wait, I don't want to fight that guy. On second thought, fuck no. But then I shoot them anyway because what am I gonna do? They're marauders. Just because they're not attacking me doesn't mean they're not criminal scum. Step back, criminal scum. There we go. Alright. So this is me relic hunting, basically, stacking up ancient relics to improve things. Let's see, where was that rebel base? Just over here, right? Or not. I have no idea. I lost it. I docked at it, didn't I? This is not Doc's DeLorean. It does not tell you where you were. Well, let's see. Look for one that's very small with a friendly station. They're all medium. No! Yeah, well, and when people complain that, hey, this game needs XYZ, I'm like, oh, good. So aside from it needing that one thing, you must really, really like it because you're being a demanding little prick about it needing this one little extra feature to make it satisfactory for you. So what you're saying is that otherwise the game kicks ass, right? And they're just like, that's no. Not a productive way to talk to people, but basically it's what I hear when people complain in certain ways. I swear it was right here. It had to be. Maybe it was further out, and I jumped twice and forgot. Or did I blow it up? Maybe I blew the station up. I don't know. Nope, still allied at 99.99. Oh, okay. So this red spot here means there is a, what do you call it? Escape pod. I need to be picking up escape pods because I have a very pathetic, just me, Lady Hawk, and Ziggy, as far as unique crew. I have not found enough unique crew, and it's kind of sad. Kinda sad. Okay, you go chase that guy. Actually, no, H. F will send them across the system chasing somebody. H key will, H. G, H. The H key, I swear I can pronounce it. That will cause them to break off pursuit. Equally so with rocks. Now, if they're a miner and you press H one time, they're going to go right back to it. They'll just hesitate. But if you spam it, they'll eventually come to you. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Like, beyond legendary. Completely unique weapons that you'll... Not just that it's orange and legendary, but, like, super unique. Like, it's got a crazy... Like Diablo, like, it's got a crazy name. You'll only ever find one of them in the entire save file. And, like, maybe it's got, like, super wacky traits that you would never expect and does things that most normal weapons can't do. Yeah, absolutely would love to see stuff like that. Hacha! Hacha! Yeah, you catch more flies with honey than vinegar, absolutely. Alright, look at that. 31 Ardonian components. I'm out of scrap, though. If I wanted to build a third Zeus at some point, I would have to do some serious amount of mining. Because I need enough scrap. Well, I got that, but I would need enough scrap for both of these. Not to mention this. Oh, well, I have enough of those, so I don't need that, actually. Never mind. But then these consume refined components, right? These consume base components, or refined metal and base components. So even though I've got some of those, I might run out still. Plus all the money. I've got all the money to buy up all this stuff, so that's not a problem. But I would have to go get, like... What, that alone is 150. Although I still have some of those. This, I need another 24 times 3, so 75. So I'd need a couple hundred more scrap and I could build a third Zeus. But then, I don't exactly have... Like, I have some good gear for it. Like, I could get one off the ground and flying. Like, heavy shield generators. My charger game is garbage right now, but I could just get extra and craft some tier 3, some Mark 3 purple chargers, some extra bangy. I could get a third Zeus off the ground probably within an hour. I don't know, is that something people want to see? The part that would take a long time, potentially several hours, would be getting my fleet commander up to at least 80. Which means another 8, and that would be really difficult to do because Fleet Commander bonus comes from pilots, and I have not found one. I've got the bonus for Space Pilot, but not Fleet Commander yet. I think there might be a way to get Fleet Commander through staff, but I'm not 100% sure. But I would have to find one of these guys that has at least the ability to get at least 8. And if you see this guy is Master and he's 5, I don't think Legendary is plus 8, so it might be like another, it could be 10 hours before I actually have the fleet capacity to do it. And if I did, I'd have to give up my 2 bad boys here for repairs. But then, you know, if you have 3 Zeus, then you're not going to mind putting a couple of repair beams on at least one of them. Technically, you'd want to do it on 2 of them. So both of your support ships would have repair beams, and they would have to be ones that could point forward, which means you'd probably be using these 2 hard points for the repair beams, because otherwise you're going to have a hard time aiming them at the ship that needs repairs, unless they're flying parallel side by side. So, yeah, one of my primary goals right now is to find the appropriate crew I already have this bonus to it, right? So plus 10 Fleet Commander. But there's really not a lot of other ways to get Fleet Commander other than that and crew. It's really it. And I mean, like, I even took the experience perk to get that bonus too. That's why I have 22. Right? Because this guy gives me 10. Okay. The V6 is also a dreadnought, so it has the fleet commander points are consumed by class, so any dreadnought is going to use up 40 fleet commander. Any cruiser is going to use up 20. Fleet commander is basically a capacity number, not really a number of ships. So like, okay, so I've got 72. Half that is what, 36? I could have 36 shuttles flying around right now. At one time. Like, I could go buy 36 shuttles, put 36 pilots on them, and put them in the air right now without having to buy or upgrade anything. Well, technically they'd have engines. I might have to put some power. I might have to buy some generators and shielding that'll fit on them. But I have a couple, and these would work, and then I could just craft some. But I could at least put them in the air. They wouldn't be functional, but I could do it. Do it. You won't. I dare you. So actually, the person that this NPC, Lady Hawk, one of their main profiles is a fleet of Zeeps. And if you don't know what a Zeep is, I'll jump back into this profile real quick. But if you don't know what a Zeep is, it is a very unimpressive shuttle. It's not garbage, but it's a single hardpoint with 2 capacity and 16 equipment. Now, there's plenty of shuttles with less than 16, but there's plenty of shuttles. That one has that's the worst shuttle in the game, by the way. If you're ever wondering, what's the absolute weakest ship in all of the game, other than the ones that don't have weapons at all, which is that one, and that one don't have weapons. They're going to be passenger, courier, race car ships. Other than those, as far as ships that actually can have a weapon, that is the worst ship in the game. And I will still, if I find one laying around, a derelict, I will still pick it up, put it in my fleet, and put it in the game and mine with it as an escort, as a fleet ship, just to add to my ability to get loot faster until I find a better ship to replace it. Like, the absolute worst ship in the game is still worth using if you don't have anything better. But if you're ever wondering, like, I want the ultimate challenge. I'm going to do hardcore, permadeath, every bounty stack, all the worst perks. I want to make the most garbage start possible without actually not having a gun. That the driller is your platform, you know? Like, again, so you go in, you're like, what's the worst one of these? Probably the hardest one to work with is that, because you can never get allied or honored with all the factions, which means you can never buy the best ships. You do start with 3,000 credits, so arguably being a pirate is actually more difficult because you're not just capped, you're hostile with Proxima and Syndicate, and you can't even bring that back. You can't even reach neutral. They're gonna at least fight you no matter what, and then you don't get as much money, and so you're just like, okay, so these don't have any negative trade-offs. So you just don't have to take them, right? Pop in your driller. You don't have to take one of these guys, so you don't. And then you think, what are the worst of these to pick, right? So, genocidal, star killer, traitor, right? Because this means now you're enemy and can't reach hated. It stacks beyond can't reach neutral. You can't even reach hated. They won't forgive you, even to the point where they hate you, but they'll leave you alone. No, you're their enemy. They will come after you. They're going to come after you. Children of Terra cannot reach friendly, right? Except that you're a traitor. So it's actually worse than that. Again, your enemy can't reach hated. Vangi Ascension, enemy cannot reach hated. Every faction in the game against you. All the positive reputation that you get from any of these gets canceled out. You become the enemy of everyone. You can't do anything to change it. You can even throw this one on. The only benefit to this is that stations are more forgiving if you shoot them, but the only one that matters for is the civilians. All the other ones hate you. They're going to shoot you on sight, and it gives you a negative penalty that you can't recover until you get what is it? Not temperate. There's one that like basically recovers it, but at least to start off, now your agility is low. And then I don't know. I don't really think there's any others that actually are negative unless you just start with the Marauder perk, which is a 30-minute perk. It'll time out after 30 minutes, but what that means is that even civilians and their stations, now random civilians around space won't attack you, but their stations and their gate guards will. So now you start with that. So now you literally can't dock anywhere except for a Technomancer workshop, a Tin Head workshop. They're literally the only place you could go, and they're the rarest station in the game. They don't control sectors, so you have to fully explore a sector just to know if there's even one there or not. And then you're just like... And then you go hardcore permadeath, and you're just like, okay. What do you do? Oh, you get to be a pirate. Okay, so the pirates don't hate you. That's it. That's the only faction that you get to associate with is pirates. I forgot. Let's see. So hold on, is there a better way to do it? Can you actually do it worse than that? Who loves the pirates? Is there Red Skull hostile cannot recover? No. Vangi, Children of Terra. Ah! I thought you could do it where you can't recover it. Okay, so we'll just do it like that, right? So fuck it. We're gonna do it anyway. At least as a starting. Boom. Let's see what they do now. Civilian station is hostile. There it is. They immediately start shooting at you and it's permadeath. No, I took Star Killer. Come on. Do I keep doing it wrong? What's wrong here? What do I keep screwing up? There may be fail-safes built into the game. I thought I'd done this before. I could swear I've done this before. I'm pretty sure there's a way to do it. Oh, and you might as well go unlimited. It's permadeath and you're not going to get very far. No, I took Marauder perk. No, I hit aggressive instead. God damn it. I'm really bad at this. I wonder if I go to load if all of these are saving. That one. There it is. Star Killer. Okay, I think I did it all right this time. Yeah, there they come. Hostile. Hostile. I pretty much have to turn my shields off just to be able to dodge roll. Or I can't boost as much. There you go. Super fucked. So yeah, you can play the game wrong. There's ways to play the game wrong, and it saves each one of those because they're permadeath. It automatically saves at the gate. Unfortunately, it deletes the save when you die. I think it should leave the save there and just not let you load it, but leave it there as a testament so you can see this is what level I got to. This is how much money I had. This is, you know, like hover over it and see what your in-game stats were when that profile died. I'm trying to talk them into it. Maybe we'll get there. But yeah, you can absolutely play this game where literally everyone hates you. And the civilians will forgive you after half an hour. good luck surviving that long. I could tell you the secret trick to it, but I don't want to spoil that. You'll figure it out. There's a secret trick to running out the 30-minute clock to be able to survive and actually recover it. But again, I'm not going to tell you what it is because it's really fun. It's fun to figure out, and when you realize it, you're like, oh, duh, of course that's what it is. What else would it be? But it's a lot of fun. It's a fun way to play the game if you're a complete masochist and you just like that kind of thing. If you like to know what is the ultimate challenge. So we have a challenge thread in the Discord. We need to make a more organized forum for it outside of the Steam forum so that we can actually keep a running list of the different challenges, because you know how Discord is. Nobody scrolls up, so an old challenge will get lost. But we love to throw ideas out there like, what's the worst shuttle? What's the worst yacht? What's the worst ship in each class? What's the hardest way to start? How long can you survive like that? And then just put ourselves through absolute nightmarish hell in ways that basically only speedrunners do. Speedrunners and other challenge enthusiasts. I love watching speedrunning. Carl Jobst, YouTube channel. Love watching his videos. Love watching speedruns. Stuff like that. For a while there, we were doing speedrun challenges for the perks, because it tells you how long it took you to get a perk in-game. We had a lot of fun with those. Racing to see who could get different perks the fastest, sharing ideas, perfecting techniques, keeping secrets, but just posting a screenshot of this and being like, I'm not going to tell you how I did it. Some people would be like, I did it like this, but I'm not going to tell you exactly how. And some people would just tell the whole story and be like, try it, see if you can do better. I still don't. I'll tell you exactly what I did, and I doubt you'll be able to do better. What the hell? Is that a frigate? It's a donkey, isn't it? It's a scourge! The donkey's brother. Well, the donkey's cousin, I should say. They're both miners. I'd rather have a scourge than a... wait, which one is it? Is the donkey is the cruiser. The mule is the frigate, right? I'd rather have a scourge than the other one. The other frigate. Because it has 2 unlimited forward hard points. It doesn't have as much turret power, but it still has a turret. Can I pick that thing up? I think I can pick that thing up. Nope, guess not. Okay, Lily, I need you to super fuck off. So you warp out, because you're going to make it impossible for me to do this. Like, she already just made this way too difficult. But I'm going to go ahead and... Now, when you push a ship to a station, you can just shove it. I recommend setting the waypoint, because it gives you this green arrow to line up the blue dot and your ship. So it's kind of like shooting in pool. But just be careful that you don't push it at max speed, because if you're off and you need to chase it and get back in front of it to correct it, if it's going as the fastest that you can go, it's never going to slow down unless it hits something. Now, hopefully it won't hit these rocks. So I like to just go at half speed, right? Like I can go 66, 60 with a booster. We'll keep it down to 26. Another trick is to just turn your booster off with the caps lock key. Don't use your booster unless you do need to pass it. Otherwise, you give it a little nudge, and then you just go around, turn your booster. Oh shit! I hit spacebar on accident. No, it was a good shove. It's going in. I hear someone's guns going off, but I don't know where they are. I think it's that gate guard up there shooting at somebody. Now, mining stations and trading stations, the Syndicate, they will not shoot at Marauders, but they will shoot at pirates, which I think is kind of weird. But civilians will shoot at Marauders, but not pirates. Because civilians are afraid of pirates, but independent Marauders, they'll try to fight them off. But I don't understand why mining stations and Syndicate stations don't shoot Marauders. That one kind of confuses me, but it is what it is. Maybe it's just so the player can't just run and hide every time they get in trouble. Maybe, maybe. There we go. Okay. Perfect. So let's find us a nice, I still want to fight Ravagers. I still like swatting Ravagers. Oh, Vangie control. I'll go ahead and take this one out. And it's gone. Just like Stan's money. And it's gone. You just had to buy that. Oh god. Okay. Whoops. Oh, there's two of them. Well, how about that? Hey, they actually dropped something useful. A large reactor. There we go. Perfect. Kill the Marauders. I love when they warp in and then they all just sit there. Because they're just like, nobody told us that it was Zeus. Literally in God mode. They're all just like, maybe if we sit very still, he'll just go away. He'll ignore us. Should we ignore them? Nah. You missed. You dork. What a jackass. But just to show how unprovocable they are. Oh, right. It won't hit them. I forgot. I have to use my other guns. I can't wait for that bug to get fixed. I'm at like half my attack power when it comes to fighting these groups. Alright, so now there's no control here. We can move on. Really want to get this raised up so we can get to the really big fleets, because these are not really big fleets that I've been fighting. They're actually pretty tame. If you've noticed how relaxed I've been around them, kind of casually addressing these. Not taking them too seriously. Now, one reason to get your Explorer rating up is faster warp drive charging. A little over a third faster. And the warp cost, which means you don't have to have as big of a battery. Or if you're an energy cell warper, which... it's totally reasonable to be an energy cell warper in a dreadnought. If that's your style, like if you really would rather not waste space on a battery, I have something called an Adalo warp mod, which shortens my warp range, but makes the cost almost nothing. Without that, like you can see, I can go a little over 27 parsecs for 260 energy, which, if you have never seen a warp mod, that's a ridiculous number. Whereas instead of 27, now I can go a little over 43, but it costs 4,800, which I would need a lot more than a 2-point battery to achieve. So shorter warp range, cheaper warps, I like it. It's not always the best thing to do. If I want to get over here, then I'll dock at a station, put on my longest range warp drive, and it will extend to about 60 or 70, and I'll take that leap in about 4 or 5 jumps rather than 10 or 20. It really is a nice tool, but it's not one that you just use all the time and just forget about. So, let's see. But there's not much else that's going to reduce your warp charge time. Smaller ships, it recharges faster. But Explorer is pretty much the only way to adjust that. Hey, if I find John Luck Pickard, I'm absolutely going to use him. no, no. Ah, damn it. Gotcha. What are you gonna do? Oh, I'll catch you. My gunners might not be doing the best job, but I'm gonna catch up to you enough that they'll get you. You'll screw up. Yeah, you just screwed up. Hey, we got a crew. There's still a couple of the newer NPCs I haven't found yet, which is why I'm kind of making a big deal about it, because I want them. I want them bad. I want them real bad. There's some good ones out there. And when you're in a dreadnought, you're going to find that for the most part, you really, really, really want a lot of specialists. Whoa. Critical chance, 20%. Most of my weapons already have a high crit chance, but, I mean, if it's not 100, it could be better. I more lean towards crew that are weapon heat generated, because that, to me, is one of the better trade-offs in the crafting menu, is to make something that is way too hot for your ship, and instead of using cooling units, heat sinks, then I prefer to use crew. To me, it just kind of works out better, at least for the way my brain does math, but I can't say for sure that it's actually the best way to get the most damage. But it's helped me to avoid needing to use Nadalo mods in my crafting screen a lot. Not to be confused with Nadalo combat mod, but the weapon mod itself. When you actually go to craft an item. Okay, no Ravager here. Proxima. We're just gonna dick around for a second. I guess I'll bring her in. Somebody's attacking her, what an idiot. You're gonna die, Marauder. You've made a critical mistake. Like a really, really, really big mistake. You'll be lucky if she doesn't. Nope, the miner killed him. I didn't get any credit there, huh? Oh well. Fine components. Some damn fine components you got here in Twin Peaks. Some damn fine cherry pie. Water, that's what I want. Wata wata. Oh, it was a distress signal. I assumed it was a relic. Bad assumption. You got Pickard in the tutorial. That's awesome. That's really fortunate. I mean, he's not like the most super OP amazing, but it's helpful. The warp distance alone is like really nice to have early game. And there's no blue flashing dot in the middle of that waypoint, which means that it is a debris field. That's a derelict, straight up. What do we got? Oh, it's a Hercules, okay. Ha! That ship evaporated. Good God. Stop! Get out from in front of me. You're such a jerk, Lily. I mean, do you want it? Do you want to go after it? Come on. You fight it then. I'll go find something else. I'll go find something else to do. Or not. Whatever. Syndicate station right there. Wow. Ballsy. They're like, what, Ravager? We don't see any Ravager. He doesn't bother us. Makes me think they were in cahoots with the Ravager. How do you build a station that close to a Ravager and not get just absolutely stepped on? Distress signal. So if you're really hunting for crew, even if your ship's kind of slow, it's important to respond to distress signals. The pro tip is that if you see a blue dot in the middle, that means it's either a derelict or a escape pod, and you'll start to learn. And there's no blue dot, so it's a debris field, and you'll start to learn to recognize based on system scale and radar scale whether it is an escape pod or a derelict. It'll just become intuitive over time. Sometimes a shuttle will trick you and you'll be like, oh, it's a shuttle. And then you move on, but it won't happen very often. But if you're really hunting crew, if you're really serious about hunting crew, that's pretty important stuff to respond to those distress calls. I'll keep that. I'll keep that. That's hilarious, so I'll keep it. That might be fun later. You found large lateral thruster Mark IV in the garbage. Okay. So we'll just... the rest of it will get scrapped. And stored. And that's why I have random materials all over the place, because I didn't feel like selling them or looking for a place to sell them. I didn't want to carry them around, but... so they just sit. 17 relics? Holy cow, when did that happen? And I've been finding upgrade kits everywhere. Hey Lily, let's see if you need any... I mean, now, if you're ever thinking, oh, I found a green spotlight, how silly. No, it actually makes a difference. They get better range out of it. To demonstrate. Okay, see, I can see these two rocks and the one little star after them. Now these two rocks, the star after them, and then all the way out to here now. So it does make a difference. It improves it. The bigger the ship, or the faster the ship, the better the spotlight you want. I'm not saying that you should use a relic to upgrade your spotlight, but if you have enough of them and you really want a better light, it can be worth it. And you might also be wondering, wait, does that mean there's an orange spotlight? Yeah, there actually can be orange spotlights given to you as a reward. They can be dropped as loot, but good God, is that rare on purpose, because it feels kind of silly, but they might get more common just because when they first started out, there was not a benefit to upgrading spotlights. Now there is. So now that that's a thing, he might actually increase the odds of being able to find them. Red Skull. I would like to find another Vang E system and get a fleet battle going. Oh yeah, I was gonna see if she needed any upgrades. See, it's easy to get distracted and forget what you're doing. Also, if you're wondering, yeah, I can sit here and take all their weaponry. It does basically nothing to me. One of them even goes through me, it's so disappointed. But I could probably sit and withstand. Well, let's dial it down. So at 34%, I have 174 recharge. Oh, will you... Damn you, Francine. Stop ruining my demonstrations. It's still enough. Now, some stations will have better, better weaponry. But at least that pirate station couldn't break 174. So what is that, like 4 or 5? I could withstand the full brunt of 4 or 5 of those, of that station attacking me at one time. It feels a little silly, but that's okay. There's nothing wrong with it. Let's see. Now, one thing to note, distress signals are more common around the outside edge of a system. So if it's a big system and you don't get any right away, just fly out to the edge out here where it starts to say dead zone. You'll see dead zone, entering dead zone. Just kind of fly that perimeter. It's basically the edge of the screen here. Of course, my ship, again, being slow as hell, that's not necessarily a fun way to go about it. You could just warp to a system and maybe there'll be another one. Alright, let's find a station, and we'll outfit Lily, and I'll refit my ship for longer warping, and we'll get back to some big fleet battles, because I did add a little bit to my reputation, but not as much as I wanted to. But again, you can all just fighting those hunter fleets will advance your reputation further into the negative. Like that guy, I got minus 50. For a Vangi station, I get almost negative 2,000. So that's why we're not really getting anywhere right now. There's just nothing to kill. Alright, so this Dio Sweeper is a combination scanner and warp drive, so I need to take that off. And then I need to make some room to put on a huge battery. Oh, she's got it. So we'll give her the purple one. Or that. 1100. Oh. Yeah, screw it. Just take it. You don't need it. Alright. And I need both Ardonian huge batteries on this ship, so we will take one of those out. We need to take that off. That leaves us 7, which is enough for the warp drive, but now we don't have a scanner on. So let's do that and that. And that lets us put on this, and we will upgrade it. Perfect. And we'll save. And since I'm just going across the galaxy, I'm not going to store this. If I were going to go mine or something, then whatever I took off to put on like refineries, I would store it so that I'd have more room for loot. This isn't a loot expedition. 84. That's not enough battery. It's just not enough. So now I can put on a large battery. Okay. And we'll save. Now we have enough to work. And we can click. Oh, what? Ardonian component just right there, huh? And a derelict. And that's. Okay, that's not. That's a debris field, but we'll go see what the derelict is just in case it's not crap. And yeah, I can absolutely still SWAT Ravagers with this setup. It's just not as functional against the big fleets. Another Scourge! Okay, I don't need it that bad. There's no station here. Have you pushed your reputation for the pirate heat sinks and pirate heavy boosters, or were they drops? I mean, I've got a little bit of negative with them, and that is where I got the 2 pirate heat sinks that I have, but the build that I have now, negative 30,000 reputation, is nothing. It's not a significant threat. To put it in context, the Vangi were only a significant threat. If I'm playing at my full focus and my full mental capacity, they won't be a threat until about 200,000. That's when they actually could potentially kill me, even if I'm completely focused, like not streaming, not chatting with anyone, not thinking about my escorts and fleet ships, not thinking about, you know, what I'm going to have for dinner, that kind of thing. If I'm dead focused and fully rested and at full capacity, it's at least 200,000 before there's a chance that I might make a mistake still and get killed. Around 300,000, you can do everything right, and you'll just incidentally be fucked. It could just be like the way they warp in and the way like 5 or 6 different battleships are pointed at you and fire at the same time. You just won't be able to do everything right, and even if you cloak, and if they might all still fire just a short burst at the same time and SWAT you. So there's no guarantees past like 300,000. Even if you do everything right, getting close to 400,000 starts to get really frustrating and I have not faced a hunter fleet with the new dreadnoughts of the Vangi. I've only faced it when their dreadnoughts were using the Titan as a placeholder. So we're gonna have to wait and see just how out of control that really gets. They haven't put dreadnoughts in their fleet yet to come after me. I don't know if they will actually. It might be considered too difficult. I'm not sure why I haven't seen any yet. You know, I've had 4 or 5 of the battle cruisers and a couple of the other cruiser, the carrier cruisers, and 1 warpin. So I feel like that could be 2 dreadnoughts, but I have not faced a dreadnought in combat yet. Not yet. Okay, so they're still being fine-tuned, I assume. Or I guess the fact that they're impossible to get in-game other than crafting them means that it wouldn't really make sense for them to just be wandering around. There's reasons that make sense, but I'll be a little disappointed until they show up. Just because that's who I am. That's who I am. Yeah, see, that's not changing their reputation anymore. That's what it was before. Does it only go from neutral to friendly from doing that? From the blueprints? I don't want pity. I want to get my ass kicked. This game is more fun when it's impossible. I'll tell you, it's... I thought so. I've never used that intentionally as a means to gain reputation, so I never really paid attention to it. 1,800 hours. Like I said, 1,800 hours, and there's still stuff that I forget or just don't know. Like, I'm sure there's some people who have a more photographic memory, or eidetic memory they call it, who just don't forget these things, or just have a higher IQ and a better memory in general and can remember more of it. But I love how much of this game I can forget and still be fully functional and have a good time, and then come back later and be like, oh yeah, that's what that thing does. Ha ha ha. I forgot how that works completely. Okay. Yeah, I mean, okay. Why not? Show me the Vangi. Where was that one system I was enjoying so very much? Ah, over here. But first we need... Yeah, I'll do it at a Technomancer station. So, this system is another unicorn, but I made this, it's a synthetic unicorn. If there's a tin head workshop in a system, and that system is controlled by another faction, and all of that faction's stations get destroyed, and there's no other factions to take control, the tin heads will claim control. It is the only time, it is the only way for tin heads to control a sector, a system at this point. But that is a way that is the way to do it. It is a thing that can be done. It really has 0 effect on the game because nobody's going to attack them. They won't participate in faction wars whatsoever. So it really doesn't matter at all that they control it. But it's just a fun thing to know that you can do that if you want to for some reason. For some reason. I don't know why you would want to, other than to just say that you did, but you can do the same thing with rebels. If you're like, man, there's not enough systems that the rebels control, you know, you can either destroy the stations yourself that are in control around a rebel station, or you can trick enemies into doing it for you by luring a large hunter fleet or marauders, and just hope that they're strong enough. And you can mess with the station just enough without damaging it to get the perk that for destroying it. You can interfere with their ability to shoot while the marauders still shoot at it. Be disruptive, be annoying, and try to get it destroyed. It can be really tedious and frustrating, but it can be done. What's the other one? Oh yeah, the scanner. Boom. So now I'm back where I was before because I kept all of it in the cargo. And we save. And then we do the thing that I keep saying I'm going to do and still haven't done. Which is warp in this wonderful lady. Come on, Billy Black, bring it on down. I'm sorry. Oh, was I in your way this time? Oh, I'm so sorry that I was in your way the one time out of the thousands. She loves to patronize me. She'll get in my way nose to nose, and then like, oh, sorry, let me just get out of your way. And I'm like, just stop moving and I'll go past you. And she's like, oh, sorry, sorry. And I'll be stuck. She creates this moving wall that I cannot get past. Now, it didn't give me rescue reputation. Lame. The others had dropped aggro already. Boo. Okay. Alright, you can have your huge battery back. You didn't really need it, but whatever. Actually, if I just give her a large reactor, it should have the same effect. In fact, I'll give her an Ardonian small battery just as a buffer, a capacitor. Oh yeah, I remember now. We're going to take out the ion reactor and put in another heatsink so that I can put her up to full power. She wasn't at full weapon power. And then she's using Vangi light armor. I'd like to replace that with something with more damage resistance, even though it'll make her slower. She gets surrounded and abused in combat anyway, so speed's not really a concern. What this will do is, since their warp out is percentage based, this will actually give her more time before she hits that percent without risking safety. And I can even lower it now because she has a higher total, so I can lower it and she'll still warp out with the same amount remaining, but she'll also have a higher damage resistance. It's not amazing, but it's good for a fleet ship to have 60. Not the best, but good. It's as good as Purple Ardonian. So there's that, and then she's got the extra power, she's got the extra heat. Yeah, that's gonna make her a monster, even compared to what she was before. I can go ahead and upgrade those 3 chargers. She's got a purple optronic. We can go ahead and finish. How many relics do I have? Like 20? Okay, it was 20. That. Still wish that I could drag a highlight box around things, but it is what it is. Okay, now she's an absolute fucking beast compared to what she was before. And we're gonna take that beast and throw it at these Vangi. They only need the warp drive. They only need the warp drive. Personally, I think they should have to carry a stash of energy cells in order for that emergency warp to work. If something like that were implemented, I would only expect to see it on hardcore difficulty. He does not want fleet ships to be easy to destroy, but he does not want them to permanently stay in combat and just do all the work for you either. It may not logically make sense even in the game's universe, let alone in real-world immersion, that they can warp with just a drive and they don't need energy cells or the battery capacity to make it happen. But as far as game balance, it works really well in my opinion. I think it's the right way to do it. And he has other difficulty modes that can... You were docked. Why didn't you repair? Woo! Yeah, they've gotten a little more serious. They're level 58 and 59. Yeah, this guy's at 59. So even without a cruiser, without a battle cruiser, and I'm not controlling any weapons right now, this is all automatic fire. Even without all that, they were able... I can still swat them down, but they were able to push them out really fast that time. That was pretty brutal. And the reason I set these to manual is because they don't work, so it's better if the AI just stops trying to fire them in combat. So there's that. That's something I need to do, especially because charging them makes your turn speed drop out. But as long as they have a warp drive, and I mean, you can set it, as long as you don't set it to never, right? That's the exception. If they have a warp drive and you set it to never, yeah, they'll explode. I don't know why you would do that unless you want them to explode. But if you want them to explode, you can always just get them, damage them, or get them damaged, warp them back in, and then have them destroyed before they repair. But if they're set up with self-repair, sometimes it's easier to just say never and just let them die the first time. Now, even when your gunners are set to auto mode, if they're using flak, the range of that flak is still determined by your cursor distance from the center of the ship. That may get a switch later so that the gunner determines the range, but personally, I like determining it myself, although there are times where it's irritating. Like if I'm trying to aim a different weapon, but I want these guys on the side to go at a different range than what I'm doing up front, it would be nice if they could come up with their own range. Sometimes, not all the time. Most of the time it's pretty well functional, and he's considered, at some point he'd considered making a switch so that they will not all follow a single range, because if you're surrounded and all your weapons are flak, it's kind of difficult to set a range that works for everybody. You can't please all the people all the time. Shit. Too soon. Wasn't ready. That was absolutely gonna kill Lily. Which means now you can undock and go repair Lily first, and then you redock when we go back to the other system. Oh, she's also getting some healing from... Okay, that's fine. Oh, the knights. Thank you, knights. No! I'm not killing knights. Fuck off. I would lose so much loot over that. I will not risk killing knights. That's bullshit. I did not want to fire at them. That's the one problem with flak weapons and explosive weapons, is that friends will fly right into it and die, and then they blame you, and I'm like, that was not my fault. I was shooting at legitimate targets. You entered the line of fire after the projectiles were out of my barrels. That is not me shooting at you. That is you flying into my bullets, you dumbass. Oh shit. But shit happens. You reload, you move on. I didn't have to reload. I could go back later. It was only about 100 reputation. I could just go buy some stuff. Go buy some, what do you call it? Blueprints. And fix it later, but if I don't do that and it gets worse, it can get pretty out of hand. So rather than deal with that bullshit, I save scum. That's right, I save scum. Why am I okay with save scumming that? Because Technomancers are not a proper faction, so there's not a proper way to raise their reputation. So I consider that it's an incomplete aspect of the game. So to me that justifies a little bit of save scum. Especially when I'm live and I don't want to have to fucking go through a bunch of hoops and bullshit just to get it done. Whoa! That time I just died. Didn't get to my cloak fast enough. See, three of them can royally destroy you. So now you know how that works. So you can imagine once they have 5, 6, 20 of those ships, it gets pretty out of hand. All I had to do was cloak, I would have been fine, but I didn't get there quick enough. I was worried about Lily not being fucking aware of what's going on. Oh, there's this red star right behind my head. I kind of just want to... Oh, there. I'm a douchebag. There you go. But I don't like to block the info panel, just in case somebody actually wants to see that. That had a real Son of Satan, Angel of Death motif to it, didn't it? I like to separate these two, that way my build isn't dependent on being able to sustain fire both of them. Because you get basically the same effects from firing them in alternation. And the other one's not going to be recharged by the time you're ready to fire again. The cooldown's long enough that firing one at a time is not a big deal. And if you try to fire them at the same time and it drops out, then you don't get the full effect. And if I try to make my build wrap around being able to fire them at the same time, it's too much of a sacrifice that just isn't worthwhile to me. So when you have two spinal mounts on a ship, and this is the only one that does so far, it's totally acceptable to build your equipment around only firing one of them at a time. Unless you just really want to fire them both at the same time for effect. I get it. It's more fun that way. The only practical purpose is doing the damage sooner on that first one. But after that very first time that you fire them both at the same time, it's literally pointless to do it. Other than that first strike, other than the extra damage on first strike, and don't get me wrong, that's great. But for your entire build to be making all the sacrifices required to do that, when every time in a single battle you do it after that, it's completely pointless. It's not worth it to me. I would have to give up a lot of space for either battery or a ton of generator, and that space would only really come out of my shield system. There's really nowhere else to draw it from, or turning, or boosting. I mean, I would only lose... I probably should take a couple of my boosters off, but for more shielding, not less. Or not anything else but more shielding. Boom. Oh yeah. Pre-select the destination. That way if you get in trouble and you're like, oh shit, all you have to do is that. You already know where the warp button's gonna be, give or take. It's right there. It's right where your fourth ship would be. Or even your third a little bit. But if you have to sit there and go, oh shit, I gotta drag, and where do I... Or even if it's just the one next door, it's an extra second that could get you killed. So pre-select that destination, save yourself the time, get the cursor in position while your hand moves from the keys to the M. And guess what? If you're really worried about warping out on time, you don't even have to change the M. You can literally make it any button, like on the top. Replace 4. There it is. You can make it like a key on the top row on the numeric keypad. You can make it Q or E and change your energy system to something else. Now, one thing he's working on is that when you do rebind something, that it actually changes it in the interface, menus, and text boxes. That does not happen yet. So if you rebind Q, E, R, or anything else that has pre-made, like, I don't know what else, I can't think of anything offhand, it's not going to update on the interfaces and tutorials. It's not going to update here either on this menu. In the future, that will be fixed, but for now, you just kind of have to remember when you rebind something, A, remember that you did it so that you don't get confused, and B, don't get mad that something doesn't update to reflect your changes. It will eventually, but it doesn't yet, so... You know, like they say in Hitchhiker's Guide, don't panic. At no point in within the game or within the community is panicking going to serve you anything positive. It just, I can promise you, it's not the most appropriate it's not the most productive way to go about it. I don't want to gaslight people. I don't want to tell people their emotions aren't valid. I just want to tell you to don't bring them into the community. There's a difference there. Don't panic. And the only reason I backslid into that conversation again off of key bindings is because people panicked about that. They got really up in arms about, why aren't my rebinds reflected in the game, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, because there's literally one fucking dude working on the game and he hasn't got around to it yet, and that's not a critical enough thing to hold up all of development on. You might think it is, but most people don't. These are not just flat cannons, they are plasma flat cannons. So they use energy instead of ammunition, because I'm lazy and I don't like ammunition. Except railguns are fun. Railguns are fun. Missiles are very useful. Ammo-based cannons are fun. Vulcans are incredibly powerful in a lot of situations. Not most, but a lot of situations. I'm just lazy. I don't do it. So that's all there is to that. So I use plasma because then all I have to do is slap in a couple of extra reactors and I'm good to go. Now, I was complaining about making sacrifices to my equipment space that could be shielding to put in other equipment. Making these ammo-based would push off that need for extra generators onto my cargo bay, which would open up more space for more shielding. So, if you don't mind the money, the trips to the station, keeping an eye on your ammo, basically the little bit, it's not a lot of work. It's really not. It's just that, you know, when you play for 10 hours straight, I like to have an uninterrupted flow. Some people don't care. Now, when stations restock and you find a unicorn station like this one, that's not it. Where's my unicorn? That's the one. Where you have a mining station, that mining station in the future, they will restock. They will restock ammo. I can't guarantee it's enough to keep up with the massive fleet battles with 2 or 3 dreadnoughts. But you can also craft ammo. And, I don't know, is that scrap based? I know that the ammo replicator on Proxima ships is based on scrap, right? Is it only scrap? And is crafting ammo only scrap? I have no idea, actually. I don't remember. CZH, maybe you remember that better than I do. If it's scrap based, you're kind of SOL. You have to mine. Yeah. I've crafted it before, but it was back in the day. It wasn't the same system, so I don't know what's changed. It used to be iron. And but now that asteroid fields respawn, refill, that got to be a little OP. You could just find a system that was hostile with like 5 or 6 asteroid fields in it, and then all you have to do is have one OP mining laser and then a bunch of Vulcan, and you pretty much have unlimited Vulcan. So once he made certain changes, it became necessary for the ammo replicator to get expensive. I don't necessarily agree with it consuming scrap, because scrap is really precious, but I mean, if that's what it takes to get free ammo in space, then, you know, again, there's a reason I stick to my plasma base. But some people love their ammo weapons. They swear by them and they win with them. I'm not saying they don't do well. They absolutely do. Hostile warp bin detected. No battle cruiser, or do we have one back there? Damn it, my flux generator's off again. Why does that keep happening? I want to set it to a state where if there's available power, it will turn itself back on. Like these guys, auto launch after repair. I want to set this to auto activate after power available. I don't care if it has to shut off. Like if I'm firing my weapons and draining my battery and not able to keep up with any other systems, yeah, shut it off and give the weapons priority, even if it sputters on and off in a way that will never generate flux. That's fine, but as soon as there's some power available, please let it come back on. I hope that's a thing one day, because I feel like that makes sense. If I had it on before I ran out of power, odds are I want it on. In other words, what are the odds that I'm intentionally firing my weapons and draining my battery just to shut off my flux capacitor? Doesn't it seem like I probably want that back on the second it has power available to it? It seems like there's not a situation where you would just want it to stay off. And if you do, okay, fine, make it a switch. Make it a button here. Cycle between states. Auto reactivate, on, off, red, green. I'm cool with that. But again, solo dev, lots of stuff to do. That's not a priority. I just need to remember to look up and push a button. And problem solved. That's the solution, is I look up, see, oh shit, it's not on. I drained my battery. Capacitor's no longer on. I need to turn it back on. Not a big deal. But, logically, and, you know, for smooth gameplay, whatever you want to call it, it just feels like it makes sense to me that eventually, when time allows, that would be a nice quality of life thing. Maybe that's just me though. Maybe people like the challenge, and maybe that's not an option in hard mode. What are you doing? Tell me you're not going out to the station. If you destroy the station here, I'm gonna be mad. I'll be so mad. But she probably tried to. Well, that's true too, but it's not like it's gonna be 100. Just the idea that I'm shooting scrap at my enemies is like, I have to believe there's a better way. I would work so hard to avoid ever shooting scrap, but that's just me. I'm the one who sits here and makes, you know, weapons that cost 24 scrap metal each, and then making the upgrade kits to upgrade them, and then getting bored with them after 10 hours and building a whole new set, and then... But that's just me. What are you doing? Are you chasing something? What are you chasing? Oh my god. I see missiles popping up on the screen, I think. Little purple dots, are those missiles? There's missiles everywhere over there. She's about to engage a station. And she would win, by the way. If anyone's wondering. So these little blips are ships firing missiles at her and running back to the station for safety. And she chased them all the way back to the station. And she would have destroyed that station. And pissed me off because I don't want it destroyed. Otherwise I won't get hunter fleets here. It's kind of the whole point. Why did you stop? Awkward. Okay, you're back. Set up the repair mode, and that's pretty much all they're going to do is come back to you no matter what. It's a nice way to recall fighters without them stopping to fight things when you don't want them to. And by the way, that 770 recharge is one of the only reasons that I do use an Ardonian barrier. There are much stronger barriers, but they don't last. They last about half as long. So when you've got a bunch of V5s, it's better to be able to take their attack one at a time over a duration like that, rather than only being able to handle it. You'll handle it better, but then the next one, you won't be able to handle it at all, no matter what your recharge is. It would have to be well over 1,000. We're not there yet. I'll be over 1,000 soon when I get enough orange chargers. It'll take about 50 hours minimum to get most of my shield and chargers to orange. About 50 hours. But if you consider that I play about 10 to 20 hours on the weekends alone, just live here, and I may broadcast on YouTube tomorrow, so check the Star Valor Discord. Lots of people are streaming Star Valor lately. There's a lot of new fans. Lots of people. There's usually like 3 or 4 people on during the day on Western Hemisphere time. But even Ziggy D, he usually gets like 400 to 1,000 viewers at a time. He's out in Australia, so if he's streaming, it's usually later on. It's usually at a different time frame. There we go. But I try to put in at least 10 to 20 hours a week just so I can progress a decent amount over time. I will do a few casual offline sessions where I'm not streaming just to take care of things like doing some extra mining to stock up on crafting materials, or hunting for crew, stuff like that. But sometimes I'll do that on stream as well if I feel like I have something that I can talk about while I do it. But as soon as I start running out of stuff to talk about, it's like, okay, it's time to get back to combat, because some streamers, they can get away with, like chat with this name, the guy that was streaming this morning. Oh wow, that's hilarious, a Bengi Light Blaster. He can get away with 17 hours of mining and, chat his way through it, and it was a really chill chat room to be in. It was really nice and relaxed. We talked about the game, we talked about other games. So that was really cool. But for me, if I don't have something to talk about, I gotta get back to the fighting, because otherwise I start to kind of zone out into the game a little too much, get to be a little bit of a head case, and I'm here to kill. I'm here to blow stuff up. Right. Ooh. Lily, you're fucked up, bud. Glad you didn't warp out, but we'll get you patched up so you don't have to worry about warping out in it again. Now, if I get a Tim the Insane, man, Tim the Insane on a Zeus, oh, I can't wait. It really makes me want to go out there and hunt for crew, but like in that 50 hours that I could spend getting all this orange gear, it would take just as long to get a handful of some of the unique NPCs, let alone the ones that I want. I still have it in a file, but you can't use early access saves on the current build. But I have a save that's well over 100 hours, and I mean it's orange as fuck. Now, CZ just made some YouTube videos that are much more orange than mine. He has saves that are well over 100 hours. And what was your highest hour save in early access, CZ? What was the most hours you put into one save? Like, I think it was 600, 800. It was a few hundred though, right? Like at least 300 or 400. Well, technically, there's a way to roll any Steam game back. It's not even a rollback, it's just installing an old version. There is a way to roll back to old versions of a game. I've never done it with Star Valor, but I've done it with several versions. And the fun thing is, you can save it as a package, so that all you have to do is delete the contents of the games folder under your Steam library, and then just copy paste the old files in. But it's a really tedious process. I don't encourage people to do it because well, A, there's no support for old versions, so if you have a problem, too bad. When you run into the bugs that got solved in later versions, you're fucked. Or you're at least stuck with the bug. And there's usually reasons to play the new games. But if you played those old versions and you just want to go back and check them out, there are ways to do it. Or there's a way to do it. Of course, every time the game updates, you have to back up your save folder for that game, for that version. You have to update your save folder for it, because if you try to go back too far and then load that save even into a later early access build, it can bug really bad. So you have to keep track of what version you're playing, and then take those saves out and paste it back over the old save folder for just that version. It's a lot of micromanaging. Depending on, I mean, unless you only have one old version. There's one game where I only played the final early access build of it, or the current updated build. But every time the game has an update, you have to update to be able to play, unless you play in offline mode. And again, it's tedious, but yeah. I keep mine in my Steam library, just up one folder from the game folder. All my old early access saves are there. Theoretically, I could roll it back, but I would never stream that for Star Valor unless there was like a community thing promoted by Laios to be able to do that, but I wouldn't do that to them. Offline, I've still never done it. I don't know that I ever would. Oh, I broke it. So I had 100 saves because it starts with 0. If you have 100 saves in the folder and you start a new game and try to save it, the game pretends that it saves, but it doesn't. It doesn't create a file. It just, poof, it disappears. It just doesn't exist. So the second you the second you exit that save, either by going to the menu or closing the game, it just doesn't exist anymore. Laios, what's up? How's it going, my man? The busiest developer on Steam right now. Making that game, making it. I'm doing good. I'm back on day shift, so I'm getting sleep again. I almost forgot what that was like. Well, you launched your game, and now there's like a bajillion people to talk to. The forums are lit up. I'm not just talking about bugs, man. I'm talking about the whole community is like huge now. Things escalated quickly in every way. So, yeah, so I did, because I'm back on the day shift and I'm sleeping again, I'm getting good sleep again, I did the first Star Valor Action Metal Wednesday last Wednesday. I did the first one in like months. And it was really cool to get to do that again, to bring that back. So that's going to be a regular spot again. I'm considering, because of how much my YouTube channel has grown just from re-uploading the Twitch streams, I may do a straight YouTube stream tomorrow. So I've been telling people that tomorrow I might be doing a YouTube only stream. I want to see how it compares just as far as stream quality. And last time I streamed to YouTube, it was before I went affiliate on Twitch, so it was a dual stream. It's really hard to keep up with the chats on dual streams, so I want to give it a shot, see what a YouTube stream is like, see what the outreach is like, try to get some, basically try to get some outreach for the game and community on YouTube, just to see what happens. I figure I'll do at least a few hours, see how it goes. Should be fun. But for the most part, we got rated by Banlish. I told him how much we appreciated the video that he did, because it's really hard for people who've been playing the game all through the development to have that new. It's like I've been telling you all along. You know, it's hard to put ourselves in the shoes of new players with everything that's in the game right now. So it's really hard for us to really conceptualize what a good, comprehensive tutorial would be like in that kind of video without any kind of a walkthrough spoiler type scenario. And I think he did a damn fine job. He commented that he feels like he made too many mistakes, and I was like, yeah, but I mean, you can just put corrections in the pin post on the YouTube video, pin a top comment, and put in any corrections. People read that stuff, you know? And if they don't, that's on them. And if they play the game and they're like, hey, he was wrong about this thing, it's like, so what? He still alerted you to that aspect of the game, which was the point of the video, which is what we've all wanted all along. It was just something that would alert people to what new players have found to be the things that, you know, you might miss, because you'll be like, oh wow, orange Geo Sweeper, nice. Because, you know, you might turn off the tutorial because the text box is in your way one time and you accidentally turn it off, and then you start missing all kinds of important stuff because the tutorial's not there anymore. And so it was really nice the way he did it in chapters, the way he organized it, the way he prefaced it, the introduction to it, the whole format. I haven't watched all of it, but I watched about the first half hour or so, and I was just like, holy shit, this is exactly like if somebody said, hey, what kind of supplementary video do we need for new players to make sure that they're not missing anything because they either glossed over the tutorial or shut it off or ignored it, or, you know, there's things that you'll miss if you don't pay attention to the tutorial. And if you miss it, there's not like a, you know, like Elite Dangerous has like a guidebook that you can go flip through like 100 or 200 pages of stuff, and it's just like, you know, that's not necessarily feasible for this game. So it was nice that he went through and put that together. It was just like, holy shit, man, like that was a very, very admirable and thing to do. It was a very competent fucking, not just the content of it was competent, but the organization of it, the layout, the introduction, the presentation. It was just like, thank God. It was such a fucking useful tool. And like, you know, again, like for us that have been, you the developer and us the players who've been walking along the development path from the beginning, or me not at the very beginning, but like early in, it's hard for us to imagine what a video like that needed to be, but we can definitely recognize it when we see it, and I think we saw it. I think that's it. I think that was exactly what we needed. He said that he might do some more supplement videos, a little bit deeper dive into some of the systems, some corrections, stuff like that. And I was like, dude, if that's what you want to do, if that's going to make you happy, if that's going to make you feel good about it, then yeah, do it. But like, from my point of view, you've already gone above and beyond, and B, you've already like covered pretty much everything that I could imagine needs to be covered. So like, you know, if it makes them feel good, if it makes them feel better to do that, yeah, and it's doing a great job on his channel, because there are a lot of people just getting into the game, and it's nice to see somebody else walk through it, because like, I've played a lot of games, I've seen a lot of tutorials, and it's nice to have the text there and the explanation, and it's nice, and then to like go through it and learn the hard way, and like, you know, it's part of the experience. You read the text box and you're like, okay, I understand those words, I understand the sentences, the potential implications. Now I'm going to get into the game and figure out what it all means. And for some people, that's part of the experience. For some people, that's not part of the experience. They want to come out of a tutorial feeling fully confident, and you know it's just like, if that's what you want, then there it is. There it is. That's the perspective that we needed. That's the thing that has been like that. That's that pot of gold at the end of the rainbow that we've been chasing. That's just like, it was like, I couldn't have made that video that well. 1,800 hours in game, because it was throughout the development process and the early access process and all the changes and everything. I don't think I could have made that video, not in any way that was nearly as functional and competent and covering the right topics to the right degree. I think that's exactly what we needed. I don't think I could have made as good of a video as he did. And it's his abilities, his intelligence, and his point of view as a new player. I keep telling people all the time, we need that perspective from new players. What's missing? What are we not hitting? What's not being explained well enough? And he pretty much put it all together in one place, and it's just like, that was it. That's the thing. That's what it was. That's that new player perspective that we've been looking for. It's like that scene in Back to the Future when he's like, "Hey Marvin, you know that sound you've been looking for? Listen to this." That's that moment. Like, that's the perspective we really needed to get. And I also hammered on the fact that, don't let that dissuade any new players from giving feedback. We still, as the community, still need all possible feedback. No voice should feel like any other voice should be crowding it out. If you have a different opinion, if you think it's unpopular, or if it goes against what a popular YouTuber or a high view YouTube video, if it goes against what they say it anyway, because it's the rule of 200. For every idea that one person comes up with, 200 other people had the same idea and didn't follow through on it quick enough. It's the same with, they say in school, if you have a question, don't be afraid to ask that question, because it's almost guaranteed that other people have the same question, and they either don't know how to phrase it, they don't know where to ask it, they don't know when to ask it, or they're just too afraid to ask it. So if you have a thought, if you have a question, if you have a comment, a feedback, a suggestion, hit us with it. The community wants to hear it. We'll say we like it, we'll say we don't like it, we'll develop it, we'll expand on it, we'll turn it into something, and then, it's something that a developer can look at and say, maybe that's something I want in my game, or maybe it's not. And it's like, most indie developers love that shit. They like that kind of community feedback. It's why they do early access. It's why they do betas. It's why they strive to make a game on their own for the most part. There's very few indie developers that don't want community feedback, that just want to make a thing as a piece of art and throw it out there and say it is what it is. I'm not going to take any suggestions. That almost never fucking happens. And there's not really a threshold for too much input. There's only a threshold for when it might be too late for input to be able to be implemented. So if you have a thought, if you have an idea, a suggestion, a criticism, say it now. Say it as soon as possible. Even if you don't feel like you have the right words for it, hit us with it. Get the ball rolling. We'll work with it. Odds are we've probably heard the suggestion or something similar. We might have forgotten. We'll develop it. And, maybe it's a thing that could turn into something. Who knows? So, as much as that video is, I'm like ranting and raving about how awesome it is and how much we needed it, don't feel like that video speaks for you if you have a different opinion. It's a brand new game. It just came out of early access. It's brand new. It's not immune to change. It's not a fixture. It's not a monolith. Excuse me. I can't straight swap a Dio sweeper. Aw. That's fine. Oh yeah, you guys. I forgot I had those. Boom. Okay. You... I should have two of those. I might have scrapped the other... Ah, no, there it is. Alright. So that's an extra 6% almost. Oh god, they're so far behind on power. Their power does dip down a little bit. They're not overheating, but their power does dip a little bit. I don't think they're overheating. It doesn't look like it. They look pretty steady on the thermal side. So what I'm going to do, go ahead and get that in. We're going to go up to reactors. I mean, even just a run of... Even just replacing that with a fusion reactor would be huge, but this is... 127. Wait. Oh, I didn't even look. I always do that. It went up by 34. That alone is enough, but we could actually... Do I have any large ones left? I don't think I do. I have one. I keep finding relics, so I keep spending them on stuff. I don't think I can make one. Oh, wait. Ah! Where's some blue? Nice. Bet they got robotics here. So anyone in chat who's wondering, if you haven't figured it out, Laios is the developer of the game. If you do have any questions, here he is. The man himself. He is the solo, independent developer of Star Valor, so... His time is precious, but he's here, and he's available. And his responses are the authority in any regard to the game, because it's just him. If nothing else, thank him, because this game's amazing, and he's put shit tons of effort and time and work into it. I know for him it's a labor of love and he's happy to do it, but man. Especially because he still takes the time to come out and engage the community. If for no other reason than that. 96. Oh wow, so this one thing. Whoa, yeah. Okay. Well, that opened up a space, but that's still better than not. Actually, they don't even need that one. They don't need 90 power. They use 66 on boosters. We don't need both of them. These use 5 times 6, 30. We'll call it 35. So we'll put that in, and then add some shielding. Perfect. Alright, there's 6. Boom. Alright, so they got more shielding. It's not gonna recharge any fast. Well, a little bit. Not much. Alright, that's good though. Now let's see if that one orange one is better. than the ones I made. Although mine are 1.5 points, so it wouldn't matter really. 15, okay. So mine are still better. Just a wee bit. It's more efficient, but only slightly because of the space. If I had a lot of them, then I could put them out and it would be an improvement. Okay, no problem. There we go. Right, beautiful. Hey, Deathpacks, how's it going? Oh, you are working on Special Crew, nice. Oh yeah, I noticed, yeah, 2.0.1 went live a couple of days ago. Any spoilers on when the next update will launch, or do you want to tell people what's in it, or just make it a surprise, or you want to put it in the Discord first? I was gonna ask earlier, I think I forgot. No rush, of course, but you know, just to tease people, give them something to chew on. It's a turn of phrase. Throw them a bone, give them something to chew on. Just enough like an appetizer. Nice, nice. Alright, let's see if we can get another fleet going now that we've buffed everybody again. I want to see Lily's ship in action. I haven't really looked that hard at it since I upgraded it. I turned her beams up to 200 from 150. Cool. Yeah, I noticed that these will hit stations and they'll hit Ravagers, but they won't hit most ships like fleet ships and stuff. So it seems like stuff that spawns in after the system is generated, stuff that spawns in seems to get missed. But things that exist when the system is created or around that time, like Ravagers and stations, those I can hit with the spinal mounts. But when it comes to the fleet ships, yes! Nice. I thought that's what you meant earlier. I wasn't sure. And then, what was the other one? I don't care. You're on it. I trust you. Woo, the swarm. Alright, let's shut mine off. Power down. And let's watch her in action real quick. Because I put a lot of time and effort into crafting the second Zeus, outfitting it. I gave her my custom beams that I was using when I swapped to plasma. I did make her some railguns, but the delay on it, we were getting a lot of small ships, and the delay on it, she was having a hard time, and I have a hard time using railguns against small ships. It's not what they're made for. Unless they are really tightly packed and you can fire through a lot of them, it kind of helps, but I thought it would be fun to try, and it was. It was fun. She did a good job against heavy targets. Like when they would send in frigates, cruisers, stuff like that. I'm really excited, really excited to fight a Vengi Dreadnought fleet. I gotta tell you. Oh, yeah. That's what it seemed like. It's like it goes under them. It's behind them, so... Yep. Yeah, you really gave yourself a lot of extra effort to add a lot of depth and atmosphere to the game, and I think a lot of people appreciate the visuals of the game, the way it looks, the 3D feel of the environment. I think a lot of people appreciate that, but I don't think they appreciate just how much work it is to do that. To Yeah, exactly. Like Clay Fighter 64 and a third, or 63 and a third, was an old Nintendo 64 game. It wasn't technically 64-bit, but parts of the game were. Part of it was 3D, but it was technically a 2D fighter. But it kind of went around in a way that it looked 3D kinda, but it wasn't true 3D. It was a 2D plane that moved across the scenery at an angle, and it was like, I don't think people realize, like, that's basically just as hard as making a 3D game. It saves you a little bit of work here and there, but a lot of the aspects, you're making a 3D game for a lot of it. You really are. So it's a lot harder than making a pure 2D game. Yeah, Clay Fighters was really special. When they called it 63 and a third, that was really smart. It was their way of saying, we know we cheated, but we did a good job. You cheated the other way. You went beyond 2D. You made a 2D game, but in a 3D world, where they made a 3D game in a 2D world. So they cheated. You actually went the extra effort to make the game more complicated, to add effect to it, and it really shows. And again, I don't think a lot of people really appreciate how much extra effort goes into doing something like that. I'm not a programmer, I don't code, so I honestly don't. But I do know that the time and effort difference that a lot of studios go through developing a 2D game versus a 3D game. And it is a wide fucking chasm of the difference in time and effort that it takes to do that. And so you went past the 2D game to put a lot of extra effort into it, to add a lot of depth, to add a lot of the visual, to give us 3D models, to give us ships that look 3D, that look alive, that look, shadow and lighting. That it really, like the shadows of the ships flying over these asteroids. If you did that in 2D, I'm sure you could make it look good. But doing it in 3D, it looks fucking amazing. It looks so much better. And if there was a way to get people to appreciate how much extra time and effort is behind it, not to just put you up on a pedestal as the greatest developer of all time, but I think one way or the other, whether people enjoy that kind of effect a lot or not, I think it's really worth noting that it does actually take a lot of extra effort. This is not just a 2D game that's really well done. It is a 2.5D game that is incredibly well done. Absolutely. Like, the Zeus might be having a hard time right now with the fact that stuff goes under it, but the fact that those layers exist, the fact that there is an under and over on the ships, opens up a lot of possibilities to gameplay in the future. Oh yeah, and it allows for much smoother animation for the barrel rolls. It shows off the 3D-ness of the ship, the way they tilt and lean. I remember when I first realized it was when Dreadnought started sinking, when they would tip down, and I'm like, it was a glitch to where they were shifting the axis they were facing on to where the back of the ship was facing out of the screen toward the player, and I was like, oh shit, this is all actually 3D. Oh my god. I was like, this guy's nuts. That is so much extra effort, but it really makes it look a lot better, and it does open up a lot of avenues in the gameplay, and I really, really want people to understand what that means. Especially for a guy to undertake something like that on his own, to where, if there's a problem, it's up to him to solve it. Even if the solution is asking somebody else for help, that's going outside of the development team to do that. So it's like, it's quite an undertaking to do something like that. Now, maybe it comes naturally to Laios, and he's just really good at it, and he makes it look easy. certainly the quality of the outcome, one could assume that maybe that's the case, but he still could have saved himself a lot of effort by not doing that. So regardless of how easy or actual effort went into doing it and actual hours that changed, you can't actually calculate that. You can't really quantify it. It doesn't matter. It's the fact that he went out of his way to take the extra time to do it. And it's just, I mean, the outcome speaks for itself. I mean, look at this fucking shit. Oh my god. Like, that's the actual model. That's the same model that's used in game, right? These 3D models. It's not a totally different rendering. I'm sure there's some differences as far as how much of it is rendered or something, but I'm pretty sure it's like yeah. I mean, 18 hours later, you can call me a fanboy, but I don't give a shit. Like, I don't care what anyone says. If you can't see how this game speaks for itself as an accomplishment, I almost feel bad for you. Like, I'm not saying that anybody has to like the game, but even if you don't like the game, even if it's not your style, even if you find it boring or weird or clunky or anything, I don't care what kind of gripe people have that I might disagree with, you can at least appreciate how much effort it must take for one person to do this. No matter how much time it takes them, it's still them putting that much effort into a single project without giving up, without throwing their hands up and saying, I'm over this shit, I give up, I'm done, I'm out of this, because I've already put how many years and lots of games go unfinished and have large teams of people tasked with completing them. And when one person completes a project of this scale over that long of a period of time, it speaks to a level of dedication that shows in the product, that shows in the end result. And it's really hard to imagine that people wouldn't be able to appreciate that to some degree. Whether they like the game or not, whether it's their style or not, I have a hard time imagining that somebody would just be like, whatever, no big deal. It's okay, I guess. Like, if that's what you gotta tell yourself, but, man. Just the weapon crafting alone still kind of blows my mind sometimes. The crazy things that you can do, like these weapons particularly. Lily's not having it. Nobody's aggroing her, so she's sitting back watching, which is funny because that's what I did to her a whole bunch. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the level design, of course that's easier because the arranging objects is, well, it's on a flat plane, you know. But yeah, it definitely, going into 2.5D from straight 2D, I mean, just the fact that you're working with 3D models instead of sprites, I mean, if people can't appreciate that, it's because they don't actually know what it means. Which is fine, they don't have to, but I hope they learn because, oh man, it makes such a wild difference. Like, you can just tell from the lighting and the angles and everything. You can just tell it's a 3D model, and it makes it look so much nicer to have those lighting effects like that. You can do lighting effects like that in 2D and flat 2D, but it's usually, because of the way you have to do it, it usually is pretty obvious that it's not a 3D effect. And I'm not knocking people that go that route. I understand. Like I said, it's a lot of work. It's an appreciable amount of work. So if it's not what you want to do, I'm not saying every dev should do that with their 2D games, but yeah, exactly. But the objects themselves being 3D, that's what counts. And because of how alive and 3D the top layers look, the 2D backgrounds, it adds to them as well, especially with the shadows. Like is this rock 3D? Because it looks like it the way the shadow wraps around it. This big asteroid here, is that a 3D object? Yeah, exactly. You can, it looks like it because when you fly over it, the shadow wraps over it, and your brain, it sucks you in. It makes you feel like you're kind of there for a minute. It just gives so much life to it. You can see the way it waves over the uneven surface. Like, I guess you could simulate that with a funhouse mirror style effect, but I don't think it would be nearly as clean and realistic looking. Alright, so the next couple of waves I want to do myself. Take the reins. I've been having fun doing my Phoenix impersonation again. This right here, just being able to fly around and kill people with a weapon that does this, it's like having an unlimited supply of nuclear bombs that just never end. They remind me of the, they're always going to remind me of the drones from Stargate, and I love that. I love that kind of thing. I love when sci-fi reminds me of other sci-fi. It's one of the best parts about sci-fi is. But then just the fact that they have those big ass explosions and you can just ride around like that all day. Although I am running out of power doing it. It'll automatically look great when Lyos lets us go to first bridge view. No, if there was one of the devlogs where he shows what it would look like if the world morphed into if he changed it to a first-person view. It's not that simple. But I know you're being facetious, Age. Oh, did I miss that one? Did I miss a devlog? Uh-oh. That's not good. I have to go back and check that. Oh, okay. I don't think I saw that one. So the reason my power was dropping out just then was because of I was running my speed boosters and they take 218 power. If I take one off, wow, that barely drops it at all. We'll take one out and we'll replace it with a charger and a generator. Just to make sure we're topped off. $770. Oh, I want to add 7 to it. I want to be all lucky 7s. Oh, just reiterating everything that I told you earlier about, because Lyos is one of the people that I talk to the most about needing that new game player perspective on what it's like to go into the game as a brand new player, but play the hell out of it and recognize what the critical features are that you just really don't want to miss. There goes the heat. But it's all out of sequence. I was telling him, you know, what I told you about how I thought you did a perfect job of basically nailing all those points. No, it's really fun to see people pick this game up new and be able to like get into it that well and have an understanding of it. And then to, you know, be awesome enough to convey that information and that understanding to the community. It's like, I was telling Lyos, and I've been telling him all the time, we talk about it a lot in Discord and live, and I try to encourage as many people as possible. Star Fox, man. Star Fox 64 with the multiplayer, that was so bananas. I used to lose my shit playing that. Oh my god. Wow, that shit was nuts. But yeah, I've talked to Lyos 100 times. We talk about it in the community a lot, about how much we need that new player perspective that hasn't been part of the development process the whole time to help us understand, you know, and to help the community understand the things that we take for granted because we've been part of it. We know each feature and each layer and each facet of the game because we were there whenever it got added. You know, Lyos was there. He's the one that made it and put it in. All the testers were there. We were part of it. So it's easy for us to take for granted that, you know, it might be easy to gloss over or it may not be as intuitive as we think it is. We just can't know. We can't put ourselves in the shoes of a new player who's being thrown into this world with all the facets that it has and just to understand what that's like. So the fact that you not only enjoy the game that much, but took the time to make that video and do that where basically I wouldn't have been able to make that video, not to that degree of competency, not to hit on all the necessary points, and to just put it all together like that. And I'm not even that organized. Like, I couldn't have made that, you know, because I can't have that perspective. I can't put myself in the shoes of somebody who picked the game up since launch. Oh yeah, the weapon delay. It's so you can sequence stuff. Yeah, the weapon delay was a beautiful thing when that came along. Hey, if that was genuine organization or just being really good at pretending to be organized, it did the thing. You did the thing. It filled that thing that we couldn't do because there's no way we can put ourselves in the mindset of a new player who's experiencing all of it for the first time. You know, when I first started playing, there was only weapon crafting, and it was not as robust as it is today. There was not item crafting. There was no crew. There were no fleets. There weren't nearly so many ships. Faction wars didn't exist. Jesus, there's so many things that have been added. I can't even, like, it hurts my brain to try to think of it all, because it's been like the last, what, 2-3 years for me, even longer than that for some people. Like, I can't just look at the game the way it is now and see it through the eyes of a new player. I can't. I know I got it all one step at a time. I've seen too much behind the scenes. There was much rage, but there was much love, man. It was a beautiful thing. Alright, so I gotta put that other heat sink back on. That's unfortunate. Okay, but I did get the 6th reactor on, so I can put that on. And then go chase that relic. Hurry, hurry, the relic! Move! Yeah, I know, you're doing it on purpose, aren't you? Get out of my way! Thank God for my loot range being absolutely obscene. I just fumbled to get a charger on for like 3 seconds and still managed to catch up to it. It was already past me. Alright. Bring it on, you bastards. Oh crap, why did I come out of cloak with no shielding right next to this guy? At least there don't seem to be any others around. Two, one. Oh god. I did it! I didn't kill anything, but I didn't die. Woo! That's the thing. That's that moment. You go from the shield to the cloak. You have enough, you drop your power system enough that you can permanently cloak, and then you slowly raise your shield up to make sure you're not going to kill your battery. You need enough ambient power to run your boosters, so 160. I can't do that. Yeah, that's the thing you have to do. And then turn on my repair system, even though that's going to drain my battery. Like, even if it was dead, you just cycle it. So you turn it off, it recharges, turn it on, it fixes you. Okay. And then, now when I have spinals, I can sneak up on them and try to burst on them and kill them. Yeah, you were definitely a natural at presenting information. And you don't have my, why does he always sound angry even when he's smiling voice? So I think I think that alone will say. Oh. Indeed. Nice. Hell yeah. So people are doing the thing. They're at least watching the parts they need to know. They're looking through the table of contents and being like, wait, what does that even mean? And then click on it and they're like, oh wow, man, I totally missed that. Because if you gloss over any part of the tutorial, or if you skip any of those screens and you're like, wait, what did that say? Oh shit. It's like, well, there you go. Jump in the Discord, jump on Steam and ask somebody, and it's like, well, now they don't have to ask anybody. Now they can find that chapter on a video and find it for themselves and pretend they knew it all along if they want to. Absolutely an incredibly useful tool that I would not have been able to make. Damn, these guys are beast mode. And I'm still 4 seconds out. shit. That's so fucking stressful. Look how many of them there are. The fleets just keep warping in. So without my spinal mounts, I'm not going to be able to fight these guys and actually get kills. But that's fine because that gets fixed Monday. That patch lock, oh, that's the point. And it's always going to be close. So the patch that's going to fix my spinal mounts launches Monday. Hopefully it'll be fully retroactive. I'm sure it will be. But, exactly. Maybe tomorrow. Well, I'll be around tomorrow. Monday I'll be working, but if I'll be home in the early evening, so I may jump on for a little while if it's ready to go, and I'll check it out. We'll see what's up. But in the meantime, like, I'm having fun just going through the motions at this point, just surviving these bastards. Yeah. I got about an hour through it, I think. I think I got about an hour through, but like, again, it wasn't made for me, but I wanted to see it all to appreciate it, and you know, everything I saw so far has been great. It's gonna really help a lot of people. The really difficult thing that is with my weapon setup right now is how much damage I'm able to do to myself if they get really close to me. I'm gonna get a kill! Ah, I got a kill! Now, if I turn my ship and don't fire directly at them, I can actually do more damage. Oh shit, no, I fucked up! I fucked up! I'm gonna die! Oh god! I didn't pre-select the destination either. The reason I like going here is because the gate's kinda close and it's only the one. I didn't drop my power system, so I decloaked way too soon. And this ship is not fast enough. If I was in an Achilles with enough boosters, I might have been able to bullshit my way into surviving that. But not with this. Not with this ship. People... This is why I tell people, bigger is not better. A bigger ship can do more damage. It can be more powerful. But it also can get into trouble much faster. There's less forgiveness in a big boat. You have to commit. It's like watching heavyweights fight, you know? They have to commit so much more to each attack. If they make mistakes, there's no forgiveness. Exactly. It was all about demonstrating all the facets of the game, either to get people interested or to help them understand things they might be missing. And just to have it there as a demonstration. And it's such a valuable tool. It's such a valuable contribution to the community. I mean, thank you a lot for doing that. I don't know how else to say it other than to just explain, like, I'm sure you get it because you're a gamer. You've played games and you've probably looked up guides before on games that are really vague about, and this game's not vague, but it's easy to miss because of the tutorial. And it's like, I like the tutorial the way it is in game. I like that it's easy to miss and that there's things that you might gloss over. I like that challenge of a game, but not everybody wants that. Not everybody wants their game to be like, some people want to be told, like, this is how it works, this is what you do, this is the thing, this is what is intended. And there's a lot of people like that, and to have that tool is really fucking helpful. It really, really makes the game a lot more accessible to a lot of people. When I play a lot of games, especially like this one, I don't ask questions unless I'm stuck, or unless it's something I should already know and I forgot. Which, I don't care to admit quite how often that one happens, but it happens a lot. I know it can't be perfect. Wanted to show people the game 10 times better. Oh yeah, I have no doubt that that video alone is bringing in new players. Oh, here. Boom. Yeah, there's almost always one of us old school players online to answer questions. And if we don't know the answer, we'll know where to find it or who to ask. My YouTube link is in my stream description. And I pretty much post almost every broadcast. Every broadcast that I do, pretty much all of them go straight to YouTube Raw. You might have to click over to the About. But Past Streams Plus should be down there in the description. There should be... I miss those all the time too. I'm like, I'm on the wrong thing, right? Because I won't see the buttons. But yeah, I've got one for my YouTube channel where I repost most of the streams. I've got one for my that shows off my computer, but that's a little out of date. I got a new graphics card. My Instagram, which I also haven't updated because I have not been working on any of my other projects because I was working nights, not getting enough sleep, and not able to do jack shit other than stream and work and pretend to sleep a lot. And then but I still have cat photos. There's plenty of cat photos up there, some cute cats that used to live with me. There's also my Spotify, where you can listen to some of the music I listen to. Admittedly, you're not going to find a whole lot that you probably haven't heard, and if you do, it's probably because it's metal and you might not be into heavy metal, but that's what my Spotify is mostly about. Although my daily playlist does have a lot of 90s alternative, a lot of 90s radio rock, and also an entire 2-disc live set of Lorena McKenna. So do with that what you will. My recipe book only has one recipe in it. It's my recipe for orange chicken, and it's good. Especially if you like spicy food and you're into ghost peppers, but even if you're not, I've made it without any pepper at all, and it's still pretty good. And then my donate link. But yeah, most of my Twitch, every once in a while something doesn't make it across the YouTube gap from Twitch, and then like by the time I realize it, it's already been shuffled off the Twitch. But for the most part, nice. Thank you, sir. And since the game launched, my YouTube channel has also been picking up a lot of headway. And you know, when I play this game offline, which is rare, I'm usually watching somebody else stream it or play it on YouTube because I still learn from new players. I'm like, oh, I didn't think of that, you know? When you get in early, you develop habits, and then even when the new stuff comes along, some of your old habits carry out. And so like you kind of don't necessarily utilize the new stuff to its fullest potential because you're still in previous mindset trying to move forward. And so like I watch other people play and I was like, oh dude, that's brilliant. Like the first time somebody did a point defense quantum pulse, I was just like, why didn't I think of that? Like I used to play a game a lot called 3030 Death War. The only anti-missile system you had in that game was an EMP charge, which is a radius that if the missile's within that radius, it goes bloop. And the upgrades for it just expand the radius. And it has a cooldown, so if a missile's coming and you use it and there's another missile behind it and it doesn't get hit by it, you gotta run. So quantum pulse point defense, I was like, dude, I've seen something kind of like that, the exact same outcome, effect basically, and I never would have thought of that if somebody hadn't showed it to me. I might have one day been like, oh, you can add point defense to quantum pulse, but it would have taken like months longer than when somebody saw it. To show the universe? Oh, yeah. Yeah, it kind of blends in. Hell yeah. I don't know, is there a, oh, like it was zoomed out more than this? Nice. Yeah, I've had galaxies, like, let's see, where's my starting system? Around here. So, like, 2812 coordinates, I've gone out past 1000 coordinates. Like, unlimited galaxy, it's really unlimited. The only limit is if your computer if you make a save that's so big, a galaxy so big that your computer crashes trying to load it or save it. I had one that took like that one that was like 1,000, and I had some others, but also like the more unique systems that you discover within and explore within, it also adds to it, to the size of the save and the load time. But it literally took like 3 minutes for it to load, and that's on a Ryzen 3600 with 32 gigs of RAM, and the game's on an NVMe with Windows on a solid state SATA drive. And it took 3 minutes for the save to load. Oh, okay, so not these coordinates, but these coordinates, right? Oh god! Too bad. No. No demo for you. Now this is something that I pointed out that I started doing out of habit, and it didn't occur to me to tell other people about it. Because I'm an asshole and I don't usually help people unless I have to. But now that I'm a streamer, obviously that's no longer the case so much, but... But one thing, what's the best way to demo this? Okay, I'll do this the right way. Because this will actually be useful, I think. Oh, did she warp out or dock? Okay, she docked. I'm dreaming of one of these. Ship graveyard. Okay, so right here, right? Coordinates. -1, 2. So that's your relative position. It's based off the center axis of your ship. So like you warp into a system, you're right here, you're at 0, 0. Absolutely, and I'm gonna make this a little more simpler than I think you need it because you have had it explained, but not everybody will have. So I'm gonna kind of go over it. So like you can see, now I'm still on this line. So there's your y-axis, but the yeah, XY. So we're at 107, right? We're just around this line. So this line is 100 units. So of course, if I go up here, we'll be at a minus 100, plus 100. And so you'll get missions that tell you to go to specific coordinates, and that's what it's talking about. Okay. Now, depending on the size of the system, regardless of the size of the system, these squares are 100 by 100. If I remember correctly, that is always a constant. It's just that there will be a bigger grid, further zoomed out, so the squares will look smaller, but that's just because it's zoomed out for a bigger graph. But each square should always be 100 by 100. Now, the reason I chose this sector, and it's really hard to do in a dreadnought, and that's fine with me. I think it should be, because we're talking about doing very fine work in a big clumsy boat, right? Trying to drive a tank through the drive-through to order McDonald's. Okay, as long as nobody's shooting at me, but you're shooting at my bro. Or my sis. Ah, here we go. So, here is what we call a hidden debris field. You see it's not there right now? You see this little... the interface is in the way. I'll move it. So you see this right here? How there's little red sparks coming off of it, and you understand why a dreadnought's not the best ship to do this in. So what I do, because they're hidden, right, is I try to get at least close to the middle. It doesn't have to be perfect because once you're close to it, it pops up. So what I do while it's scanning, my favorite thing to do, this is why I'm using one of these systems, minus 521, minus 545. I might have wrote that down wrong. 521. I knew it. I was like, wait, it's 21, right? So I just write down the coordinates. This debris field will always be here, but it will take time for it to respawn. And there's several of them. So if you're coming through here looking for all these debris fields, do you really want to have to do the hard part all over again of searching for them? Especially, like, you can scout them in a shuttle and do it really fast, and you can zoom in really close and see them really well without the big ship in the way. And you can spot the little sparks really easily. And you do that for like 3 or 4 or 5 systems that are kind of close to each other, ship graveyards near each other. And then no matter what ship you come back in, you just go, okay, the next one's at this coordinate. Oh, crap. And so you look at the next coordinates, and so while it's scanning, you look up the next coordinate. So the first time you go through, you're logging the coordinates, and then you hunt for the next one, and you're looking for the, you know, Banlish, you're looking for the debris fields. And it's a lot easier for people who played video games in the 90s, the 80s, the 70s to be comfortable utilizing logging information like this rather than just having something do it for you, because a lot of us played games that you have to have a notepad. Like, even if you never played D&D with your friends rolling dice, you probably played a computer game that required a notepad of some kind. Oh, see, there's some red sparks. So we get over it until we see it on the field. Look at our coordinates, 634, 128. Just don't forget your minus signs. Damn it, I forgot already. 634, 128. And so then the next time you're in the system, right? So now I'm on this one. Let's say this was the next one that I needed to go to. Then I would just look at the page while I'm scanning this one and then start working towards it. What else do you need to know about the coordinates? Nice. Yeah, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Exactly. I'm sure it wasn't just one file of 800 spreadsheets. It was probably several folders across many different drives and computers. Or even if it was one computer, it was probably still several different clusters and organized folders. Yep. I actually used the way my brain works and the way I have everything open. I have 4 monitors in front of me, which I pared down from 5, running off of 3 different computers, because I got to the point where I absolutely refuse to play the game on the same computer that I'm streaming from. I have to use a Streambox now because I had too many issues with, well, I play a lot of indie and early access games, and I don't want issues of those games' stability to interrupt the stream. I want to be able to keep the stream going, because I don't care if a game crashes. I don't care if the game crashes and I lose a little bit of data and I have to reboot my computer and restart it. But I want to be able to keep the stream going to interact with people so that they know, hey, I'm not just ending the stream. So I absolutely use a Streambox now, because I finally put one together out of some of the old systems I had lying around, and slowly upgraded that as I upgraded my primary system. My Streambox used to be my main system that I gamed off of. It was an FX 6300. I finally killed that CPU a few months ago and replaced it with a cheap Ryzen. But I also use a third computer, which is a salvaged old-ass Dell Optiplex DDR3. It does have an i5, but I use that to run Discord, because Discord is also very unstable. So unstable Discord, beta testing games, live streaming it at the same time. Orange Peacemakers kick ass, congratulations. So I use a separate computer altogether from Discord. So it's this mess of, my desk has 3 keyboards, 3 mice, 4 screens that used to be 5. And I have this coming off of each one of the computers attached to a 6-foot cable in place of their front side power button. I have power buttons that sit right in front of me on the desk because all the computers are in the back with a fan blowing across them. That way that they're out of the way. The PC fans don't make a lot of noise on the microphone. The microphone's in a box up front. It's crazy. Oh yeah, these pirates can't touch me. 33,000 reputation, that can't touch me. Not when I've got Vangie at 130,000. I can lay my phone on the space bar and here, let me just, now my repair system's on, they definitely can't touch me. Yeah, exactly. Oh man. But then I do this. They're only level 52, 53. When the hunter fleets get past level 50, each level is actually really significant in how tough and powerful they are. It's Lyos might correct me on this. I'm not 100% sure, but in my observation, they're wildly different. There's a huge difference between them. I'm not saying it doubles every time, but it's significant. No. No. The only way that I could possibly get my rep back up with the Vang Yi is by killing Children of Terra, would be the best way. Oh. No. No, there's no drop off for reputation. It will never, if I never kill another Vang Yi or do anything to get negative reputation, I could play this save for 1,000 hours and that reputation number will never change. Unless I kill some Children of Terra. If I kill Children of Terra, it will start to backpedal a bit. But the Children of Terra will start to hate me long before the Vang Yi ever stop hating me. I can never... There's also, because I have Star Killer, I can never reach just being hated. I will always be their enemy. They will always attack me on sight no matter what. I cannot change that. I cannot undo Star Killer. Once you blow up a station, whether you get Star Killer for a Vang Yi station, Traitor for a Children of Terra station, or Genocidal for a civilian PMC or Syndicate station, you cannot undo those. And that faction, or any faction that's tied to them, will hate you forever. Well, not even just that. They will never only just hate you, they will always kill you on sight. You will always be their enemy. So even if I do kill Children of Terra enough to backpedal most of this, the only outcome of it would be shrinking the size of the hunter fleets that they attack me with. That's it. And what you can do, if the hunter fleets do get out of control to where you can't manage to fight them at all anymore, and you want to fight them, you want to backpedal them, what you do is you go to Children of Terra, you kill a bunch of them to get your Vang Yi reputation back towards 0, but then you do missions for them, for Children of Terra, to get it back up again before they start to hate you. So you can get it all the way down to like negative 1,000 before they won't let you dock anymore. But it's like half the reputation that you lose with them is what you gained with the Vang Yi for it. I mean, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. You see it in Star Trek all the time. It's in the new season of the Orville. You know, here's Earth, right? And then here's this other species that's totally genocidal towards Earth. But then species C, over on the other side, develops a super weapon that destroys species B, but they also hate humans. So now the humans have to join up with the species that used to be genocidal towards them to kill the other third species that's genocidal towards both of them and could potentially win. So it's like, we'll never be friends, but I can reduce how much they hate me over time by fighting the people that they hate. It's very allegorical. I don't know how realistic it is. I'm sure it's played out in history and I just can't think of it, but it's definitely it's definitely has allegorical precedence. This poor bastard. That's a freighter. Why would you pick up? Your friends aren't even with you on this, man. I mean, I'm gonna kill him anyway, but they left you hanging and you just came at me like that. Come on. Have a little self-respect. There's being ballsy and then there's just being stupid. So that is one way to dial it. Oh, did you have any more questions about coordinates? I can't think of anything else about them that's significant other than like stations will give you missions to coordinates, but they'll usually tell you where they are. you'll get a gray waypoint for it. Um, there's been discussion of adding the ability to have multiple waypoints, like maybe 3, but I don't think it's really necessary. Maybe on easy mode. I would almost say that hard mode shouldn't even have the 1. But I'm cruel like that. I love a good hell mode, you know? If you put it on hardcore, then coordinates should be enough. You shouldn't need a waypoint anymore. Because, you know, if you, like, say I'm over here, like, what do I need a waypoint for, right? Well, I need a waypoint to know if I'm here and I have a derelict here and there's a station here and I don't want to use a tractor beam, I want to shove it in, then, you know, hardcore mode would dictate that I look at the coordinates of the derelict and the coordinates of the station, and I do the basic algebra to plot the line angle that I would need, and then I use my ship pointer to approximate that angle and give it a nudge, and hope that I don't overshoot it or push it too fast that I can't correct it. That's pretty fucking hardcore in my opinion. And otherwise all you have to do is put a waypoint, and then you point your ship to where it draws a line through that arrow with where it falls on the derelict's blue dot. And if you really want it to be easier, you can actually just cheat. And that makes it a hell of a lot easier to line it up. So, in my opinion, hardcore mode shouldn't even have a green beacon. You should have to at least imagine the algebra, if not do a real calculation if it's a really... like, you've seen the really big systems. If you're going to push a derelict all the way across one, it's a real undertaking. You could get attacked by marauders, enemy factions that happen to be in the system. You know, you might end up having to push it through an asteroid field that you didn't even know was there. And all of a sudden it's like, oh shit, I have to like try to stop it from bouncing the wrong way off these asteroids, and while you're busy trying to do that, here come the marauders. And so you're like, wait, do I fight the marauders and risk not knowing where this derelict is going to fly off to the side because it bounced off a rock? Or do I try to kind of stop the derelict a little bit and hope that, you know, the marauders don't blow it up while they're shooting at me? But then, you know, at that point, you would want to just take away all mission waypoints and just give coordinates and let people figure it out from there. And I think that a true hardcore mode would completely remove all waypoints and would basically, like this waypoint right here, it wouldn't exist. You would just get a coordinate over here. And I don't know, I kind of wish this thing had a history on it that you could open up. But if you like leave the system, it resets anyway. But if you don't stop and log the coordinate really quick, then you lose it. Now missions, the coordinate wouldn't go away, right? That would always be there. See, it says go to 1962 minus 395. Well, if you have that, then you don't need a waypoint, do you? You just need, even if it's outside the system grid, you really just need a little bit of algebra. Yeah, like beyond hardcore. So like a 4th difficulty called super hell mode, where you pretty much, you know, this log doesn't ever overflow to where you can't scroll back up it. Now maybe there is a way to scroll this log and I just don't know what it is. That'd be a hell of a thing, right? But I don't think you can. I don't think you can. I don't think there's a history on this. Oh, like a checklist? Surviving Mars style. Yeah. And every difficulty option that you add increases loot drops. So Surviving Mars does that. They have a list of parameters. Some of them are actually good for you, and it will disable Steam achievements for that particular save file, but some of them make it more difficult. And I think that would be really cool. I think that would be a cool mode, or just make it hell mode. But a checklist would be neat. Oh, see here we got a debris field. Just kind of happened to find it. 128, 218. I even put a space after the comma so that the coordinates are easier to read, because that's proper notation. I'm not good at math, but like the very fundamentals of algebra for some reason just sank right the fuck in for me. I don't remember a lot of the equations, but like notations and certain formulas actually kind of sank in a little bit. Being able to draw angles in my head based on coordinate points to a degree, not very accurately, but enough to get the general idea. So like if I see something, like if I see my coordinate and I see the other coordinate, like I almost immediately know the line that I need to take. Most people can figure it out, like it's a ratio of the two x's and a ratio of the two y's, right? So you kind of figure I need to go more up than right. But it, I would love a mode that demands that you be able to do that, and I think whether it's a checklist or not, that would be a lot of fun. It would be really, really fucking old school style. Like, it would be very reminiscent of a lot of 80s games like this. Man, how many? That's the third relic from just sitting in this system. Where'd it go? Did I get it? Oh, that was the second relic. I thought I collected more here. That's okay. I probably just watched them fly by and didn't grab them. But that kind of mode is really fun for me. Mostly because I'm not great at math. So I like the challenge of it. It creates more engagement. But I know that a lot of people would hate that. I think like 99% of players would absolutely hate that. They would never play that mode. So I think you're right. Checkbox would be the way to go. And it would just add a loot modifier for each one that you stack on. That would probably be the way to go. That's what I'm saying. You gave me that idea. You're the reason that I'm saying that a list of checkboxes like surviving Mars. You said that you think you'd prefer a menu, and I was like, oh yeah, like surviving Mars, that makes sense. Because hardcore used to be inherently permadeath in this game. He's like, can we just be friends, maybe? A slider would be cool too, as long as it tells you exactly what parameters are changing. Or maybe it doesn't, and you just have to figure it out, and that's part of the extra difficulty. See, I can be a real... When it comes to adding reasonable difficulty to games, like, and by reasonable I mean overcome, like, obstacles that could be overcome, but an extreme challenge, I'm really good at saying, you know, you could really fuck people up if you just do this. Just get rid of the manual waypoint. Get rid of all the waypoints. You have coordinates, you have a grid, make people use it. Well, hardcore no longer is inherently permadeath. So if there was another difficulty, I think it would be beyond hardcore. It would be a hell mode. Oh, Banlish, you didn't get to see this. I did a demonstration earlier of the ultimate difficulty, but I didn't tell people how to survive it. So this is pretty much the ultimate, for anybody who may have missed it before. I don't know if Lyos is still here. He may have had to jump off for a second. Although sometimes I think he likes to just stay out of it as well. But you basically just crank everything, right? So this is a lot of fun. Oh, which background did I use? Oh yeah, it has to be one of these two so that pirates are hostile. So, okay, so pirates are hostile, right? You could theoretically recover it, but probably not. Because you're going to enact genocidal, traitor, star killer, and marauder at the same time. Oh, okay. Now, I've done something like this before, but not to this extent. I've added these three before, but not with Marauder. The reason I added these 3 to 1 is because they all attract more powerful enemies, which this does as well. And there's other ways to add it. Literally fucking everyone hates you, except Technomancers. But what are you going to do? Go find one of those stations first? So watch this. So you don't take a co-pilot, because you don't have to, and the ship that I'm about to do, it wouldn't matter anyway. They'd be in your passenger seat not doing a damn thing. So there's a challenge channel in the Discord, and we used to use it for speed running different perks, right? Because it tells you how long it took you to get it. Like, I got Star Killer once in 3 minutes and 52 seconds destroying a Vang E station. Trader I got before there was a timer, and I haven't gotten it since, so there's no time for it. But I got Genocidal in 25 seconds once, and to my knowledge, that has not been beaten yet. The checklist of extra difficulty modifiers to make the game more difficult. Yeah, like one that gets rid of all waypoints so that you're forced to use coordinates. Oh, and one that gets rid of the blue loot blips. So you have to visually scan, and if you can't pick it up at the moment, you have to note the coordinates, like all the coordinates. But to do that, Laios, I think you would have to also make it so that the history box down here was accessible to be opened and infinitely logged for as long as you're in that system. If we could get something like that where the log at the bottom right here was something that you could open up as a history. Of course, when you leave the system, it blanks out still. But at least everything you've done in that system to be able to scroll it with the scroll wheel. So this is going to be ballbuster mode. So the reason I brought up the challenges and the time and the challenge channel in Discord is because I recently came up with this idea, and it was, what's the worst ship in the game? What is the absolute worst ship in the game? Well, okay, you could say the Mercury or the Pegasus or the Magellan because they don't have any hard points, right? They don't have any gun ports. Okay, set those aside. What's the worst ship that does have a gun point? Now, it's a ship that I use often when I do a mining start, right? I use it. I'll find it, it'll be for sale, or I'll find it as a derelict, and I'll use it, and it's functional, but you really don't want this to be the only ship. You don't want this to be your solo flagship. Well, flagship implies a fleet. You don't want this to be your solo ship. The worst ship in the game that actually has a gun point that I could come up with is the Driller. It can technically do all the things. But look at it. Look at it. One hard point. It's 2 weapon space, 13 equipment. Now, if you look really carefully, no other shuttle has 13 equipment. None of them. There's nothing with 13 equipment. It does, even the Mercury with no guns. It's not even going to be powering weapons, and it has more equipment space. Granted, that's for generators and boosters to make it faster, but it's already crazy fast. There's nothing has that low of an equipment space. Okay? And if something does, I didn't find it. I glossed over it. Like, the Comey only has 14. It's the worst yacht, but at least it has 14 behind its one. Theoretically, you could say it's worse because that one equipment space doesn't make up for its speed, agility, and extra mass over the Driller. So theoretically, you could say it's worse. And this has a buff to mining laser damage. This has a built-in tractor beam. Which actually can be used offensively, or even defensively. But it also has a co-pilot seat, which this does not, which to me makes this the inferior ship. The speed and agility here can easily be made up for with a co-pilot that you can't put on this ship. So, ammo replicator, well, good luck getting a weapon that uses ammo. We'll get to that later, why that's a big deal. Mining laser damage? Yeah, you start with a mining laser. It does 20% more damage. So this is the start. Do you understand what this is going to be like when I start this game? Oh yeah, and if you really just want to piss yourself off even more for no reason, give yourself -1 agility. Sure, stations will be more forgiving. So, stations tolerate 25% more damage before returning fire. That doesn't matter, they already all hate you. That's not a bonus. So you got -1 agility, and it costs more to get repaired. Because they're charging you for the potential liability of the fact that you damage stations a lot. Without destroying them, but you still do it. That's why it costs more to get repaired in my mind. That's how I roleplay it out. So, sloppy. So now your agility's down, repair costs even more. When you find a station that will let you dock, then that's a deterrent. The +1 starting ship size doesn't matter because you're ignoring it. You're still taking a shuttle. We could take a Corvette. We could take a yacht without it, but that's outside the scope of what we're doing. It doesn't matter. So there you are. This is, in my mind, the hardest way to play the game. I can't think of... Laios, can you think of any way to make it more difficult than this? Other than imposing more parameters within the game itself. But just as... Oh, wait. There. Okay. Now it's done. I didn't do that last time. I can't think of any way that you could possibly make it harder. Like, is there another perk that would make it more difficult? There aren't really detrimental perks. There aren't very many of them. Ah, but it's only terrible if you don't want to do it. Oh, the stories I could tell you. Yeah, I think that goes beyond the realm into impossible, though. Honestly, I think that crosses a line. I don't even remember which one is... Yeah. Lose 6% of your hit points for 5 seconds. That would technically be a worse start, but you get shield absorption and a shield buff, which would only help versus about 1 in a... That would only help you about 1 in 100 encounters, but your shields would go up faster. It would basically drop you to 1 hit point, but it wouldn't destroy you, right? Like, Rollo can't destroy your ship, can he? Yeah. You have to use him. So it would be that. I don't know, I feel like the shield buff would be... I mean, granted, the first time you encounter Vulcan, you're fucked. But it is called super fucked. I think that crosses into the realm of impossible. But you never know till you try. 1 Vulcan bullet, that's all it would take. Now, there is a way to make this work. There is a way to survive this. Technically. Not gonna tell anybody what it is, but I will tell you how to do it wrong. And the reason I'm doing that is because this is the hardest way to play it, whether you pick the Comey with Rollo or the Driller, okay? I gotta see it happen. Like, I know it's not gonna make any sense. It's gonna be impossible, but I have to see it happen. I can't come this far and then back out of it, right? We have to see this happen, right? Is anybody not at least gonna watch? You have to be ready instantly. Like, you can click that, and everybody just went, oh, forgot about that screen. This is it. My God, you have to be ready. Woo. Let me pop a vitamin C tab. Get the brain working a little bit, right? A little bit of coffee. Dick Blender. That's a great name for a save file on this. I usually try to keep it a little bit cleaner than that, but that's not against the rules, and I approve. In other words, don't feel bad for saying that just because I said something, but... Oh. These are perks. They're experience perks that you unlock over time. There's no downside to them. There's no drawback. They're simply bonuses. So for this mode, you just wouldn't use them. Dick Blender. That'll be the unofficial name of doing this. I like it. I approve. The only thing you can really change is picking one of these two, because they're identical other than mining speed or market insight. And really, I don't think anyone would really live long enough for it to matter. But if you did, I don't know, market insight would probably be the least useful. I've done permadeath on live before. It hurts so much, because you're like, if you've never broadcasted playing a game before, and I mean when you're actually like trying to give a fuck about building a community, broadcasting, like, I started broadcasting long before it was about streaming games, because I like to play. I used to stream first-person shooter that I played because people would accuse me of cheating. And so I would use the live footage to call them out and be like, go look at my channel. I was like, don't subscribe, don't pay me. Just go look at it and see how fucking wrong you are, that I am playing legitimately and I just kicked your ass. And you're only talking shit, you know I didn't cheat. That's why, that was the first time I ever downloaded OBS and started broadcasting. That was why. But, back then I didn't give a fuck. But when your focus is actually on, like, giving a fuck about a community and a broadcast and a standard, and then try to play a game, it's taxing. It's not that it's distracting, it's just that your focus is split, right? You're inherently not 100% playing the game. So playing permadeath is just like punching yourself in the face. And that's one of those things that until you've actually done it and tried it, like, you can say, yeah, I sympathize, but you can't empathize. You actually have to try it. Alright, so I've talked enough, and I bet everybody's just like, he needs to shut the fuck up and do this already, right? Just gotta check over the checklist, make sure. I mean, you can even just... Doesn't this actually make the game harder to put it on tiny? Technically? You definitely have to be in the mood. That technically would make it harder, right? In fact, we're gonna... Laios, I still hope that you'll make it so that permadeath saves don't leave the load screen, that you just can't load them, but that you still get your stat sheet to look at forever. I still hope that you decide to do that someday. Alright, enough chatter. Oh, that's the perfect music. Are you guys ready for this? Oh. Let's do it. Maybe I will show people how to do it the right way. Should I show people how to do it the right way? I fucked with you again. We still haven't started. This is gonna hurt. Yeah, it is. I can show you the right way to do this. I don't have enough power to roll. They're shooting each other. Dumb fucks. So that's step one. Here comes step two. I don't want to do it. I don't want to show people. But I have to. I've come this far. I can't just be an asshole. I mean, I could, but... So obviously, right? That's a no-brainer, I hope. Also, you want to... I rebind, by the way. Oh, not for no reason. Did you miss that part? Read carefully the purple text. So that the very first enemy with Vulcan could destroy me in one shot? Shit. Did not work. At least I got to put that level 1 point in. Now, of course, I'm not going to wait that long to restart it. We're just going to do it right away. The trick is to run out the Marauder perk, right? That's pretty much the trick. And I'm going to do it with the Driller this time. Because, like I said, Rollo pretty much makes it impossible. You can't survive the first attack. You just can't. And because the Comey only has one weapon capacity, you don't get your mining laser. With this, at least you get your mining laser. I mean, we could try it one more time with Rollo just to fucking say we did it. Super fuck Dick Blinder. Collision on. But the only way I've ever been able to pull anything like this off... First off, you crank the engines up, but you do not... Why is he friendly? Pirates should be hostile because of miner background. Well, it doesn't matter because you don't start in a pirate system and you're not going to find one. But I rebind my thruster to the left alt key because that's easier for me than shift. Because what are you going to use your thumb for? You're not stopping. Oh, you have to barrel roll. So basically the idea is to leave the system and hope that you go far enough away that the Marauders don't come after you. And then run down your Marauder perk. 29 minutes. That's my tactic. That's my technique. And as you saw last time, it does not necessarily work. It's just that if you're lucky... If you're really damn lucky, and you have to drop your engines when you stop to recharge your battery, because otherwise it takes 37. It'll take 30 seconds for it to recharge. If you're lucky, they won't be able to keep up with you. The problem with this is you don't get any Explorer points because you're not revealing anything, which means that you're not going to level up again for a very long time. You can't kill anything like this. Look how slow it turns. You want to? Should I try to fight somebody? You have to get lucky with the Marauders. That they don't have Vulcan. That you can outrun them. Or that they will warp out when you're out here in the dead zone. I can try to fight this guy, but if he's got a shield, it's not going to work. He has no shield. And no apparent repair. And if he so much as scratches me, I have to run away. I don't even know if I can survive one hit. Oh, cool, I can. But not more than one. So I could have run away from that guy, right? That's pretty much the tactic, is to just run away, wait for the Marauder perk to run down. You really only have to survive for half an hour in the dead zone, in absolute blackness of space. That's all you get. Let's do a driller run just for the hell of it. So we're a little bit faster now. But we also have less armor, but it's not going anywhere. Now, you have $1,500 if you're really sneaky and you get lucky and there's a Marauder on the way out. And that is how you would survive the Dick Blender. But you have less power available. I think the Komi comes with 2 reactors. You can always drop... Oh, you can't modify your ship outside of a station! You used to be able to do that. If you could do that, you could reclaim 1 power, which I've only got 1, so it would double my available power. But you can't. Oh my god. Here it comes. Here it comes. Stay close to me. He doesn't have a warp drive. Strafe and fire. Avoid collision. Oh, he does have emergency warp. You beautiful bastard. How? What's our booster cost, damn it? 6! I don't have 6. Oh, shit. So I'm going to be doing this for half an hour because he won't fuck off. Oh my god, it uses so much power to roll. You really just have to dodge everything. Where is he? Half an hour. You really do. How though? That's the problem I can't figure out. Red Skull should be hostile. So I guess it's not overriding that. Something's not overriding correctly. Or it is and I'm just stupid. Oh, it's the Marauder perk. See, that's not overriding the Marauder perk. The Marauder perk's overriding the background. Damn it! See, that would be the key. So at that point, you might as well just do Wheatus. Take away the money buff. Okay, so, I mean, obviously that's intended, and if you're a normal person that doesn't hate... a normal person, you would want it to apply that way. But for this particular mode, it's less than ideal. Super fuck dick blender. Here we go. So if you're really good at power management, you could probably get away with it, but there's no distance that you can go outside the system where you won't get attacked by marauders. So you really just have to, like, just hope that it doesn't happen too fast. And, you know, you can try cheesing gate guards. That's valid, right? But you can't change your equipment outside of a system, so you have to be pretty picky about what you pick up. They're not. You just gotta... Oh my god. Even he was like, what are you doing? Here they come. So if you're really good at avoiding gate guards, that's another way to do it. So that's what we're going to try. I'm not going to do this forever, don't worry. But I do want to demonstrate just a few of the tricks that I've used for permadeath to not die. And one of those is camping outside the system. But when you have enough bounty perks, it really is almost impossible to not get attacked and screwed over. Oh, can't forget collision damage. We're going to be on top of this gate, so... Nope, I don't like that gate guard roll. Holy shit. Level 8? Are you serious? Fuck off. I guess I could take... Why is he level 5? Oh yeah. You can also do that. Just remember to pick the... Shield, shield, 0.3 recharge. 30-second recharge is too much. Oh! So that's the other trick. Are you trying to do anything with the planets, by the way, or is that not on the radar? Yeah, that's, ooh. Suffice to say, if you're looking at planets as a thing to interact with, you'll probably be very happy with some of the things that are coming up way before that. Hopefully that will help you bide your time until it becomes the planets. Until the time comes for the planets. I don't think there's a master list of requests. I think some of the more common ones are... Doesn't the roadmap on Steam include some of the more common requests? Actually, I have Steam open right here. Sorry guys, I'm a ding-dong. Roadmap. No, that's outdated. Okay. But things like more ships, mechanics, and diverse content, which is the ship rolls, which are still being rolled out. There's still more ship rolls to come. Basically, every ship's going to have a roll. There's not going to be something that is just a boat. Maybe a couple of them, but the thing is, like, even when something wasn't designed with the roll in mind, it's still going to fall somewhere on the spectrum just inherently of some roll. So, remaining ship rolls, fighter, racing, passenger. Yes, I said racing. Storyline development. Faction Wars Part 2, station capturing rebuilding by AI factions. Station management probably is a DLC. Megastructures, big alien bases to enter, explore, and loot. Economy patch, market stock replenish. Each item can be imported, exported, neutral, and more. Local co op, where a friend can actually pick up a controller that's plugged into your computer and play along with you. And if you're really clever, you'll figure out a way to cheese that over the internet, but it probably won't be very good it'll probably be a lot of input lag unless you're really, really good. But just invite them over to your house and pull up a chair. It would still be really fun. Um, Further multiplayer support with things like saves on servers and stuff like that. That's on the maybe pile. Being able to capture ships, that's on the maybe pile. I think it's on the likely maybe pile, right, Laios? Let's see. And then I think there might be. Let's see. Was it in one of the sub forum for suggestions? Oh, you can thumb through the suggestions list. That was made back. If you go to the Star Valor forum on Steam, and you go to the scroll down to the box on the right where it has the list of different sub forums like general, suggestion, bugs, modding, help, stuff like that. The suggestion one actually has a pin post as of May 3rd, 2020, and you can see a lot of Lyos responses, but if you're reading the first couple of pages, don't assume that those responses are necessarily up to date, right? Things change. Absolutely. Yeah, if you like the game, please write a review. Please. There are so many people on Steam that write negative reviews of a game based on flat out lies or nonsense or all kinds of weird reasons. Um, Maybe because I wasn't polite enough when they were absolutely full of shit. People have all kinds of weird reasons for writing reviews, so don't forget to write the positive ones because people that are mad don't forget to write negative ones. So the people that like it, please don't forget to write a positive one if you can. I can't tell you how many reviews I've read of not just Star Valor, but all kinds of games that are just absolute fabrications, or at least the majority of them that would be considered a problem, like that sound like legitimate concerns, are absolute fabrications. Oh, this is the one that's reserved for getting the V6 at some point. Um, I could go for another 10 hours. Should we get a V6 real quick? I've never used a Vangi ship. I haven't even seen its stats or weapon layout. Like I've seen it, but I haven't really like internalized it. The problem is it's level 1. Like 4 minutes. Oh, this one's only 40 hours? Oh yeah. I haven't really played I played it Wednesday. Okay, that makes sense. No, when I got my first Zeus, when I actually built my first Zeus, it was about 14 hours in. Um, I speculated that it could have probably been done in 8 if you really, really focused on it. And then hardcore players might be able to do it faster. And I thought, well, that would be a really good challenge. And it's really easy to verify right here. It's a really desirable NPC. I think when a lot of people get to the late game, Right. Okay. I think most of the people that use my NPC, they'll read the reputation thing. Hopefully, it will occur to them what that means in late game when you start getting the really low faction like I have on this one, and how it's going to be how basically you're making a more difficult ratio of how big those fleets get compared to how much loot you're getting, because it's going to hit a point where you're not going to be able to kill them all, right? Which means that you're not going to get that much loot, and they're just going to keep growing every time you kill something. But it's really going to hamper your efforts and slow you down. And so, like, if you're not able to get kills, your reputation won't keep dropping, but you'll get to that critical point a lot sooner. But I think most people are going to be aware of that and probably figure out pretty quick whether or not that's what they want to do. You know, there's a lot of good NPCs. I don't have all of them, actually. There's been new ones added. Um, like this one, she gives you some really odd cargo and crew efficiency. The point 0.5 crew efficiency is great. The cargo space is kind of like, okay, that's a little bit. And then it's like, oh, +5 space pilots. That's cool. Applies prodigy skill to the second co-pilot seat. That's cool. Space pilot advancement rate. Full stop. Oh, so you can't use her until your space pilot's maxed out, or at least where you want it to be. Um, Warp distance goes up, warp cost goes down, but you'll never know exactly what kind of system you're warping into unless you really jack up your sensors. But you get a speed boost and a little bit of in-system scanning. You will less often attract enemies. Gunners get -3 aim. But that's only as co-pilot, first officer, or captain. If you just use them as a supervisor, the 10% mining speed is actually really nice. Or as an engineer or a pilot, you can choose 3 roles for him, but if you try to get all 3 of those perks, your gunners go to hell. If you put Gotchar in charge of the whole ship, people aren't going to shoot straight. I assume that's because he's handing out booze. I don't know if anyone's watched any of Gotchar's streams, but try it sometime. He streams Star Valor every once in a while, a lot more often now that the game's out of early access. Weapon range, weapon damage, this one's pretty good. Nova Cat's crazy. -20 fleet commander. Attract more powerful enemies. Reputation change, weapon damage, speed, repair. Steve, energy generation, but less crew efficiency, less acceleration, but you get tech level really fast, but your general experience goes down. Like, you really have to be tech focused for that. Dread Pirate Tigger, lots and lots of regen. Miles starts with tier 2 regen. See, he starts with tier 1. He starts 2 tier 1s. He starts with 2 tier 2s. And he's specialized, which means it's going to keep going up, that hit point regeneration. His is diversified. You might not get more. Torpedo damage. Any weapon smaller than size 4 gets a 20% boost. Anything size 4 or bigger gets -30%. Crew efficiency boost if you don't have a fleet. And scanner bonus. Good navigator. Specialized, which means scanner power goes up. And then Tim the Insane. Arguably one of the most powerful in the game next to Miles or... I don't know, some of them are pretty good, but... repairs 20% of a fleet ship after emergency warp. And can use emergency warp again without needing to fully repair. If you're wondering, do I want one of those for one of my Zeus escorts? Yes. Yes. I almost started my Zeus run with Tim just for that, but I thought I'd at least maybe find him throughout the game. So gotta get tortured on stream and in game. No. Have a space 7-Eleven and a guy parked behind it and a ship offering blue crystals to make you go faster. Sky blue crystals. Mind crystals. An NPC wearing a bandana. +1 mind crystals per asteroid. +1 mind special minerals. I got what you need. Your scanner power goes up, but your loot range goes down. You're really focused. You can see really far, but your perception is fucked. It's like drinking because you're all jacked up. Oh man. So what do you think? Work towards V6 or keep pumping up? I kind of want to keep pumping up the Zeus and work on the V6 tomorrow. Does that work for everyone? I mean, if you guys want to see a V6, I'm ready. I'm ready to do it. I've never flown one. I barely looked at it. Oh yeah, that asteroid rush. Don't gotta tell me twice. Okay, so if you're wondering, yes, my current weapons will do it. Although, if you're gonna do it right, we're gonna do it right, yeah? Whee! Wow, already. And I don't even have to really move for it, huh? Oh no, it's gonna be down here. So if I park right here between these asteroids, it'll just run into me. I bet Lyos has a favorite blend of tea from a specific brand. That would be my vote. Although, there's a chance that he's mentioned it before, so I could just be forgetting that he's already told me that. But I like a good cup of tea too. It's just, I drink tea when I don't really have to do anything. I just want to wake up. If I got shit to do, it's probably going to be coffee, if not pre-workout. For now. Okay. Noted. Alright, let's see. I need to do just a couple of things here. That. Ah. Good golly. Nope, it's flying away. I don't want it. Take me a few solid minutes to track that one down. Hey, I was pretty close. Well, if that's all it is, let's put that reactor back on just to be safe. I can count. Most times. Okay. See, there you go. And I didn't drink pre-workout today. I've been drinking coffee, so I can have a bit of Old Forester, Kentucky bourbon. If I take pre-workout and then drink alcohol afterward, oh, like you just know it's bad for you because it hurts so much. All right. Now, I saved that on my way out as a matter of principle, but honestly, I'm going to be perfectly safe with what I'm doing. Oh yeah, we gotta swing that back one around. Don't need that on, but I do need those on. And the nice thing is, pretty much none of the rocks will get in your way. Now it takes a minute for only 2 collector beams to catch up and fill. Actually no, it's pretty much full. But you really don't need more than that. That'll be enough moving forward at this point. Okay, so then, unless you actually need all this stuff, and honestly I could use a couple more refineries. And then I just pick the biggest stacks of things I don't need and destroy them. Yeah, absolutely. That's exactly right. It's really, really bad for you. You're it takes so long for your liver to recover from that, and odds are if you're doing something like that, you're not taking the necessary steps to allow your liver to recover from it. It's a pretty good chance. Now you can do this with non-mining beams with green cores. At this stage of the game, when you're making custom 6-point and 3-point weapons, you have this many of them, and you can fire them at 200% sustained, permanent. They don't need to be mining lasers. In fact, it's better if they're not, because the range is more important than the bonus. And the reason for that is because very few rocks are actually going to come at you directly. It's the widespread. Like my collector beams are upgraded enough to have extreme 110 range, an entire grid square basically, or a little bit over. Oh, actually, a lot of people don't know this, and when you do this, it won't carry from one system to the next. But if you right-click on the hard points like this, you change the firing pattern. You can't always tell right away. But it goes from an alternating firing pattern to a simultaneous one. Very well, Ios. So it just creates this wall of plasma. Now, of course, the closer to your ship, the denser it is. Technically, the fewer that get past it. And it's still wide enough that you're within your collector beam range, so you don't have to get far out in front of you. Unless you actually want to start pushing forward, then you kind of drag it out a little bit, because they're flak, so your cursor dictates the range. And then, again, we're full, so destroy. I've got $3 million. I don't care about platinum, gold, and silver. Can destroy that too. Samarium's not important. Lithium and silicon are, but pretty much anything green at this point, if you can buy it at a station, then it's a waste of time to carry any of it home. For me, I'll usually bring home about 200 scrap, about 50 refined metal, and hopefully about 10 or 20 iridium per trip. But of course, the more you do this, the less space you have, and the more often you find yourself cycling through. But here's a fun game. Look at the screen right in front of me, and try to figure out whether or not I'm actually going to need to break more rocks if I destroy all the green stuff, the samarium, gold, silver, and platinum, and all the white grade stuff besides scrap. Do I actually need to break more rocks? Or will I pick up enough asteroids that have already fallen and process them into usable stuff to fill up my inventory? But that's not the point. It's just fun to do, so you do it anyway. Plus, you might blow some iridium out. There's always a chance. Now, this alternate firing sequence on the hard points, that the firing pattern, watch, I'll switch it back real quick. Just on the one side. So you can kind of compare. See how different it looks? The question is, which one lets more rocks by, right? Now, if I leave this system, the second I leave a system, it resets it. Nice. And that's pretty much power mining. Again, you can use beam weapons, you can use pew-pew weapons. It really doesn't matter. Just remember to note whether or not you actually need crystals. I definitely don't need blue ones. And you may think, oh, well, you know, if you throw any more refineries in there, you might need another collector beam. That's probably true, but not necessary. There's enough here that you can just drive forward and collect stuff. You don't really need any beams, but it makes it a little faster. The important thing is to zoom in enough to note where the iridium is, if you need more. I actually don't, which is kind of nice. Not needing iridium is really weird. But I'm going to process some out anyway. I'm not going to destroy it, so that's fine. I'll get plenty that way. 26 titanium, 14 gallium, 20 cobalt, aluminum. It's just whack-a-mole at this point. And if you think, man, does your brain ever get fried from doing this for too long? Fuck yeah! Yes, it does. It gets a little wacky. Especially when you use plasma like this, where it's so bright. If I don't adjust my screen brightness, it fatigues the eyes really fast. Beams do not do that so much. So if you really intend to do this as the sole means of building a Zeus or a V6, I recommend not using plasma flak like this. Non-flak plasma doesn't do this and is just as effective for mining. It doesn't have the big bright explosion to it. It's adding explosion to it that makes it do that, and it will fatigue your eyes, like, severely. That's probably more than I'll ever need to pick up, so we really are just going to be playing whack-a-mole for a minute here. Bismuth, samarium, and I've probably destroyed 1,000 platinum on this profile alone. Like, you really, it's just, what do I need it for? It's not part of any crafting. It's not part of anything other than trading, and I'll never need money again. Those Vang E fleets pay out so high that it basically, once you get past like 50,000, you never really need money. Once your reputation goes under 50,000 with a faction, if you keep fighting them, you'll never need money again. The useless loot alone is plenty of cash, not to mention what you actually get from them. Don't need crystals. We'll go ahead and destroy those. Gallium. Full, silicon, samarium. There's really not much left to gather. But you're just going to keep getting little pockets of iron. So at this point you have to decide, do I want to keep playing whack-a-mole, or is it better for my sanity if I just go drop off what I have and come back? That's usually the case. So 6 iridium, 50 refined metal, 160 scrap, and you just bring it back. And you leave all that shiny shit behind, because who gives a fuck, you'll just go do it again. Yeah, honestly, I could throw probably 2 more refineries in there and benefit from it. The nice thing is I can craft those. And at that point, you just click deposit all really fast. You don't care about selling this shit. A lot of it you'll craft, the rest of it, who cares? 28 platinum, 58 gold, 76,000, 127,000. Who gives a fuck? 67 iridium. Where's the Ardonian components? They don't buy. Refined metal they don't buy, but that's worth 600 each. That's 300,000 worth of refined metal, if I had a place to buy it. I don't care about any of this shit that's not orange. I only keep oranges just in case, but I'll never use them. They're just here for reasons. Just to show off how many oranges I farmed, I guess. That's the only reason I can think of that I keep that stuff. I'll never use it. And I already know most of the recipes, so it doesn't matter. Oh, some of them I'm learning still. Okay. So basically my weapon slot is only going to be orange, legendaries, or custom. And even after a while, you'll destroy your customs and make something else, maybe. Alright, so I don't have any more refineries. That's not it. It's that one. So if we build just 2 more, I mean, you only need like, what, 30 shield recharge to survive these things? To survive in a asteroid rush? You don't need 300. That's for goddamn sure. You can really stack these refineries. Just to be absolutely sure that you'll never run out. Like, these 2 chargers are enough. Whoops. There. Now we've got 20 of them instead of 14. Way overkill, but who gives a shit? Right? Might as well get that extra percentage. Why didn't I do that sooner, right? That was stupid. What an oversight. How much time have I spent mining with that? And of course you can find one that's very rich, but most of the stuff you're getting comes from refining, so it doesn't really matter. Which is probably why I didn't care about the mining computer either. With this, you'll pretty much process ore almost instantly. Almost. 20 at a time, right? What's the time cycle on this? Its refining rate is actually really slow. It's a high geology, so that it can process iridium. I think this and the PMC refiner are the only ones that can process iridium. And I think the PMC might be faster. Probably should make those. We'll look at that when we get back. See, it's still not fast enough. What a dumb, slow piece of shit. Yeah, same here, same here. I immediately, when I saw their name, I was just like, uh-oh, don't look, I'm gonna turn to salt. There, inventory's full. If you just don't care enough to go through and play whack-a-mole and sort stuff, it's really not that big a deal. By the time your cargo bay fills up, your warp drive is recharged. By the time you dump it at a station, your warp drive is recharged. Wait. Ooh. What if we get that up? Oh, right. Transmitters, easy peasy. $120. Oh, wow. So then we're gonna need more transmitters. Oh, also these take up 4 space. So you gotta compare that to the fact that these take up 3, but these are basically twice as fast. And they're actually more energy efficient for the space, or I guess almost the same. So once you can craft PMC refineries, absolutely do it. I'm running out of aluminum. So next time I need to bring back aluminum. Because the station's running out too. And they're running out of microchips. There's another station in the system. Really? Let's see, that's... We've got 20 more space, so I need 5 more. Jesus. Perfect. There we go. That's gonna be a fuck ton faster. In fact, what am I doing? I probably didn't really need to do that many at all. But we can watch how fast it processes. But yeah, beams are a bit more efficient. I think. Actually, this might be faster technically because it pushes the rocks out of your way so you can just fly into it. I would still use not flak explosive plasma. Unless you turn down the brightness on your monitor to compensate for how fucking... for the eye strain. If you're like me, you hate iron. The very sight of iron makes you sick to your stomach. don't need nickel. Aluminum? Why do I have... Oh, I didn't store that, dipshit. I didn't store a whole bunch of shit. Oh well. Pretty much. I'm sorry, but if you're gonna punish people for what you consider evil, don't you want your followers to see their suffering so that they'll fucking be more terrified to disobey you? Like, if you tell them not to turn around because you're bombing a city, they might start assuming that you're actually not bombing the city and that you're full of shit. You tell them to go far enough away, they'll never know. Let them look at Sodom and Gomorrah burning to the ground. I feel like that would have a little bit more of an impact. It would have more of an impact on me than, don't look. I'll always wonder, was he full of shit? Did it really happen? Hey, you guys ever heard of this place, Sodom or Gomorrah? I'd be a little sus. It's a little bit sus. I'm not saying burn the whole book down, but... And I get it, you know, the faith thing. You want people to have faith, to not need proof. But, you know, every once in a while, a little proof goes a long way. Oh, I have another one? Well, I don't want it. Kidding. Alright, so now everything's empty. How much scrap do we have now? 33, not shit. Okay. So if you're like me and you like to craft a new set of weapons for a dreadnought pretty much every other day, this is the way to go. And eventually you get to the point where you really don't need a lot of iridium. You really don't need a lot of anything except scrap. So you pretty much just destroy everything in your cargo bay except for the scrap. And I'm sure somebody's going to come up with a mod one day. I don't think Lyos will do it, and I understand why, because it's really not necessary for like 99.99% of the player base. But someone one day might make a mod to where basically everything but scrap just falls out the butt. If it's not scrap, it just falls off the ship, and you'll be able to set a checklist of things that just automatically jettison. Or actually, it'll probably just be a whitelist of things to not jettison. That probably makes a lot more sense, rather than blacklisting things to jettison. You don't want people to feel bad for the suffering of other people. Don't build empathy into their fucking skulls. That's just not cool, man. I'm gonna feel bad. It's gonna happen. Just let me feel bad. Oops, I destroyed iridium. Okay, explosion radius 4 or 8, like 1 or 2 marks, not that big a deal. It's not going to blind you, and it'll still help push the asteroids more. Okie doke. So that's rush mining. I highly suggest using beams instead. It's a little more interactive. It's a lot more work actually aiming at the asteroids. But it is easier on the eyes. But again, regular plasma with no explosion or even just 1 or 2 points, still gets the job done pretty fast. Deposits. There we go. Now we got 100 scrap. That's enough to do almost nothing one time. Yeah. It's more about avoiding trauma. No, I get it. It's the fact that when somebody's suffering their own stupidity, you don't just sit there and stare. It's not a spectator sport. It's not healthy for you to just sit there and watch somebody, especially if they're like on fire, right? What does that actually do for you? Probably nothing good. No, I had like 750 recharge. Where's that? There we go. Is it possible to load enough mining drones to keep up with the rush? I have never tried that, and I don't know. Hey, these are pretty easy to make. I would recommend using heavy mining drones, but I mean, they just don't do that much damage. Like I'm not using a mining core, right? Like even when I make even when I make lasers for regular use, it's basically so those are the 2 core. You can do a range boost, but you really don't need to. Basically just make them 3-point for the side ones. But even then, when I'm using beams, I'm not using the outside hardpoints really. It's these 2 and these 2. So we're talking 6-point. The 6-point are the primaries. So something like that, right? We're actually on this ship. I think I put 4 points on this one. One of these days she'll move that big ass ship. Come on. Work it out. Oh, I'm in your way? Well, that makes you the idiot because I was already here. Thank you. Let's see. Ah, these 2. But of course, you'll want to use this instead as a 6-point. Oh wow, that's hot as fuck. Yeah, that's not gonna work. That's reasonable. That's manageable. You could equip enough for that or that. Well, let's compare that, right? 158 for 243. $133 for 194. So it's reducing the power. The heat's a little bit lower, but the damage fall off, right? 194 or just 243 and you slap a heat sink on it. I guess if you had to choose between pirate heat sinks and Adalo combat mods, you might have a fuck ton more math to do than I'm capable of at the moment. I would definitely have to start writing it out at that point. We're talking about several different layers, orders of operations that I'm just not prepared for. I could grab a piece of paper if you guys want to sit here in silence for the next 5, 10, 20 hours. But suffice to say, this will work just fine. It will work just fine either way and can be compensated. You don't have to min-max it perfectly. It'll work. And it'll destroy the rocks. You don't even really need the 3 points on the front if you do full 6 points on the outs on these two. And of course, you can do it. I've asteroid rush mined in a frigate, like I would recommend like a Raven, something with more than one forward hard point, like a Raven, a Scourge. But cruisers and dreadnoughts obviously will work a lot better because you can just throw more damage. The amount of damage you could do versus the width of the ship that you can actually pick shit up with and refine it at is a much better ratio. It just gets the job done faster. But of course, if you're mining for cash to get to those points, again, a Raven will do the job, a Scourge will do the job, and will very, like, people say, oh yeah, combat's the fastest way to earn money. Early game, yeah. Yeah, it is. Um, Now, if you're more of a numbers person and less of a fast reaction kind of person, you might make more money mining. But at this point, whether it comes down to asteroid rushes, now the hang up with asteroid rushes is that the prices don't balance out. So you're going to have to start moving your inventory around to other places and finding other asteroid rushes. Whereas with hunter fleets, you can pretty much farm the same system for eternity. You'll get the cash drops and the loot drops. So, of course, again, combat's simpler. Mining could outperform it if you're willing to do the work, but I mean that's par for the course. I don't know when that's ever not the case. Starship troopers. Wait, avoiding starship troopers? I don't get it. Because it was a book series and you had to wait till all of it got made into a movie first. Oh, yeah. I imagine there's some things I could mention that probably would have a similar effect. And I almost said it out loud, and then I realized, wait, wouldn't the point be to not say it out loud? Golly. But I will say that hunter fleets, because of the variety, the change, um, the level of engagement required in fighting hunter fleets versus mining asteroid rushes, mining an asteroid rush has kind of a hypnosis effect on me. Whereas hunter fleets do not, although I have many times completely zoned out while fighting hunter fleets and then like realized that I was kind of in a trance and died or almost died. Many times. You can definitely trance out fighting the hunter fleets, but with asteroid rush mining, it can happen so much faster. Okay. Alright, it looks like we're back to combat status. I think these go up to 15 when they're orange. So, like... well, these would have a similar increase. So like when everything's orange, I should be around 1200 shield recharge, if not a slightly higher. Yeah, these are 20, 15 to 20. So maybe only about about 11 or 1200. Plus whatever I get when these are orange. Plus if these are orange, I won't need as many, and I can add more of this. Same with these. If I get a couple of orange combat mods, I could put 3 of those on and get rid of 2 of the heat sinks. That's about it, really. As far as completely min-maxing. I mean, you could always get rid of the boosters because the only time you're really moving forward is when you're cloaked. And if you're perma-cloaked, you don't need boost. It's just forcing you to have unnecessary amounts of power consumed at a point when you really don't need power, other than for the, there we go, 877, good Christ. And let's see, so if we activate our cloaking device, that's 6 power. So we're still not quite perma-cloaked, I guess. What was it? You get to keep... Okay, so you get to keep 18% of your power, right? So just under a fifth. So I would need basically a little over 1,000 more power to perma-cloak at this state. No, that doesn't sound right. Or maybe it does. Let's see. Oh, I don't have another one though, but I can make it. It's a beautiful thing, this item crafting. It's fairly new. $49. Okay, yeah, so it won't take much more to perma-cloak. Look at that. Of course, the repair system still drains, so you would need another 182 power, so we might as well take that off. Take that off, add that, we'll put some of that back on. Now it's still, wait, really? 190, oh god. Fuck me, right? So no, I'm not that worried about perma-cloaking. I can always just drop shield power a little bit to perma-cloak. It's a much better route to take. You really only want to worry about having enough power for your weaponry to be able to sustain fire when you're not cloaked. Outside of that, it's really not much more to give a fuck about. Oh, jeez. Oh my god. That is not where I wanted to go, but I think it's actually closer to where I want to go. Wow. Unicron. Sounds pretty. Oh shit. Okay. Now we're back from outer space. Oh, Lily's fine? Oh, you're fine, Lily. And yes, fleet ships can effectively mine in asteroid rushes, but you really do... want to do a better job of min-maxing their forward weapons. And it's almost better to put them in a dreadnought that's not a battleship with the spinal mounts, but just has more standard weapons that they can sustain. So like a Sanctuary, Dominance, Titan, not the other two, preferably. But she'll still do it. She'll still do it, and it won't suck, but it won't be great. But if you'd rather just not shoot all the rocks yourself, and you, especially if you get your fleet commander up to 80 and you have 2 of them, that was one of the funnest things outside of combat that I did, was running a 3 dominance crew. I had 2 dominance escorts. But it's really hard to find the crew that can help you get your fleet commander up to that point. And I believe they have to be a pilot. Maybe, no, I think it's staff, right? I think it is staff. Doesn't matter though, they're still really hard to find no matter what they are. This looks like a new role. No, maybe not. I don't like max weapon heat, I like weapon heat generated. But that's diversified, not a specialist, so I don't want them. Other than that, I think we're ready to fight a fleet. 135, yeah, we can do way better than that. Ooh, that's another good point. And also, again, bear in mind that until he launches the next patch, I don't get to use my spinals don't do anything versus these fleets. So hopefully that is fixed, because that's what's actually going to allow me to fight the fleets and get my reputation faster. Not the worst idea in the world to take Sleepy Dragon off at this point, but you don't have to. Because again, you can always just go back to a Children of Terra system and go on a rampage. Just don't blow up their stations. You don't want the Trader perk. If you get the Trader perk, it's not just Children of Terra that hate you. Look, she flies right around in front of me. Like, I have to give her the right of way, or she'll just stay in my way. Let's get our flux on just so we don't die. Nice, I can Simo fire both now. The problem is having enough power after permacloaking. So it goes a little something like this, right? You permacloak, you drop your power system. And once you're fully charged and you're in a position where the enemy is vulnerable, you get one of the battleships off by itself or the others are far away. You actually still kind of, with this thing, want to fire one at a time, because you can't really focus them on a single V5, because they'll rush right up in front of you. So you won't be able to hit them with both at the same time. So basically your battery's full. Before you decloak, or before you raise your shields, you decloak and then raise shields. And before that even finishes firing, you should be charging the second one, so it's basically seamless. And you just turn to make sure it hits, and then you run the hell away, and that's about how long you have before you can cloak again, and don't forget to drop your shields again. And hopefully that gets a kill. Good night, Seasage. Hopefully you get a kill out of that, and then whatever loot drops, you go and pick it up, and then you wait for them to disperse so that they're not all clustered again. And once you have somebody isolated again, you decloak, charge, it's firing, so you start charging the other one. Don't forget about your bubble. took so long for my forward guns to recharge. But even without the spinal, I can still take one of those out, but some of them are extra tough. And again, once they get to level 60, they're a little bit tougher. They're at 59 now. Just don't forget to put your shields back up when there's multiple. Even if they don't fire their spinals, their regular weapons will shred you when there's 10 V5s just swarming on you at one time. Oh, that was her spinal. One reason to not give your fleet guys beams is because when their spinal goes off, you'll have PTSD trying to figure out what enemy is shooting at you, and it's not. It's your fleet guy. There we go. Okay, perfect. Let's go over here. There he is. Hell yeah. Perfect. Woo, buddy. Come on. Okay. Alright, and my brain is starting to wear out, so I'm going to call it a night there. We're going to raid chat with this name. He's the guy that played 17 hours the other day, last night. Well, Friday night. And he's back at it. He's already 5 hours deep. So we're going to go raid his ass right now. Thanks everybody for hanging out. Of course, thanks again to Lios the Dev for the great game. Remember, he said there's a patch coming Monday, possibly sooner on Sunday, but probably Monday. It's going to fix a lot of the issues. Look for the patch notes. Check out the Star Valor Discord. Don't forget to like and subscribe my YouTube channel where I upload my past streams. And I hope everyone is ready. Let me just punch this in. Chat with this. Whoa. Chat with this name. There he is. Boom. Alright, excellent. Raid is started. We're building it up. Everybody get ready. Here we go. Thanks to everyone for hanging out. I'll be back tomorrow, probably on YouTube. We'll have it posted up on the Discord for Star Valor. Come check out the Star Valor Discord and let's get this shit going.